In this world, strength is measured by class. Swordsman, mage, priest, fighter, knight, warrior, hero, and so on. But no one knows that the strongest class in this world is the peasant. The main character died in an accident in modern Japan and was reincarnated in another world. And he was reborn as a peasant. In this world, his name is Ryuto McLean. When he thinks about reincarnation, shouldn't it be cheating? Could he really be a simple peasant? If that was the case, then he just needed to enjoy the life of a normal peasant. So he finally finished chopping wood. Suddenly, someone called him from behind. It was Moses and Cordelia who came up behind him. Cordelia asked him if he had forgotten about the promise to eat together. Grabbing his Ryuto by the hand, she led him hurriedly home, because the sun was already setting. Instead, the real cheater character is this girl born 3 days after him, Cordelia Allstone. She accidentally squeezed his hand and felt a strong tension in it. Letting go, she apologized for it. But Ryuto replied that there was no need to worry about it, simply because he had just hit his hand on a tree recently. They stood and looked at each other, creating an awkward pause. Moses interrupted him with a cough and decided to start a conversation about the lecturer's notes from the magical conference. Cordelia recognized him by his large hat. Now, in order to avoid getting injured even during everyday gatherings, Ryuto has to work hard to control it. At 15 years old, she is a hero with the name Ikitusen, which means a person who has defeated 100, speaking of heroes. Their presence can become a trump card for a country to end the war. And there is also Moses, another childhood friend of Ryuto with the sage class. As a sage, he can use magic weapons from a distance, another dishonest character. They are considered unique soldiers of the country, even among the handful of those who are so close to the level of a cheater, which is why he is so ashamed. He suddenly hugged them with a smile. He asked them to stop chatting about something he didn't understand. Then they advised him to take a bath because he smelled bad after work. Already at night, near the fire, goosebumps ran through Ryuto. He asked Cordelia if she was sure that it was possible to sit here, because monsters were encountered here quite often, and why it was necessary to bring him here at all. But she encouraged him with her status as a dragon slayer. She asked him if he was afraid to even go outside the village. Although he didn't really have a choice, he was a simple peasant. While he was talking, suddenly a loud stomping sound was heard, and some kind of creature flew out towards him. It was a huge boar, which Cordelia instantly killed with her sword. Looking at Ryuto, she then suggested that he make some braised pork for breakfast. Then she realized something and decided to wipe the blood off her face. Ryuto realized that he had let his emotions get out. Cordelia remembered his question about why she had brought him here. She wanted to show him the real her that he couldn't see in the village. From now on, she officially joins the Knight Order and will train when she turns 16. She will enter the Royal Magic Academy as a special student. That's why she wanted him to see the real her. Ryuto asked if Moses was watching too. Suddenly she admitted that she was addressing him specifically. She asked why he was so cheerful, because they might not meet again. And didn't he think about it? She asked if he had anything he wanted to tell her. Before he could answer, someone called him, asking him to help with the laundry, and it was cold outside. When Ryuto looked at Cordelia, he saw that she was pouting and asked what was wrong. She replied that she herself did not know and hurried him to leave. Then she added that since he was a peasant, he should call her if he saw any monsters. He knew it, but he didn't really have a choice. Moses was the one who called him. He apologized for calling him, but Ryuto was understanding. It was more appropriate for a peasant to do household chores than a sage. Moses said that he and the princess had decided to appoint him in charge of cooking and washing. He joked that this girl only gives orders, but can't do anything herself. Moses apologized again, but Ryuto replied that it was okay, they were all friends after all. Suddenly, Ryuto's body began to shake. He couldn't understand why this would start happening. A few seconds later, he felt even worse and fell to his knees, almost hitting his head on the ground. Moses asked if they were really friends. The peasant being friends with the sage sounds like a very good joke, he said. And then he grinned widely as the drug finally began to work. Ryuto began to wonder what kind of drug it was. Moses, Cordelia, and he were born in the same year and grew up as childhood friends with the same upbringing. But the one she was good to was him. His class was determined as sage. Among tens and hundreds of thousands of people, only one got such a talent. Moses. He said that he was also reincarnated. Even if he talks about reincarnation, he still won't understand, he said. and stepped on Ryuto's hand. In any case, Moses not only received the gift of being a sage, he was special. He was surprised that he could only think of it as a blessing, the existence of a girl like an angel on this earth. A few years later, he actually longed for it. To his question, why did he do this? His answer would be that he was more worthy of standing next to Cordelia. Ryuto was paralyzed and immobile. He had less than 5 units of health. Because of the fact that the peasant is talking to a hero of the same level, he told him to know his place, and he kicked him right into the river. Cordelia sensed something from afar, something related to Ryuto. Ryuto began to be carried further and deeper into the water. He began to choke and slowly die. He wanted to do one last thing. From under the water, he saw Cordelia looking for him and asking him to respond. He smiled at her, looking at her. Cordelia saw him out of the corner of her eye under the water. Ryuto was glad that he could still apologize to her. At the last moment, he fell from the waterfall when Cordelia reached for him with tears in her eyes. He remembered their childhood, how Cordelia, taking a sword in her hands, easily cut a boulder in half, how they grew up, how sweet Cordelia was, how they had fun getting food and walking through the forest at night with torches in their hands. It was the light at the end of the tunnel, or dying memories. He wanted to reach for Cordelia at that moment, but he didn't get her. He considered himself pathetic. That's why he wanted to become strong. Suddenly, looking up, he saw a dragon above him. He didn't even know whether he could be considered unlucky or lucky, but he asked if he had really been brought here through the stream. Ryuto said that he has a wish for the dragon. The dragon called it a semblance of fate, so he decided to try his best. He had heard before that people who lived in dragon lairs became very strong. It was true that there were several such people here in the past. It is a famous story among heroes that when an ordinary person was linked by fate with a dragon, they received a strange power. Ryuto asked the dragon to take him with him again because he wanted to become strong, but he replied that, unfortunately, he would not be able to fulfill his request. There were 2 reasons for this. The first was the limitation. Those who were accepted by the dragon race were orphans or slaves under the age of 12. Another reason was that Ryuto was already dead, missing the lower half of his body. He couldn't believe that he was already dying. In that case, he asked what would happen if he fulfilled these conditions. The dragon replied that if this were the case, then he would certainly fulfill his wish. Ryuto smirked that he was able to get the promise. Then he looked at the dragon and said that what he wanted was the dragon divine protection, as well as the great library of the Dragon King. The dragon asked him how he knew about all this. Then he realized that it would be faster to read his thoughts. Looking inside his head, he realized that this was not the first time Ryuto had met him. He noticed that his thoughts were very interesting. If everything went according to his plan, the line would be changed from now on, so the dragon ate him. The troublesome fellow had received the dragon's promise, and his status was already dead. After some time, Ryuto found himself in some abstract place where cubes were flying and there was empty space. Ryuto woke up and started to move. He stood up, and he said that someday he would win this bet. Warming up his hands, he had a special ability. Rebirth. It returned the owner after death. If a person dies in a certain period after rebirth, then he returns to the moment right before rebirth. There was a woman standing in front of him. Ryuto had already been through a lot, but all thanks to his abilities, which he took. Not even that. He chose God, and now he returned after death. Although many people know about return after death and they know the essence of using it, not many have decided to play this game. Roughly speaking, the length of the certain period is unclear, and one can only bet on whether the person will return here or not, but the girl must maintain confidentiality. There were no more abilities that involved rebirth. He asked if he could choose another one. But they told him that it was impossible. He could get a maximum of 2, and earlier she explained that each ability could only be chosen once. So he was given 2 abilities to choose from, excluding return after death and wisdom, which he had chosen previously. The second round of his gamble is also successful. In the end, his class will still remain a peasant. Ryuto said that it was a shame. He can get more abilities in the next reincarnation. His birthplace and surroundings will be repeated as last time. Then he decided to choose fortitude, which weakens the effect of physical and mental impact, as well as increasing endurance. And the second was agriculture, which increased productivity in growing cereals and livestock. The girl understood why he chose fortitude, but decided to ask about agriculture. He replied that the girl loved flowers, and he wanted to at least bring a smile and flowers to her daily cruelty. She understood everything, so she rewarded him with the abilities of fortitude and agriculture, and then wished him a pleasant journey. Thus his revival began. Just like then, He would be born in a dilapidated house as a peasant, without strength or wealth. But now he had a promise, and he would be able to walk this path to victory. He was going to become strong even as a peasant, and he would prepare everything necessary for this. Ryuto has already turned 2 years old since he was born, and his mother and the rest of his family congratulated him on his birthday. All the people were dancing and playing instruments, and Ryuto's father, McLean, was congratulated by Alston. Then he clapped his hands to get attention, because another hero had appeared. It was Lady Cordelia, whose birthday was in 3 days. The people commented on her cuteness and her angelic appearance. McLean promised Alston to look after her, and they added that they would like her to be with their son, Ryuto, in the future. Suddenly, one of the children began to cry loudly, apparently because of hunger. Cordelia's mother took him and pressed on a special place to calm him down, and then asked McLean to lend her his wife's room. McLean didn't mind, and his wife was already there. When she walked inside the room, Alston's wife saw that McLean's wife was breastfeeding Ryuto. She was still breastfeeding him, Alston asked, but then she noticed Ryuto looking at her. Alston's wife asked if he wanted her breasts too, but McLean's wife replied that he didn't. Whenever Alston wanted to say something, Ryuto's mother would interrupt her, repeating that he didn't want them. After all, Ryuto grabs her breasts too. After all, he loves his mother, and it was his mother's love, she said. She then suggested that Alston hold Ryuto, since when someone else hugs him, he starts to cry. But when Alston picked Ryuto up and sat him on her lap, he didn't start crying, which surprised McLean. She asked him why he didn't react, and asked if he loved his mother more than a random woman, and he wanted only his mother to hug him. Asking him again why he didn't cry, I thought he was sick, and she ran to take him to the doctor, but Ryuto's father stopped her from this idea. Night had fallen, father and mother were already asleep, and Ryuto was lying in his small bed. Mom and dad were the same as always. Ryuto started using normal wind magic, because if he continued to do so, he would be able to use it even as a child. He did the countdown while he quietly practiced, but nothing worked for him. In the end, he used up all his mana. He wondered why he was doing this, because he decided that he had to become stronger. In the memories of his first reincarnation, he wondered what he should do to become stronger as a peasant. First, he decided to understand what his skill, wisdom, was. Wisdom is the ability to read books from all over the world in your head. Previously, he used wisdom to gain a lot of knowledge from infancy, and in one of the books he found a description of some magician on how to record a person's experience, on how to increase magical power, or mana, in childhood. They paid close attention to the child's talent and potential, and forced him to practice magic for the sake of experiment. The child's talent is developing. The greatest improvements are observed when training in the expansion of magical power is carried out in the most sensitive and adaptive period, and knowledge takes up all childhood years. However, to expand the magic power, a person must use magic daily until their mana reaches 0. An adult will get headaches and shock that are at their level, which can cause them to go mad. Therefore, although he knew about this method, he could not carry it out. But this time, in his second reincarnation, he will be able to endure it with the help of the perseverance skill. The ability to overcome pain with the mind means that his magical power will increase infinitely. Mana increases several hundred times faster than in childhood. He is a simple peasant. No matter how much effort he puts in, there is something he cannot achieve. But now he will rush forward, and no one will be able to stop him, because now he is stronger. 2 years later, on his 4th birthday, he went to the village priest to use the status plate. It had grown much more than expected. The total amount of mana was almost 7,000 units, and the status itself was only visible to the user of the plate. He liked this feeling when he walked alone because he was already 4 years old. He went to the mountains alone, by himself, to collect vegetables and herbs. The things he gives away when he returns from the mountains he buys at the market. He does not go to the mountains, but he has money to buy them. The reason for this was Cordelia, who wanted to go with him to pick vegetables, but Ryuto said that he wasn't going to go with her. She then started whining that he didn't want to play with her and that she was lonely. He promised her to play next time and apologized for it. Cordelia got angry and called him an idiot, then turned around and walked away, saying that she would not listen to him anymore. Ryuto must leave home to prevent this from happening again. Now, wherever he is, he doesn't have to think about money or where he's going. Standing next to the tree, he activated his physical ability increase skill level 4. He works on the streets, outside the city, in the villages to earn money. If he uses his ability, then it is easy to earn, even as a child, and he works to become stronger than ever. In the city he treated people, they were amazed by his powerful healing ability despite his age. It was not uncommon for children his age to use novice-level recovery magic, so he became an opponent of merchants, opening his own instant healing shop. Even now he was increasing his mana pool, but it was too boring. He stopped healing once he had used up a lot of mana so that the fatigue would not look fake. Ryuto was busy spending mana and making money on the streets near the city hotels. He saved up a lot of money, which he collected in a chest under a tree. His stats continued to rise, and he saw Cordelia ahead, who was still sulking at him. She was offended and did not listen to him, so she stood here since early morning. Then Ryuto reached into his backpack and pulled out a souvenir for her, a salad and bacon sandwich, which made Cordelia's mouth water and her stomach growl. She was as easy to take care of as usual. Then she extended her hand to him. He thought she wanted to say that she was no longer angry with him. But that was not the case. She asked for his hand. She held his hand tightly, and they began to talk about different things. They chatted about Cordelia's mother, whether she would listen to Ryuto, and so on. Another year passed. Cordelia asked Ryuto if he wasn't having fun. He replied that he was having fun, but he just wanted to run away from her. Today, the trinket traders had arrived. They would trade things from all over the world. They lived in a very remote village, so the arrival of traders was the event of the century. Cordelia asked him if his family would come. He replied that most likely not, because his parents lived simply and modestly. In other words, not richly, but stingily. The weather has been terrible lately. One family almost sold their child, and they almost did it too. Then Cordelia asked him to say the word tan 10 times. When he started speaking and said tan for the last time, Cordelia asked him if it was the chicken that laid the eggs, and Ryuto quickly replied that chickens laid eggs. And he told her that she was not yet old enough to try to deceive him. This time she was going to catch him and wanted to ask him to say the word hate 10 times. But then she changed her mind and changed the word to love. Ryuto started saying the word love 10 times, and Cordelia listened to him. When he finished, she started fidgeting. She was happy that he said he liked her, and she couldn't think of anything else to say. Ryuto stroked her because she said something really cute. A childhood friend, a younger sister, a daughter, or even a niece. He didn't think of her as someone to fall in love with, but he definitely knows that she is dear to him. They finally came to a kind of festival where those same merchants were. There was a whole bunch of goods on the shelves, as well as various entertainment options. When Ryuto asked about snacks, Cordelia went somewhere and then returned with a bag. It was the money she had saved up. It wasn't much, and today was Ryuto's birthday. In fact, he had completely forgotten about it, and in his previous reincarnation, he remembered it more. He didn't think his birthday was so close, he saved it for her birthday. Then he took out a hairpin and said that although he was in a hurry for 3 days, this was instead of her coins. He wished her a happy birthday by pinning the hair clip to her hair. Cordelia blushed at this unexpected event and jumped straight into Ryuto's arms. She kissed him sharply right on the lips, causing Ryuto to blush even more than she did. When he asked why she did it so suddenly, she replied that her mom and dad do it when they are happy together. He noticed that he had hit her right on the nose, and a kiss was not so important to Cordelia, but he could not believe it. She asked him if the hairpin he had just given her suited her. Ryuto responded without hesitation that it suited her very well. Then he suggested that she go back, since they had bought everything they needed and hadn't forgotten anything. She thought about it and said she wanted an appetizer. They then bought a snack with honey, which she had never tried. This girl will also say in the future that she has a separate stomach for sweets. When he came to the forest, Ryuto was looking for a strange old man who was somewhere far from the village, and he came here to see him. It definitely grows, but either way, it only improves magic and mana, and that makes no sense. When he knocked on the door, it opened slowly. He urgently needed a teacher, but there was an old man sitting in the room who asked who he was. When he took out the container, the old man immediately told him to get out, because he was not going to teach anyone and he did not accept students. But Ryuto did not come empty-handed, pouring the liquid from the container into a glass. And he drank it. When the old man asked him if he was trying to be funny, he replied that he was not, and asked him if he had any water, and called him by name, Bernard. Bernard of Arbasta, once called the strongest swordsman in the kingdom, but now it is his story that matters. He was born a peasant, grew up and married in the village. They were poor, but they had a happy life. The incident occurred 3 years after the birth of his last daughter. He stood and looked at the giant monster that was eating someone. After a while, he spat out the small shoe right at Bernard's feet. He lost everything and disappeared from the village. Decades later, he appeared at the city swordsmanship competition. After the competition, he joined the victorious knightly order and became the next captain of the knightly order, and put his heart and soul into destroying the orcs, for which he was nicknamed the Orc Slayer. Bernard asked that since he knew so much, he probably understood what happened, which is why he couldn't teach him. Then Ryuto took out another oddly shaped flask from his backpack. Bernard was shocked when he saw this flask. It was the only medicine that could save his life. He asked where Ryuto got so much money to buy the medicine. Ryuto then revealed his status and allowed others to see it. He added that he made money through treatment, but it was his secret. Looking at the dirty numbers on his status, Bernard asked if he was a demon or if it was a divine gift, because his magic level was 1923 and his mana was 10,420. But Ryuto replied that he was a completely simple peasant, just like him. Bernard then smirked when he heard this. He asked why a peasant, whose mana was superior, was begging to become his disciple. If he wanted to learn magic, he could go to the Royal or even the Imperial Magic Academy. Ryuto is a peasant. No matter how much he wants to, he won't be able to use higher level magic. He needs to become stronger, and immediately apologized for not being able to tell him everything. However, he noted that he would be very disappointed if he died. So Bernard stood up and asked him to wait a minute, and he went into the hidden room. He placed this medicine on the altar, next to other things, mostly toys, flowers, and those same children's shoes, and he prayed at this altar. It was an altar dedicated to his family. Then he took out his knife. And when he came out to Ryuto, he saw that Bernard had shaved, and asked if he was as handsome as before. It had been 6 years since he started studying with Bernard. He was already 12 years old, and roughly speaking, it was about 72 months since the beginning of his training. In a week, a gang of goblins will raid the village. Cordelia will take the fight, but will be defeated several times and face defeat. However, after all this, the dragon will randomly appear and kill the skills. And all this happened in the past life. He decided to leave the village for a while. This time he will come to the lair and see the dragon first, because there is something he needs to take care of. But as he thought, the first main thing is different, he slapped the person who approached him. They wanted to give him a morning kiss, wishing him good morning. It was his mother. He grabbed her by the shoulders and asked her to calm down and listen. He asked her to stop kissing him in the morning, because he is already 12 years old, and her morning kiss was good only until he was 6. His mother was shocked by these words, but then she said that he was right. Suddenly, she tried to hug and kiss him again, but he stopped her. Then she ran out of the house with tears in her eyes. Ryuto actually liked them, but he needed to start weaning himself off the family nest. There are 7 days left until the goblin raid, so he will ride the dragon and leave the village, and his medicine should be enough. 7 years ago, Bernard asked him if his goal was to learn the steel body skill. Steel body is a strengthening skill, but it is very different from the physical ability enhancement he has. Physical ability increase is a skill that multiplies all the basic stats. For peasant jobs, this skill is an advantage compared to steel body, which increases the basic stats. Physical ability increase is something to thank when the basic stats are very low. However, the steel body skill is a prerequisite for learning the physical ability enhancement skill. Ryuto understood everything but asked him to come closer, and he said that he could already use physical ability enhancement, which made Bernard a little surprised. He wanted to know how he managed to increase his stats so much. Ryuto replied that anyone can increase them if they are not afraid of pain. The demonic gate is the same. It turns out he knows about forbidden skills too. Demonic gate can actually open the gates where demons live. When Bernard asked how he knew about the forbidden skill, he replied that he died in an accident and saw it. Steel body and physical ability enhancement are skills that are cancelled when the user runs out of mana, but Demon Gate eats the user's souls until it is cancelled. They started fighting. Bernard asked if Ryuto knew that if he exhausted his mana and brought himself to half death, and did he still want to learn even now. Ryuto asked who he was talking to since he himself had over 10,000 mana, and punched back, but Bernard caught his fist. If that was true, he could make full use of the Demon Gate. He promised him to make him strong. Clenching his fist, Ryuto confirmed that he would definitely become strong. He had done everything he could for these 12 years, and now there was only 1 week left. On the first day of the 4th month, Cordelia was told that they would entrust her to the Order of a Knight the following month. During these 2 years in the Knight's Order, she will easily gain practical combat experience and become a knight at the age of 12. Although this was an easy combat experience, It was only in words. She should be thrown into the royal order as a squire. But due to connections, she will be the most respected in the team, and she will be thrown into battle. Although she shuddered at the thought of fighting, she quickly told herself that a hero should not fear battle. She realized that she would be taking the lives of others. Suddenly, Cordelia's mother grabbed her hand and asked if she was afraid. This will be her first and last request. She thinks it is unfair, even though they receive financial support from other countries. Suddenly, her father asked her if she was afraid, because for a hero, this is the stupidest thing one can do. After all, Cordelia was awarded the title of hero by the Oracle himself. At that moment, the mother immediately jumped away from Cordelia, afraid of her father. Seeing her mother scared, she pressed her lips together but said that she was not afraid of it. But in her mind, she wished she had not accepted this gift from the Oracle. Then she excused herself and decided to go to her room. The father wanted to walk her to her room and asked if she was well. She told him that she was fine and that he shouldn't worry, but she held her hand out straight towards him, and a moment later she attacked her father with a powerful blow. It was her devastation magic, which she still had trouble controlling. In fact, she didn't want to do this, and looking at her father, who was breathing with difficulty, she saw the looks of her relatives filled with fear. She ran away from home because she didn't understand what this power was, what a hero even meant. She could no longer understand anything and wanted help. Today was the flower festival. The city square was decorated with flowers to celebrate the arrival of spring. The streets were filled with food and drink vendors. But this year, the festival was canceled. They don't know the reason why the flowers don't grow. Suddenly, someone called Cordelia from behind as she sat on the bench. It was Ryuto who wanted to show her something. It was a bad flower festival, Cordelia agreed with him. So he invited her to go with him, but she suggested that she change at his house first. He gave her a dress that his mother made. Even though they were the same age, Ryuto seemed like an adult, as if her childhood friend was an older brother. His back used to seem bigger, but she knows that the paths they take will be very different, although they were always together from that moment on. What is it like to fight with animals? This world is cruel and merciless, but the world is beautiful. She was scared to think about it and wondered if it was wrong, but Ryuto replied that it was not strange or wrong, even though she was a hero. He added that if she didn't like it, she didn't have to do it, because she shouldn't have to bear such a burden. So he suggested that they run away together, where no one knows she's a hero. Even if two children run away from the village, they won't be able to survive, but if she agrees, then maybe everything will work out. She was about to agree with him when suddenly they finally arrived at their destination. They came to a large flower garden, which was filled with flowers. It was a cherry blossom tree. Ryuto had bought seedlings for them about 6 years ago, and it was the first time she saw these flowers. When she asked what this place was, Ryuto replied that he made this place himself, and asked if everything was okay. She was surprised that he made this place himself. Ryuto knew that she really liked flowers, and he did it for her. Cordelia clutched her heart, blushing deeply with emotion. She couldn't understand what it was, but the feeling, and then she understood. She received the power, but she is not the only one who has it. Ryuto, as a farmer, has the power of growing crops. Everyone is assigned a role, and it's all very simple. Her fighting strength, her heroic strength, gave her a new purpose, to protect her friends from enemies, so Cordelia thanked him for that. But she noticed that the flowers were too wonderful, and asked how long it took. He answered that it took about 7 years of his life. Here you can start slowly, and with the basics. Cordelia said that people said that flowers would not grow this year. Then he said that a great disaster might happen. He said he had a premonition that the Earth Spirit's form was distorted, or maybe he made it up, because she still didn't understand anything. But Cordelia replied that she understood everything, and no matter what happened, he would protect him, because she was a hero. That day, only he could stand there and watch her cry. 2 years later, Cordelia was standing on the path when a gang of goblins appeared. In the village where he and she grew up, no matter what happened, it was her way, and she is powerless to escape her fate. Ryuto was running away from monsters in the village. It was a crowd of goblins that were chasing him. Suddenly, he tripped, and at that moment the goblins jumped on him, but they were killed by Cordelia, who came to the rescue. She asked him if he was alive as she turned to face him. When he looked at her, he saw a goblin rise up behind her and swing his dagger. But Cordelia did not lose her vigilance and blocked his blow with her sword. She's here because she's going to clean up this place. Ryuto deliberately delayed his escape. He must do everything possible to ensure that the events of the previous reincarnation are repeated. If he resorts to force to defeat the goblin army, history will change and the red dragon will not appear, thus preventing him from entering its lair. It was black magic that left a rotting, incurable scar on Cordelia's arm. He was curious why she wore long sleeves all summer. But everything was fine, and she won't die from it. He wondered why he wanted to become stronger. Is it really to become a hero or to be in a group of heroes? But that wasn't what he wanted. Why does he silently sharpen his fangs, if not for moments like these? He asked himself. McLean Ryuto, no, he was Ijima Ryuto. He killed the goblin using the skills Physical Ability Enhancement, Steel Body, and Demonic Gate. In the end, he actually did it. The goblins were enraged, but Ryuto easily defeated their huge crowd with just his bare hands. Blood was running down his hands, and the goblins were now hesitant to continue attacking. He felt quite a sharp pain, even though he had fortitude active. Then he remembered that this was a child's body, just like Cordelia's. They will make her a hero, sacrifice her and lay her down, taking it on her soul. So he turned to her and asked her to leave the rest of the goblins. To him, she was surprised that he was fighting. He was a peasant who should run away. But Ryuto said that he is actually the strongest peasant in the world. The people hiding in the houses noticed that Ryuto from the McLean house was fighting at that place. And the mother who was praying behind heard it. She took up a pitchfork and rushed into battle to help her son. But other people held her back. Her father grabbed her by the neck and held her until she calmed down. Then he asked to look out the window. He realized that Ryuto had been doing something secretly all this time, and he tried to figure out what the purpose of all this was. Ryuto killed the goblins without any problems, but the weapons he used were too fragile. Suddenly he was hit and flew into the barn of one of the residents. As the goblins ran towards the barn, a pitchfork suddenly flew out and stuck itself into one of the goblins. As expected of the village chief by the tool, he thought it would be nice to have one at home as he picked up the sharp scythe. He cut through the goblins with great speed as he charged forward. Goblin archers started shooting at him. He then activated his crop farming skill, and the ground grew out from under his feet, but it seems he can't use it for anything other than its intended purpose. Ahead he saw the goblin boss, who was wearing armor. He swung and hit Ryuto with his weapon. This boss was fast and powerful enough to give Ryuto a hard time. While he was flying, the boss managed to catch up with him in flight and deliver another blow. But suddenly, he stuck another pitchfork right into his neck. The boss fell to his knees, and then Ryuto called out to him. He threw a heavy axe at him, which pierced and remained in his head. When the boss was defeated, the other goblins began to doubt, but at that moment, a huge paw stepped on them. It was the dragon who said that the oracle had predicted what had just happened, a time of danger for the small creatures, and he asked what had happened here. Ryuto then told him to read his mind, because it would be faster that way. He learned that the boy had received his promise, and he could not refuse him, and would return him to the dragon's lair. Ryuto laughed because he said it word for word, but dragons never lie, which means he can force him to take him for a ride. Cordelia asked him where he was going. He told her that he was going to the dragon's lair and would return only after 5 years. She then asked why he was going there. Cordelia is a hero, even though he is stronger now. She is able to catch up and defeat him within a year. It turns out that he will become as strong as the monster, he helps the hero, although he himself is a peasant, and he will finally leave the village for several years. But this was what Ryuto had to do. Normal people couldn't compare to someone like her. Suddenly, Cordelia shouted that of course she could. The peasant was stronger than the hero. He did all this while she didn't know, and he trained like crazy while no one knew, and she asked him why he was comparing himself to himself. Can't she protect him? Can he be serious and fight so much? He won't be able to see him for a few years, and she hates it. Then Ryuto suddenly hugged her, causing Cordelia to calm down for a second. He promised her that he would definitely come back, so he mounted the dragon and said goodbye to her. She told him that he was just making decisions based on his own whims and called him an idiot. Even when he came back, she wouldn't listen to him. In order to fulfill his promise to Cordelia, he will become stronger and will definitely return. And he finally flew into the dragon's lair. The dragon's lair is located in the middle of the continent, deep within the Great Forest, in an unknown territory. In the lair, all the dragons take on human form, and it seems that they do this to make it easier for them to build buildings and make clothes. However, the Dragon King's library is surprisingly huge. The girl said that she chooses the one who came the day before. Ryuto said that he wanted to meet the Dragon King, and the old man next to him told him to add the title Lord. This old man with the awesome hairdo is the human embodiment of the same red dragon that brought him here. Ryuto demanded to meet the Dragon King because this place was a reception room. When she said that the Dragon King, among all the races of the Holy Naga, would only meet those who were chosen. Then he told her that she didn't understand it either, and asked her to do something about it, when suddenly she muttered something. She said her name was Lilith, the name her parents gave her. Then he apologized for not addressing her by her name. Looking at him, she realized that he was already 12 years old. The dragon race only accepts children who are not yet 12. Usually he will not be allowed to live here. It is either an abomination or a miracle. And he still hasn't paid for the bracelets she showed on her hand. They react to his status and show from 1 to 5 gold rings, depending on the rank. People who live in the lair are obliged to wear them. So to meet the Dragon Lord, your mana and health must be higher than normal. He asked why she said that earlier and told her to look at his status card. When she saw his status, she immediately allowed him to meet with the Dragon King, which shocked the Red Dragon. He asked the librarian what she was talking about and took the status card to look at it, and saw his mana was 12,050 and his magic was 2,154. Then he asked that he was a monster at all, but Ryuto asked why he was so surprised, since he had read his thoughts. The old man thought it was strange that he had a magical barrier, and thought that even for the Lord King, it would be hard to read his thoughts completely. In other words, it was very hard to use mind magic against him, which was very useful for him. This saves him from the trouble of choosing an ability that protects against abnormal conditions. Then they left, and Ryuto thanked Lilith for her help. Already at the king's, they were sitting on their knees. He allowed the man to raise his head. When he found out that he was reborn, he understood everything, because it could not be otherwise, that a child with such a status would not be reborn. He asked if there were other reincarnated people. The king replied that it was his friend from the past, and if it was Ryuto, he would surely understand his sense of style. Ryuto complimented him, and the king said that these clothes were avant-garde in this world and were very rare. He said that he thought so too, and asked where he got it. The king replied that it was just encountered along the way one day, just like Ryuto himself. And maybe he has 5 suitcases for traveling, all of them by accident, and the old man didn't understand what was being discussed. Ryuto said that they could travel everywhere just like him, and apologized for being blunt. The king replied that he was giving permission to read all the books located in the Dragon King's library. The old man who accompanied Ryuto then said that if he did something crazy in this library, he would not be able to bear such a burden. The king then transferred the guardianship of Ryuto from him of the Red Dragon race to himself. Anyone who has 5 gold rings on their bracelet has the same rights as the dragon race, or they can make that person part of the dragon race through an official ceremony. When Ryuto asked what it meant, the old man replied that it was a special treatment that had not been used until now. Instead of judging him for his sin, they completely accept him as one of the dragons. That was what the Lord King said. Then the king remembered that he had not given permission to raise the old man's head. He instantly hit his head on the floor, admitting his humiliation. He was deceived by his carelessness. But he really is a Dragon King, and it seems like he can make Ryuto disappear in an instant if he wants to. But even so, he was not going to change his usual speech. So he asked why he addressed him in a special way. The king replied that there were 2 reasons for this. The first is his status. He is distorted. His mana alone is greater than the king's mana, so he is obliged to respect it. It was also simple. It means showing respect to the strong. Anyway, this is his second try in this world, he asked. Ryuto replied that it was indeed so, but wondered why he was saying it as if it was important. This is where the second reason for his special treatment of him appears. He asked if he could comprehend this and said, "Your actions are leading this world to destruction." When Ryuto heard this, he was surprised. The king realized that his gears were starting to turn, and he was beginning to realize that the princess he was protecting was the one. Only one of the 4 Oracle heroes in this world and era, the most important people who will protect the world from the great calamity. To destroy the darkness of despair with the swords of hope, that is the duty of heroes. The king asked if heroes were not supposed to be the strongest great men who protect the weak by driving out demons. Then Ryuto asked what was the matter. The Dragon King asked him what would happen if the peasant protected the hero. From the moment he repelled the goblins, history went down a path of madness. She had to take a few wounds to protect him, gaining the advantage from it, more importantly, without relying on her position as a hero. She would push herself to the limits to become stronger. And he asked if Ryuto didn't have the same feeling right now. He spoke of the feeling of wanting to become stronger to protect those dear to him. Stronger than anything. A 15-year-old girl was hailed as a dragon slayer, even for a hero. Ryuto thinks that someone could get there on a whim or out of bravery. The goblin raid was the incident that should have awakened her, but he took care of that. The subject of the rescue saved the rescuer, and thus made the series of incidents insignificant. And this was the fate predetermined for this world. But now they were faced with a dubious transition to another path. Dragon Slayer is the name of a hero who has devoted his entire life to the effort of preparing for an adventure. Although the Dragon King cannot foresee everything, and he does not know what form the great disaster will take. However, he will say only one thing: the world has rolled into destruction, and so on. But Ryuto is the first human child. He was a little disappointed, but it was not unreasonable, since his actions were on the scale of changing the world. Ryuto lowered his head and asked if Cordelia wouldn't be around for as long as the hero. This time, she is unable to defeat the evil dragon again and ends up dying, and so she just needs to become stronger, Ryuto said. With a smirk on his face, he slapped his chest and added that he would take the path of the strong, stronger than the Dragon Slayer and even the hero, and so the peasant will tame the evil dragon. Ryuto actually plans to become her mark and take on all this burden, so it's okay for a hero to be weak like her. Then the Dragon King realized that he will be a heroic protector no matter what. So he hurried him and asked him to pass on the Dragon King's divine protection. Suddenly, the king grabbed his head, and he asked him if he had gotten too carried away for a human being. But Ryuto didn't back down and said that the dragon path was much more effective, so he would sell his soul to the demons, or the dragon path. When he asked if Ryuto understood what he was talking about when he mentioned the demon path, he replied that it was exactly like that. Otherwise, he wouldn't want it, which is why he bows his head to the king, even if it's only in passing. The old man, listening and watching this, really wanted to go home. The Dragon King asked if he thought he would allow someone who was bound to a contract with a demon to live, so he was going to listen to his last request if he had one. Then Ryuto asked him if he liked this type of game. A second later, the king immediately softened and patted him on the shoulder, laughing, and confirmed that people like him were his favorite. And when they shook hands, something happened to Ryuto. This was the divine protection of the Dragon King. It practically suppressed the peasant's primary factors in relation to leveling up. With this, he will be able to level up without any restrictions. However, he was unlucky that in this world there was an express accumulation prohibition system. In another world different from the game, the way to gain express was to obtain the opponent's life force and use physical or magical ability enhancements. However, he always remained at level 1 until now. All of his stats were improved due to labor points. In addition, the profession is a level of growth controlled by the curse of God. For example, when the level increases, the hero's attack increases by 10 units, when the peasant's only by 3. What this fixes is the title Divine Protection of the Dragon King. It rewrites the growth limit of the peasant to one of the dragon path. Dragoon, it cannot surpass the hero profession, but the growth rate of the class is much higher, along with the sages. Ryuto will level up and become stronger from now on. The king then checked the watch on his wrist and said that time was running out and asked if he needed anything else. But that was all Ryuto wanted. Then the king asked what he was going to do after this. Ryuto replied that he would work hard to level up faster. 2 days had passed since the goblin attack, after which the government quickly sent out several researchers to count the damage. The authorized miracle officers carefully wrote down all the words of the peasants. There were no eyewitnesses. They established a law of silence and destroyed all information about Ryuto's birth. They probably reported that it was the result of the hero's efforts. People only asked to explain that it was a clouding of memory due to the overtaking chaos. When Cordelia saw Ryuto's parents, she ran up to them, and then she apologized, bowing low. She couldn't express herself properly, but she said that Ryuto went to the dragon's lair, as she believed, because of him. Because of her, he did something crazy and put his life on the path. But her father told her not to worry. After all, Ryuto went on a journey of his own free will, and guys have to be cool in front of girls. He also said, "Your dear son is going to travel," said Ryuto's mother. "They will protect the place where he can return. That's why everything is okay," they told Cordelia. In the forest on the outskirts of the dragon's lair, in the underground labyrinth, the first trial in the Rite of Trials, Ryuto was running away from the giant minotaur monster because he could not defeat him. When he walked out the door, he sat down to rest, because the trial monsters cannot leave the room. His expedition had been planned for several months, and there was one problem. Lilith leaned towards him and asked what he would do and if he would give up. After all, the trial rite is impassable for a first-level peasant. Hours earlier, in the Dragon King's library, Lilith saw evidence of a struggle on Ryuto. He said that there were some low-level guys, even among the Dragon King. Then he approached her because he heard that Lilith was going to leave the dragon's lair tomorrow and asked if it was true. She didn't answer, which meant it was true. When Ryuto asked if it was because of him, she replied that it wasn't really because she didn't have a protector. This was what the Red Dragon and the Dragon King said. The only condition for people to live in the dragon's lair is the existence of a dragon watching over them. The Earth Dragon that took care of Lilith is very strong and kind. Only a month ago he got old. He understands that people without protectors must leave the lair, but it is cruel to force a child to do such a thing. And Lilith is the man with the 3 golden rings, and he asked if they could do something. Then, a little hesitantly, she showed the tattoo near her neck, on her collarbone. This was the worst-case scenario. This tattoo, the slave mark, as the name suggests, is given to slaves. The mark of a slave is a symbol of weakness, a hard-won coexistence in a dragon society where power is absolute. And the slave mark is an ability that completely brainwashes. Basically, a type of curse that cannot be undone or erased, making one unable to go against the established rules. Before Lilith came here, she was already a slave. Before reaching the age of recognition, even now she is still a child, and still can't do anything. Ryuto realizes what will happen to Lilith if she were to return to the outside world now. She said that everything was fine, she had a name, Lilith, given to her by her father. With this name, she can continue to live anywhere. Then Ryuto decided to speak directly. Since they were the same age, he took out a bag from his pocket, and he told her to start preparing for her journey, because they were going underground. Although he challenged the dungeon in a fit of anger, it all ended the same way. He is a human, but became a D-ranked dragon citizen, and the requirement to become a guardian is to be a mature dragon. And the requirement to become a guardian is to be a mature dragon. That's why he went through all these formalities to become an adult dragon, namely the rite of trials to become the guardian of Lilith. Lilith realizes that he is the strongest level 1 peasant, and she is glad that he is trying to help her. But she asked him to stop risking his life. She made her decision. But before she could say anything about what they do with slaves who are expelled from the dragon's lair, Ryuto shut her up by hitting the wall with his fist. He told her not to rush into becoming a slave again. She would be in trouble if he died senselessly because of her. He still had time to retreat now and take the test after he levels up. But that wasn't the solution, Ryuto told her. If he leaves her here, he won't be able to become a replacement for the hero. He's doing this for himself, so she doesn't need to take it into her head. Suddenly, he looked at the crack he had made in the wall. The dirt wall, according to his previous information, should be quite fragile, and if that was true, he would be able to dig right through it. So he wanted to ask Lilith to collect as many bracelets as he could find in this forest. Ryuto told her to collect freshly cut branches, but she didn't understand what they were for. When she came to him, he said that the preparations were finally complete. Lilith saw some firewood nearby and didn't understand when he managed to collect it. Ryuto held the branch in his hands as he walked. If he used the ability cultivate crops even on a damp log, it would dry out and become a great log. He learned the information about the trials with the Ancestor's Wisdom ability. The Gatekeeper Minotaur is a familiar summoned by dragons. They have conditions such as the inability to leave the location and much more. If you throw logs through holes in the walls and then set them on fire with fire and air magic, and after 10 hours open the door, then the Minotaur will die from poisoning, and all because carbon monoxide will eventually form. Thus they will defeat the Gatekeeper. He had risen as he had finished with the Keeper, so it was time for the next test. The second test was the Steel Golem. The place looks the same as it was said. He is small, with high maneuverability and defense. With his attack, he will not be able to harm him with a sword, and also the Guardian can chase them outside the location this time. Then he decided to get a folding shovel, the opening of which made Lilith shudder in surprise. She asked what he was doing. Ryuto replied that he was digging a hole. This will take some time, so you can even take a nap. But she said they couldn't do that. They had already spent a lot of time on the first trial, the dungeon, and they wouldn't be able to finish the lower floors even after half a day. Ryuto then asked why they had to complete the dungeon on time. They are in the dungeon now, Lilith nodded to him in response. And when he asked if anyone would come here to drive them away, she replied that no one would come. He then asked again if they should finish on time, but Lilith still answered that it was necessary, because the dragon's promise is unbreakable. Ryuto told her not to worry about the time they would spend in the dungeon. Even though Lilith thought it was true, if they continued to act so casually, she would get angry. Then Ryuto told her to be angry as much as she wanted. When she heard these words, she first thought and then growled like a beast, feigning anger. She began to burn with shame, and Ryuto realized that she was doing a bad job of what she said. He understands what a great man her previous protector was. Ryuto absolutely cannot allow such a cutie to remain alone in this world. It had been a full 15 hours since they had dug the hole, and now they had decided to do everything. As planned, he activated the abilities of the steel body, the path of the demon, and the increase in physical abilities, and ran to distract the steel golem. He ran out of the room and drove him into the very hole he was digging, and of course he fell. Then some liquid was poured on it. Everything went according to plan. For an iron doll without an ounce of intelligence, everything was final. This hole was all in oil. And that was enough to ensure that there was no chance of getting out. This test is meant to train dragons against dumb and strong enemies, and the way to defeat one is to simply throw it into the pit. But Lilith still decided to ask if it was right to go through it this way. So Ryuto reminded her of his ability called Wisdom, and what he knows is that there is something better waiting for them ahead. It was a bonus level that contained goblins. When he saw the two of them, they ran away in fear and hid behind the columns. It was a goblin breeding ground, or a feeding place for familiars outside of trials. There are many summoned familiars in the dungeon for testing. Of course, they need a place to feed and grow, and this is life being prepared to be eaten. This is all really hard. Their lives are cut short for the convenience of others. He was exactly the same before, so he gets it, then he starts killing goblins. And in the end, he killed everyone he could. As a result, his level rose from 12 to 38, and his level increased accordingly. When they went forward, he saw something. This was the third test. Whale catfish. He thought it was some kind of huge island, but this guy was slimy, and there was nothing he could do about him, except they needed to get some water so he could wash off the goblin blood. So he started walking towards this island. Lilith got a little worried about it, but Ryuto told her not to worry, as he was ready for anything with wisdom, and the whale catfish should be in hibernation. Suddenly something grabbed him, wrapped itself around his neck, and pulled him under the water. He couldn't understand why he was moving if he was in hibernation, as if it was an illusion. Then he saw another whale catfish at the bottom. The catfish made a very angry face when he realized that he had managed to catch the child, but Ryuto stabbed him in the forehead with a dagger so that he wouldn't underestimate him. If he is big, he will be able to fight him. He still has air, and that was because he had more health after leveling up. He wondered if it was a baby catfish, or if he had broken his hibernation, or had even woken up earlier. This will be a lesson not to rely on old literature. Suddenly, someone grabbed him again. This time it was his parent, who had woken up. He wondered why it had awakened from hibernation. The options were the smell of blood and the killing of the cub, but he urgently needed to come up with a way to escape as quickly as possible. The magic didn't work, and then he remembered how he had drowned in the same way because of Moses in his past life. Suddenly he was struck by electricity, which also affected the monster and created a strong flash. Lilith pulled him out from under the water as he finally coughed up the fluid from his lungs. She said that with his magic level, she bet that he would be able to withstand that electric shock, so she went all out. She has 3 gold bracelets after all. Ryuto asked why she didn't run away, since she promised him when she entered the labyrinth that she would run away if he got into trouble. Suddenly she slapped him and asked him not to make fun of her. How could she just stand there and do nothing, knowing that Ryuto was in trouble? And she told him with tears in her eyes not to take everything on his shoulders. Don't waste your life and don't save it on your own whim. She asked him what she would do if he died because of her. Ryuto then took her hand and placed his other palm on her cheek, telling her to do everything they could to survive. And he asked if this was enough. Lilith smiled and nodded to him. The fourth trial is the Corridor of the Undead, which is more of a labyrinth complex with high-level undead rather than a corridor. There is no water here, and the only way to replenish supplies is to return back to the previous point, to the underground lake. Even if the test takes several weeks, it can be completed in 20 minutes. The rule of all labyrinths is that if you notice the engraved mark and change it according to the rule, you can quickly pass the labyrinth. This is a test of knowledge of ancient writings and recognition of drawings. They had escaped from every trial, and Lilith didn't think they could defeat the Guardians at levels as deep as this, Ryuto agreed, if they continued to go down. After all, below was the 5th test, the nest of the lower fire dragons. Although lesser fire dragons have less brains than a house lizard, they are just as dangerous in combat as normal dragons. That's why Lilith said that you need to gain more experience in the early levels, But it wasn't just more, it was necessary to collect everything from the upper and lower levels. But first, he suggested taking a rest by digging a hole in the wall. Lilith was about to object when he suddenly grabbed her by the shoulders and lifted her up in his arms. He told her not to force herself. After all, she had used all her mana against the whale catfish. It was safe here, and the preparation would take half a day regardless of their choice, so it was time to rest now. Then Lilith slowly closed her eyes, giving in to sleep. She began to dream about the cart she was riding in, when suddenly the cart flipped over on its side. It was the fault of the robbers who attacked them. But before he could harm Lilith, giant claws suddenly wrapped around him. They crushed the robber right before Lilith's eyes, and she saw him, a beautiful, huge creature that she began to be drawn to. In human form, the dragon sat and read books, when he noticed that Lilith, whom he had sheltered, was spying on him, and then they began to study books together through the years. And so, the moment came when the dragon became completely old and weak. Unfortunately, he died, and Lilith was taken to another place. At that moment, she woke up with tears in her eyes. She did not understand how long she had slept, and then she heard some sounds and light. When she arrived at the spring, she saw Ryuto, who was covered in blood and doing something. He said it was all due to overusing magic. It was tolerable with his skill, but it keeps draining his health as passive damage. But he will be cured with restoration magic after he finishes what he wants to do, which is set fire. It turns out he had been doing this all this time, but then she began to dissuade him, because this was not a way out. Because even the dragon's breath would not be able to bring him down if it was fired continuously, and even more so with his life magic. But Ryuto said that she was wrong, because there was no point in arguing if it could be done. And he had to do it. It caught fire, and suddenly there was a flash. The fire began to spread very quickly, and all because Ryuto's roots were connected to the entire frame. These roots grew quickly if he added warmth and nutrition. In addition, if he used his ability, he would increase the growth rate. The incomprehensible power of plants, they can form cracks and destroy strong structures, and if you add fire and wind into these cracks, then a very big fire will break out in an instant. His level began to rise very quickly. Just like a wizard needs extensive knowledge of magic to kill an enemy with one enemy, in this way he earned much more experience by hitting the enemy with his magic. The underground labyrinth was the holy city of the dragon people, and the cost of repairing and reconstructing the place would be astronomically huge. But Ryuto had no intention of paying for it all. He seemed to care about those who had rejected Lilith, and asked if there was any point in becoming a dragon guard now. Lilith was shocked by his words, but she couldn't help but laugh loudly at his words. She was amazed by him, and he exceeded all her expectations. She could do nothing but laugh. That was the end. Ryuto passed 80 levels with this. And he activated the ability to grow crops, causing the fire to flare up even more. When it was all over, he suggested going back upstairs. He prepared his equipment to deal finishing blows to the whale catfish and the armed golem. They were at the first trial of the Minotaur, and Ryuto was holding a huge axe in his hands. He started waving it, and even threw it up so he could catch it without any problems. The axe was damn easy, and all because of the level up effect. If that's the reason, then this needs to be repeated again. In the second test of the armed golem, he grabbed the golem with a hook and pulled it out of the pit. After killing him, Ryuto finally reached level 100. After reaching this level, he gains the ability that differentiates an expert from a normal one, the Master of the Profession ability. The ability is weak compared to a magic attack, a low-level ability, but it is a great ability for a peasant. Who knows what someone like Ryuto with around 20,000 mana would be capable of? He really wanted to find out, so he asked Lilith to wait there for a few seconds. In the third trial of the whale catfish, he activated a new skill, Peasant's Fury. Lilith was sitting in the back and heard a loud explosion, and when she looked out from the axe, then she was accidentally scared by Ryuto, who had already finished with the catfish. As Ryuto said, the experiment was an incredible success. But it will be hard to use this in a real fight, because the mana drain is really impressive. With that, he fell into Lilith's arms. He ended up falling asleep instantly while Lilith was holding him. She sat up and placed him on her lap. There was only one test left. The final test is the decisive battle with the zombie dragon. A zombie dragon is not much different from a dragon before death. Their souls are retained in their bodies by secret dragon arts after death. All the skills they possessed are sealed, and their status changes from dying to undead. He can't become a guardian in his weakened state, even if he is undead. The real purpose of this test is to pay tribute to the change of generation. Old dragons who become zombies pass on their skills to the victorious younger generation, In this ritual, through this ritual, zombies with high divinity can become dragon gods and ascend. Young dragons can become stronger by learning skills and become mature dragons. Those who have passed the test receive the Divine Dragon Blessing skill. This skill increases the gunpowder of all enhancements by almost 1.5 times. It cannot be compared with the skill of a level 100 hero, but in order to make a breakthrough to the level of heroes, he wants to get this skill at any cost. They finally went down to the end and saw an altar in a large, spacious room. It was Lilith's father, who stood and waited humbly. That's how it happened. So Ryuto pushed Lilith back and walked forward. The Earth Dragon died about a month ago. There was no sign of anyone going through the testing ritual. During that time, after going through the testing ritual, it takes at least a month to restore the labyrinth to its original state. This ritual is definitely the funeral of Lilith's father, the Earth Dragon who is the current guardian. The dragon tried to hit him, but he was able to jump up. Then the dragon began to shoot large shards of earth at him, and Ryuto only jumped away from them, slowly approaching the dragon. Suddenly a huge sledgehammer was aimed at him, which sent him straight to the ground. The dragon had already begun to approach him. How suddenly the dragon was immobilized by roots thanks to the cultivation of agricultural crops. The roots quickly grew and completely surrounded the dragon's body, but with a loud roar the dragon broke all the bonds made by Ryuto. This didn't even slow him down, as he suddenly noticed that the seeds began to grow. Because of this, the dragon also figured out how to start removing them, and they began to grow because he pumped them with too much mana. He hit Ryuto with his paw, causing him to fly straight into the wall. He was very strong. Ryuto began to dodge the dragon's attacks. While pulling out his hook, he wrapped the hook around the axe and began to spin. Even if he is strong, it doesn't look like Ryuto can fight them. He began to hit him multiple times. Ryuto understood a little about why the dragons considered the battle sacred. They wanted to test his strength to surpass his former self. This dragon was too strong when he slammed him into the ceiling. But it was a lot of fun for Ryuto. He used Steel Body and Demon Gate. Jumping onto the axe, he jumped straight down from it. Ryuto has always only used physical ability enhancement. Even if he uses all his skills, he will not be able to match the dragon, but by using 2 enhancing abilities at the same time, he can even exceed the dragon's expectations. Activating Peasant's Fury, he wanted to hit him with all his strength. So he landed right on the dragon's carcass, causing massive damage to it. When he was already lying covered in blood and not moving, Ryuto took the axe and was about to finish him off by swinging it. But then he managed to notice something behind him. So he stuck his axe into the ground, not reaching the weakened dragon. When Lilith asked him why he stopped, he replied that he couldn't do it. While she was making that face, Lilith was crying, looking at him. When she realized this, she couldn't understand why she was crying. Father had already become a divine dragon, and that was good. She turned away from him. And all because she is human, even though she is used to the terms of dragons. The human part in her resists it, and nothing can be done about it. But even so, she will need to finish him off with her own hands, because she is the child of an earth dragon. As a dragon and a human, she must do what her father would want most, and finally accept that their family is broken. But she said that in that case, the divine dragon's blessing would go to her, not Ryuto. And he replied that there was no need to worry about it. And he told her to show her father what she could do. Gathering her courage, she walked over to him and lay down on him, closing her eyes. With tears in her eyes, she thanked her father for picking her up and taking care of her. With one move, she struck his body, and it began to crumble with a loud crack. Slowly and surely, he dissolved into thin air, until there was literally nothing left of him. To calm Lilith down, Ryuto walked up to her and hugged her. She asked him for permission to sit like this for a couple more minutes, and Ryuto didn't mind. He even allowed her to cry as much as she wanted. He hugged her like her father had in the past, placing his hand on her back and on her head. After a while, she finally calmed down and thanked him for this gesture. Even if he didn't get this skill, simply leveling up shouldn't be a problem. But suddenly, he saw in his status that he had the skill Divine Dragon Blessing, and he couldn't understand why he had this skill. Lilith didn't understand either, because she also received this skill. They looked at each other with incomprehension, but then Ryuto couldn't help but let out a small snort, and only after that he laughed loudly. He just knew something like this would happen. While he was laughing, Lilith asked him what was the matter. He apologized and said that her father seemed like a caring parent and an idiot. Giving him this ability was like asking Ryuto to take care of his daughter, and also lightly pushing her on the chest with his fist. He said that her father was with her, right at her heart. From these words, Lilith's eyes began to tear up again. When she asked what they would do once they returned to the surface, Ryuto replied that he would sit in the Dragon King's library, and after that travel the world, leveling up, collecting skills and equipment. He will become her protector and vouch for her so that she can do whatever she wants, such as continue working as a librarian. Or, he then suggested going on a trip with him. She happily agreed. More than 10 years ago, the Earth Dragon was beaten and was on the verge of death. His opponent was the evil dragon. Dragons fight, even if they know they can't win. The best reward for a dragon is to be defeated by someone stronger. But he didn't want that, he admitted to himself. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in some house in the guise of an old man. He began to check his body, gesturing with his hands and touching himself. A girl came up to him and made him tea, and suggested that they enjoy it together. The old man thanked her. At the table, he asked her why she saved him. But he asked not to misunderstand him. For 10 years he recovered in human form under her care. She even provided him with clothes and housing. He said that there was no need for this, the remains of the dragon were simply worth a lot, and the person who ignored this, he could not understand this. The old man hated him. He thought that he would still die in that place. It was a dishonor for a dragon to continue to live after defeat, but he lost even this feeling, and wondered what the meaning of these changes was. The girl asked him why she did this. At least her family lost their happiness in the pursuit of wealth. He asked her how her family was doing now, but wondered why he was listening to this man. It wouldn't make him stronger after all. It was a waste of time. But nevertheless, he apologized for touching on such a sensitive topic. But the girl was not against it, and was going to tell him her story. She told him that it was in a sanatorium and that she was sick. Her husband died 2 years ago. She was also from a noble family, but after the sudden death of her husband, she could no longer stand it and fell into the abyss of intrigues of the nobility. Moreover, she did not cope with her work, accumulated a lot of debts, and her family was divided. Now she settled all this, but lived alone and has no way to contact any of her relatives. She searched everywhere, but to no avail. People are weak creatures who feel better by showing their weaknesses to someone else. Even so, she said that she would get better and go on a journey to find her daughter. Suddenly, the old man said that her illness could not be cured, and he looked at her with a special eye. As it turned out, the rumors about the dragon reading minds were true. He apologized, because even in the secret arts of dragons, there is no one that could cure this plague. Dragons are creatures that quickly leave this world. She lied so as not to disturb him. This human emotion is called empathy. Most of this woman's heart is filled with love for her daughter. Although she faced death due to an incurable plague, she worries about her child. He wondered why she still cares about others. What is the difference between humans and dragons? Why is a mother's heart so strong and pure? Then he stood up and said that she had lied to him, and dragons hate lies. But the one who made her lie was him. Turning into a dragon, he said that he could not forgive himself, so he would fulfill her deepest wish. He would find and save her daughter in her place. So dragons repay their debts, and he flew away. The girl was about to say her daughter's name, but the dragon already knew that her name was Lilith, and he would definitely take care of her, so he wished her good luck on her journey. With tears in her eyes, she fell to her knees and entrusted everything to him. Several years later, he brought Lilith to a certain grave. It was the grave of his benefactor, so he wants Lilith to also pray for her happiness in the next life with him. He thanked her for saving him when she realized that there is no such thing as a knight in shining armor. A messenger came to Cordelia's family, and her father was delighted with the message, but her mother looked at Cordelia with an excited face. After a while, she was already wearing a military helmet and holding a sword in her hands. They knighted her, the people rejoiced, but the people had masks on their faces. And through the joyful masks, one could feel the contemptuous glances. She will become a hero. She will have to fight for everyone in this world. She was asked what she wanted. She wanted to protect everyone, but she was afraid of it. I was afraid of these devils, evil dragons, demon lords, and these smiles too. What were they hiding behind the expressions on their faces? She believed that she couldn't do it, even if she wanted to believe it. Ryuto was the one who said he would help her. No matter where she is or who her opponent is, he will rush in and tear apart all the enemies. So after making a pinky promise, he told her to be confident and do what she wants. These words made her very happy. This guy seemed strangely adult to her. In childhood, she was like a younger sister to him, and he was an older brother to her, but also, he was her knight in shining armor. But they were different. He was a peasant, and she was a hero herself. Their statuses, growth rates, and skills were all different. The gap between them was huge. Even though they were not against it, those around her did not recognize her and did not forgive her. But she was happy with it. It's okay if the hero is just protecting the villagers, protecting every life, and their smiles is her job. But this phenomenon happened on her 12th birthday. The peasant became stronger than the hero. His power was 50 to 100 steps behind her. Then, she didn't think he would be able to save her from anything. There's no such thing as a knight in shining armor, but there is a friend who will protect the world with her. The knights around Cordelia laughed loudly as they drank at the bar. She told the story again. She was a child then, and there is no way for a peasant to become stronger than a hero, one of the people said. Although thanks to him she escaped death, he asked for laughter in the studio. For her peasant in shining armor had gone on a journey with the dragon, and they asked her if he had not been so frightened that he had run away. Another told everyone to stop laughing at Lady Cordelia, and added that the stories were about young peasants who defeated the goblins. Despite this, even if the lady were to kill 100,000 goblins now, and gain experience from them, considering his growth rate, they would not be able to fight side by side. He was told that he was the one making fun of her the most right now, and the blonde apologized for accidentally embarrassing her. He simply added details to her words. The goblin incident was recorded and published 3 years ago to conclude that her magical power was out of control. And the boy named Ryuto died, and this death clouded and obscured her memories. This story is an illusion that she herself created, and if Ryuto was really here. But without finishing her thought, she slapped herself in the face to calm herself down. And she decided to go get some fresh air. The brunette joked with her that if she goes to pick flowers, then they are on the other side. But he was just drunk. Suddenly, they were both hit right on the head with fists. They were both told to stop fooling around. The only reason they are here deep in the forest drinking is because of the hero's ability, the sixth sense, so they should be grateful and respect it. Cordelia drank water from a small cup. She collected water from a barrel nearby. The target of this expedition is the sandworms. They received a direct order from the guarantor that the monsters here are too strong. All the knights in the order are great, and defeat the monsters easily without her help. But her heart was beating very hard, when suddenly someone called her. It was the leader of the squad. When he asked if something was going on, she nodded awkwardly. Then the leader of the squad shouted for all the fighters to pay attention to him. He gave the command to form a circle of 5 people per team, and to remain alert even if they did not see the enemy. There was only one enemy, but she had a very bad feeling about it, and she suggested that they all retreat. Therefore, the leader gave the order to everyone to retreat, and to begin to retreat back, maintaining formation. Suddenly his head was cut into several pieces. In an instant, their leader was killed and beheaded. The leader's body fell to the ground, and in the distance, someone began to laugh. And she said that it was impossible to escape from her, because she would not allow anyone to escape, and because she was going to kill them all, said the girl with the umbrella. It was the evil dragon Amantha. This appearance and aura, there is no mistake. Until now, she has been devouring young heroes, which means Cordelia is her target. But this was war, so she ordered the knights to surround her, because if everyone fought, they could cope. Suddenly, she noticed that the knights were standing still and were afraid. Amantha asked Cordelia if she was an idiot, and she asked why she thought she killed the squad leader first. The knights relied on her sixth sense. Everyone realized that the evil dragon was stronger than her when she allowed him to go behind their backs. Apart from her title as a hero, she is just a little girl. No one will listen to her orders. Suddenly, someone shouted to stay alert. It was an older man. He ordered them to form a wedge in groups of 3. Don't be afraid, because there is only one evil dragon here. If they fight well, they cannot be defeated. That day she swore that she would be the knight who would help the hero. The magicians began to conjure the wind, and it headed towards Amantha. Others activated the ability, 3x shield charge. But Amantha merely thrust her umbrella forward and repelled their attacks with great ease. Shields are a trick, a winning tactic that relies on one person to use a parry to seal the opponent's skills, and the other 2 to use a counterattack ability to prevent the opponent from dodging. But her attack wasn't sealed, causing them to be pierced through, but even so, one of them grabbed her. They then used the counterskill hammer to attack her. But Amantha dodged it with ease. She decapitated 2 in an instant and added another while she was in the air. Cordelia ran towards her, but Amantha kicked her in the head, causing her to hit the ground face down. She called them extremely fragile, because she stroked them so gently and they all broke. The knights stood in shock and began to run in different directions. She called it sweet that they still thought about running away. Then, with a snap of his fingers, a huge monster appeared from the bushes. He raised his club and began to kill all the knights one by one. Amantha lifted Cordelia's head, called her an orc killer, and made her watch as her orc friends wanted to thank her, so she took them with her and asked her what she would do. Then Cordelia saw her charges die at the hands of the orcs. Then Amantha threw her aside, saying that her friends had returned. When she looked up, she saw someone walking towards her. They were knights, but already resurrected from the dead. She ordered them to defile the hero, so they attacked her. Cordelia had to finish off her already dead but revived friends. She looked at Amantha with hatred in her eyes. She then quickly killed one of the orcs and ordered all the knights to calm down, because if they fought in cold blood, they would do it. But the knights began to run away in fear. Then they were killed by a very heavy energy bullet. Amantha asked how Cordelia was feeling. But she can certainly understand that the hero is incapable of organizing the most terrible knightly order. She attacked Cordelia with an energy bullet, but she managed to knock it into the ground. Amantha remarked that she was surprisingly good. Then she began to launch several of these projectiles at once, and Cordelia began to repel them all as best she could. But after a while, she got tired of doing this, and her hands could no longer rise. Amantha asked if she had given up already. Another energy projectile flew at her, which she dodged by jumping back. Suddenly, the projectile changed direction and hit Cordelia straight, which broke her arm, and Amantha laughed when she was able to trick her. Then, several more of these projectiles flew at her, seriously injuring her. In the end, Cordelia was left all alone. Amantha asked her if she was happy, since there were so many orcs here. When she saw her gaze filled with pain, she saw happiness in them. She loved to watch how the orcs ate a person. They started slowly with the fingers and toes. At first, people scream and ask for help during their agony, but soon they begin to think about death. And Amantha loved those expressions that people made in agony, so she lets them live forever with their magic restored. She never gets tired of looking at these expressions. She adores them. She literally wants to hug them. And she began to laugh loudly and angrily. Cordelia wanted to avoid this humiliation. Suddenly, she grabbed her face and put her hands right into her mouth. Taking out some grain from it, she asked what it was. It turns out that Cordelia was planning to kill herself with poison, which she called very pathetic. Amantha then added that she failed as a hero. When she looked at her more closely, she realized that Cordelia had already closed her heart. Heart closure is a skill that recovers from B-rank psychological status ailments. And S-rank psychological skills will have no effect until the skill is cancelled, and the user cannot move until the skill is cancelled. She tries to pass out before it all starts. But even for Amantha, it was hard to dispel the hero's psychological ability, which puzzled her. And she called Cordelia the epitome of boredom during a loss. Deciding to deliver the final blow, she once again assembled the energy projectile and fired it straight at Cordelia. Suddenly, someone managed to reflect this projectile with just a sword. Moreover, this man managed to redirect the projectile to one of the orcs. When Cordelia realized this, she stood up abruptly because she couldn't believe it. It was her knight in armor. Turning around, she saw Ryuto, who apologized for being late. He had heard that Cordelia had encountered an evil dragon in the forest, but he was not privy to the details, but had arrived here at the bright flashes of gunfire. Ryuto then began to treat Cordelia. He noticed how her hand was shaking differently than everyone else. Cordelia was shaking because she had promised that she would never listen to him in her life. But Ryuto hugged her and said that he had caused her trouble again and apologized for it while she cried on his chest. Suddenly, he turned around sharply. He threw his helmet straight at Amantha, destroying her projectile. She was amazed that he was able to defend himself from her attack twice. Ryuto told her not to go into the church for their next meeting. Amantha began to wonder who he was, because he was definitely not a hero. He replied with a grin that he was a peasant and asked if there was a problem with that. She really didn't sense any signs of a hero from him, but she still wondered if being a peasant really made him strong. On the other hand, the fact that she was an evil dragon didn't really help her. Then Ryuto looked behind them and saw the corpses of the knights. He asked Amantha if she had a reason to kill them. Didn't dragons seek out battles with strong opponents? And wasn't all this just a slaughter, he asked. Amantha laughed and asked him what other reasons she could have for killing weaklings. At least she found it amusing. Ryuto then told her to stop laughing and swung his sword, but she dodged it. The counterattack that Amantha then made was avoided by Ryuto with his quick movements. Amantha was able to examine his sword and noted that it was rare, then asked where he got it from. Landing on his blade, she said that this sword was not suitable for him. Ryuto was of the same opinion. Cordelia, seeing how strong he had become, wanted to help him, but he stopped her and asked her not to interfere. And give Amantu to him, because he is more than enough for this evil dragon, and he also wanted to check something. But at the same time, he asked her to take care of the remaining orcs, and together with the evil dragon, they flew away for their battle. Cordelia and the orcs then looked at each other. Amantha, flying after Ryuto, asked him not to run away because he provoked her, and now she wants to play with him. She wondered what it was he wanted to experience and what funny things he was talking about. When Ryuto landed on the ground, he was about to tell about it while activating Physical Ability Enhancement, Steel Body, and Demon Gate. Jumping back sharply, he hit Amante in the face at gigantic speed, which she did not expect, and flew back. She flew a lot and destroyed a lot of trees. Ryuto walked slowly towards her when she landed. As he came closer, she suddenly frightened him without her own face, and she asked if he was scared. If not, then at least surprised. Cutting a hole in her when she's relaxed with just one attack is a simple yet quite effective solution. But alas, it was weak, she noted, because he could not defeat her. Suddenly, Ryuto began to cover her with a series of blows to the face, without hesitation, which literally made her head explode. When she began to recover, she admitted that his attacks were good, but still weak. But Ryuto didn't listen to her and started hitting her again. His attacks continued, and Amantha did not understand what was happening. She couldn't believe it, she thought, and released a strong aura. Amantha apologized with a smirk for disrupting his rhythm and wanted to show him a little of her true power. Just then, Ryuto also used the same skill. It was a strengthening ability that only the dragon race could use, causing Amantha to be confused. She asked him how this was possible, how a peasant could use the secret ability of the dragon race. Ryuto replied that after a series of events, he had been unofficially appointed as the next Dragon King and showed her the ring on his hand. Amantha couldn't believe it and was sure that he had stolen the ring, since there was no other way to explain why a peasant could use the dragon god's coming. Then Ryuto used this very skill, which is only available after receiving the title of Dragon King, Dragon God's Arrival, and said that now it was Amantha's turn to show everything she was capable of. He is not a warrior or a hero, a simple peasant, but he uses one after another the secret dragon abilities. It was not an illusion, it was really the coming of the dragon god. Amantha realized that she was shaking right now, even though she was the most terrible and evil dragon. She was frightened by the peasant. Then she realized that the guy didn't use magic at all. And if you think about it, working as something like a peasant, he shouldn't be able to use magic, because it's literally closed to him. So she decided to bind him with Bind, which makes the target immobile and unable to use abilities. She laughed, because since he was the next Dragon King, he thought he was capable of anything, but his mind was not capable of using defensive magic, and he was stupid for not even wearing any anti-magic equipment. Then she decided to show him her true power. Lifting up her skirt, a whole bunch of eyes started to fly out from underneath it. This was her full power, because she is known as abnormal due to the number of demonic eyes she owns. When the demonic eyes are activated, her magic is amplified 3 times, and there is not a single man who can resist her charm. So, undressing, she asked him to become her slave, and promised to treat him well. When suddenly, Ryuto just kicked her right in the crotch, and asked her not to show something so dirty and disgusting, because he almost threw up. Even if it was her full power, he already knew in advance that the dragon charm wouldn't work on him. Ryuto thanked her, because thanks to her, he felt that he had truly become stronger. And as soon as he finished this, he asked her to die. Amantha didn't understand what he said. She is the embodiment of power whose power is at the level of disaster, the one who is considered a heretic of the most powerful dragon race because of her power, the only one at the top of this world. She was embittered that this boy dared to treat her like a dog, like the evil dragon Amante, and ask her to die. But smiling broadly, she decided to really die. Death has no meaning to an evil dragon. Even if they die of old age or in battle, they will still rise again in their prime. The next time will be in about 300 years, but then this guy will no longer be around, and in the future she will have to play with weak opponents again. Then suddenly Ryuto said that there would be no next time for her. Seeing how he had changed, she didn't believe it at first. And when Ryuto said that it was a holy sword that destroys evil dragons, she was horrified. Suddenly, at that moment, Cordelia came up. She reported that she had defeated all the orcs, but Amantha realized that this was her chance. She flew straight towards Cordelia, intending to take her hostage. As she flew close, someone's magic hit her hand. It was Lilith who covered for Cordelia. Amantha asked who she was and where she came from, but it didn't matter, because Ryuto was going to kill her right here and now. Amantha began to beg him not to do this, because if he killed her, the balance of the world would be disturbed. But even so, Ryuto cut it into 2 pieces with one swing. It was the destroyer of gods, which literally destroys the soul and the astral body, so that it cannot return back. Cordelia's head began to split from all these details, but nevertheless, she welcomed Ryuto and his return. But Lilith stopped her, saying that it was dangerous to be near him now, because a curse was sealed on him. As he grew stronger, he began to do many taboos. Although he has immunity to many ailments, curses are a completely different matter. The power he holds in his hands is also a curse that is slowly eating away at him. He can only use his full power within her protective barrier. This is the price he paid for using such power as a simple peasant. But that wasn't what Cordelia asked. Why did he have to stand at that particular distance? Ryuto promised to save her and do everything to be by her side. Cordelia fell silent at these words and was glad that he remembered their pinky promise. So I thanked him for that. Ryuto smiled back at her as well. But the question arose not only from Cordelia, but also from Lilith. They asked who this woman was, with whom they were standing next. A few days before the destruction of the evil dragon, somewhere in a large and lonely library, Lilith walked up a large staircase that led somewhere down. Having reached the end, she came to a large door. Slowly, she began to open it with a creak. Behind the door, on the altar, lay a book, onto which the light fell. It was a secret dragon tome that was filled with records of the primordial magic created throughout the entire existence of the dragon race. True, this volume was not originally a book that ordinary people could read. What made this possible was something else. About 2 years and 1 month ago, someone was very unhappy. The man said that it was acceptable if it was the one who completed the test, since only 3 gold rings of a slave gives the ability to read the secrets. This is ridiculous, and they cannot give their consent. Even if it is the Lord's order, they really cannot approve of it. The Dragon King acknowledged that this was indeed a problem, and they had a point, but it wouldn't help to stop there, because might equals justice. A few minutes later, Ryuto defeated the man in arm wrestling. He saw the full power of the champion of justice, so he apologized for his rudeness. Ryushito told him not to take it to heart, and suggested that they continue their conversation. Returning to their conversation, is it true that by allowing his daughter to read the secret tome, he will also be able to become stronger? The man asked. Ryuto confirmed his words, because from now on he will only become stronger and stronger. This is what was to be expected from him. When he was already getting ready to go on a hike, Lilith called him. She asked him if he would leave her. He replied that she would only be a hindrance now, and besides, he couldn't protect her all the time right now. He would devote 2 years to his training alone, and in the meantime, Lilith can learn everything she needs to read the secret tome. Even if an ordinary person like her couldn't use dragon magic, the intelligence of humans and dragons are fundamentally different. Then he said that if she could remember the entire contents of the volume in 2 years, he would come back for her and take Lilith with him, and he made her a promise. Since then, she has devoted all her time to studying. She stored in her mind all the spells that were in the secret tome. At the same time, since she was not a dragon, no matter how much she memorized the spells, she did not know how to use them. This can be compared to animals. Even if cats and dogs could understand their language, they still could not tell them about it, and she wondered if all this made any sense. This promise had been going on for 2 years already, and she even wondered what if he had given it only in order to leave her. The only thing this guy needed was the Divine Dragon's Blessing ability, and he kept that hope alive in her. Until he actually came back for her, which surprised him because he saw that she was able to learn the secrets of the volume. She immediately rushed into his arms to hug him. Lilith began to whine because this period was too long for her. Ryuto apologized for this, but decided to ask if she could use magic now. She replied that she can use any fundamental magic. If you look at her status, you can see that she can use absolutely any magic from basic to advanced, and the skills of magic items are also pumped up to the maximum. Ryuto asked about dragon magic. She replied that if she were a dragon, then given her status, she could use about 70% of the power of this magic. He then praised her and patted her on the head because she really tried very hard. He then added that he was late because he was looking for an item for Lilith and took the ring out of his pocket. He asked to accept it and put the ring on Lilith's middle finger. This gesture made her very embarrassed. because it could mean several things. Then he asked if Lilith was ready. She asked him what exactly she should be prepared for. He smiled and replied that it was to destroy the evil dragon. A few hours later, after defeating the evil dragon, Cordelia sent out a dove. "Reinforcements will arrive in 2 hours." Ryuto asked her if she wanted to stop playing the hero and run away from all of this, because he could easily come up with an explanation for her disappearance, such as her death from an evil dragon or going on a journey. For Cordelia, this was a tempting offer. But she's still a hero, she said, thrusting her fist forward. She would never run away. Even though she was weak now, she definitely wanted to surpass Ryuto. This was exactly the answer Ryuto expected from her. Then he would save her again as many times as it took, and told her not to die as he began to leave with Lilith. Cordelia looked at them and then realized she forgot to ask about the hooded girl. As the two of them walked, Ryuto asked Lilith to let him go, and she couldn't believe that she had rejected his kindness. She thought they would just help her from the shadows. But in that situation, it was impossible. Ryuto is the reason for her current weakness. In her past life, Cordelia killed the evil dragon herself, but in this life, she had already reached her limit and could not surpass it. These events have already been rewritten, but even so, she still remains the key weapon of humanity, because this is her destiny. But Lilith doesn't care about the fate of humanity and its hero. The collapse of humanity would not even touch them if they lived in the Village of Dragons. She also showed the ring that Ryuto had put on her middle finger. He said it was a nocturne ring. Quite a rare item. The nocturne ring had an effect. It absorbed the target's mana. Lilith then asked him if the fact that he put the ring on the middle finger of her left hand didn't mean that they were now engaged. Ryuto didn't understand her a little and told her that if she wanted, she could wear it on her right hand. And why was Lilith very surprised and upset? Behind them, they began to hear some kind of noise. It was a cart that was accompanied by knights, and all the people worshipped this cart. Moreover, it was even accompanied by the pipe game. It was the nobleman's procession, so Ryuto bowed to him as well. Lilith only saw the insignificance within, although she too should be bowed to, Ryuto said. The nobleman who was sitting inside suddenly looked out the window and asked to stop the carriage. When the carriage stopped, the door of this motorcade opened. He told his subjects that it was a trifle and asked them to wait where they were. Approaching Lilith, the girl in the hood, he asked her to take off that very hood. Reluctantly, she began to take it off. Upon seeing the tattoo, the nobleman realized that she was a runaway slave, all thanks to the fact that he had a slaver's ring that vibrates and emits light when a slave's seal is nearby. He then decided to take her with him to the Fishmonger's Guild and gave her the command to follow him, causing her tattoo to start hurting her. Apparently, this was the keyword for the mark, so Ryuto began to say that he found it first and wanted to take it to the Slave Traders Guild himself. But, frankly speaking, he didn't care about the slave business, because all that was left for him was empty talk. Suddenly, the nobleman threw his ring to the ground. This was in payment, and he began to pull Lilith along with him. Anyone who bears the mark of a slave is doomed to follow the orders of the person who spoke the keyword until they are returned to the guild by the slave traders. So Ryuto stood up behind the noble and told him to stop. Touching his hand, he squeezed it with a loud crunch. Because he attacked a nobleman, he ordered the knights to kill the commoner. But Ryuto just looked at the horses, and they started to go crazy. When the nobleman asked them what had happened, they replied that the horses had stopped obeying their knights, and Ryuto apologized and asked him to come over so that he could heal him. Suddenly, a dark-skinned man came to the nobleman's defense. It was the gladiator Marissa. The nobleman promised to give him his farewell if he punished these idiots. Then the gladiator stood up. Ryuto didn't want it to end like this, so he asked Lilith to step back. In an instant, he approached Ryuto and struck him, but he dodged. The Adventurers Guild has a title that is given only to the most brutal among them, and he is that very same Brang, Marissa the Gladiator. His reach is called the Absolute Domain, in which he deals 1,000 fatal blows to the enemy, leaving behind only blood-soaked bodies, and therefore he is nicknamed the Bloody Altar. For the commoner, this was the end, because his vile gaze would soon turn into a bloody mess, and the nobleman wanted to see this very quickly. But for Ryuto, he was too weak. If he starts hitting seriously, he will accidentally kill him. However, he really lived up to his rank, he had good reactions, and even if he hit with half his strength, it would be dangerous. Suddenly he tripped and started to fall backwards. Gladiator decided to take advantage of this moment and reached for him. Suddenly, the gladiator accidentally hit his leg and lost consciousness. Because of this, he fell to the ground. When the nobleman asked what had just happened, he was told that they had only managed to see him hit the peasant's scabbard. Ryuto then took this gladiator, and he threw it straight at the nobleman. And he advised them to take both this gladiator and the lousy pig to the infirmary, and also to tell him that this girl is her dear comrade, and if anyone dares to touch her again, he will die. After these words, the whole carriage quickly drove away from them. They had already reached the city, but they walked very slowly, and all because Lilith clung to him even more strongly than before. And all because he said for sure that she was his precious one, so now he won't get out of it, and now she knows the true meaning of the ring, which she is simply embarrassed to admit. I didn't think that the slave seal would cause such problems. Now their main task is to remove the Arabic seal, and for this they need to join the Slave Traders Guild. But Lilith didn't listen to him, but only thought that if Ryuto became her master, she would become his thing, and her whole body too, and then perhaps various role-playing games would begin, and their bonds would become even deeper. Ryuto asked if she was even listening to him. Then he showed her a beautiful view of the city. This was the city of the ocean, Teret, also called the City of Traders. They came here from Saba itself. They had 3 goals. The first was to find the Slavers Guild and remove the slave seal. The second was to have a good rest and raise their level. And the third was not very important right now, so they should focus on the first 2 goals. And he added that she should not worry, because he would definitely not leave her. Already in the Slave Traders Guild, he was in shock. Removing the seal cost as much as 10 gold coins, and that's only for the old and obedient slaves. And on Lilith is the seal of a slave of the highest quality. Even if they had money, a simple peasant has no right to buy this girl without some kind of guarantor. In the event that a runaway slave was returned to the association for a small fee, she was willing to take this girl and, of course, give another slave. But naturally, Ryuto refused this offer. Although it was not important, she remembered the lines. And Romeo the Golden One will lie with her, oh poor victim of blind enmity. And it seemed to her that this girl had the same hopes. After the Slavers Guild, they arrived at the Rising Dragon Inn. At the moment they had no money. Lilith asked where he put the money he received from the Dragon King. He replied that he had already tried to exchange them, but it had been unsuccessful. He managed to escape, although it was very suspicious that a simple peasant had so many gold coins, so he wanted to get rid of them as quickly as possible, although he spent them in parts. And when he asked Lilith how much money she had, she replied that she only had 5 silver coins, which is why they fell into decay again. He realized that they had to make money. When he started talking about how they could take their time with earning money, someone shouted sharply. Someone was talking about those children who recently died yesterday near the brothel. Another child died. It was a terrible death, as usual. Ryuto wanted to change the location for the conversation. Suddenly, the man said that the dead had recently been identified and that they were escaped slaves. This bastard managed to hide his slave seal. But it turns out that the seal has its own peculiarity, its magic becomes unstable over time, and eventually it explodes, so wearing a slave seal is quite a risk. Ryuicho then approached them and asked them to tell him more about it. The man asked who he was. Already at the hotel, they realized that the mark was a real problem. The seal has a set expiration date. If the slaves stop receiving their master's magic for 10 to 15 years, the slave seal will start to disappear, but that was a problem. When the seal disappears completely, the seal will simply burn out the owner's brain. Bones and even nerves will be torn apart, causing terrible pain from which there is no escape, and after that, only death awaits. 1 year ago, bandits attacked the slave supplier's cart. Then there were quite a lot of slaves who managed to hide, and now these children are dying a painful death in the city. Lilith noticed that the seal had shrunk about a month ago. It was a sign, if you believe what they were told, that about 2 months after the seal is reduced, the carrier dies. So they have about a month left, but they also have to take into account all the time of disappearance, so there is even less than half a month left. He had to quickly gain possession of Lilith and give her his mana. He began to think a lot. The book that kept the information of the slave seal was only for the nobles, and he didn't care about it, which was a mistake. His thoughts began to run from side to side, going over the options. Ryuto even thought about kidnapping the slave dealer. Suddenly, Lilith woke him up from his stream of thoughts. She said that she was still alive. Even though she was shaking as she held his hand, she was right. They had a whole month and they needed money. And to earn enough money, they would have to work much harder than they planned. That's why they came to the Adventurers Guild. Unfortunately, they were refused. He asked how they would make money then. To register, a person must be at least 12 years old and must have a guardian. It was written on his face that he would work even under threat of death. The guild couldn't take such people as adventurers and let them die. Then Lilith wanted to ask one question. She asked if she could join if she had a keeper. The manager replied that they could, but she didn't think they would be welcome unless they had some rare skills or abilities. Lilith then said that she had an inventory that was quite rare and it was at the maximum level. She asked at least someone to join their group. Suddenly, 2 men volunteered to help. Now the manager could prepare the registration form. These were the same guys who gave the information to Ryuto. He asked why they were helping. The man replied that they saw their despair, and besides, if he had just heard about those murders, it meant that the girl was a slave, and then he laughed it off, because they just want to use her skills. But there was a catch. They didn't need Ryuto for free. They only needed a small and very cute girl. So the man patted Ryuto on the shoulder and told him to wait here until he was registered, and they took Lilith by the shoulder, telling her to follow them. Lilith suddenly went behind one of the guys and injured his arm, and she told them to leave, calling them scum. The bald man asked her how she dared to object, but I saw that she was starting to create a very strong spell inside the building. This was bad because serious fights between adventurers were forbidden. She could be thrown into prison for this, and then it would be even more difficult for them to make money. All the more reason to not allow Lilith to kill people because of something like this. Suddenly, they saw that her magic began to disappear. She didn't understand what was happening, but Ryuto began to think. Suddenly, Lilith was hit right in the face. It was a bald man who started beating her because she made him nervous. Now he won't be able to put her down so easily. But at that moment, Ryuto stopped him with just one hand. The guy called his next partner. He was the one who used magic dispersal. A magician with an eye patch appeared and told him in response that he was hiding his true power. It turns out that Ryuto was exposed. Then he approached the administrator and asked to register them. By the way, he added that Ryuto and Lilith should do whatever they wanted and not worry about him, because they had already quite convincingly proven to them that they had gunpowder in their powder flasks. Ryuto thanked him, and the magician himself introduced himself as Gilmanus, who is known as the Noble Sage. He helped them only so that they would be indebted to him, since he felt that he was on the same level as him. It turns out that this guy might be stronger than him. Ryuto thought that he too had been reborn. The administrator came and called Gilmanus a level B magician, but he corrected her that he was a noble sage. It was unusual for the people to meet a B-rank adventurer here. Ryuto was patted on the back, because they were recognized by a pretty cool person. Gilmanus was confident that they would meet each other again in the future. They then stood at the order board in the Adventurers Guild. Everyone looked at them quite intently. Although attack and defense are equally important, it is equally important to predict the enemy's intentions. Do not let the enemy do what he wants. Of course, this approach will be difficult to use in every fight, so they have several other options depending on the situation. That's what Ryuto said. So they can use what happens as a valuable experience. But Lilith muttered something about how he was called a bore, and how she could lose to such a man, and in the end she was just a slave, and she didn't deserve to be treated normally. But at the same time, they still haven't found a way to make money. There are a couple of quests for B rank among the available ones, for which they give 5 or more silver coins, and one for C level, for which they give as many as 8 silver coins. Without any achievements, they will not be able to join any higher rank quests. The maximum that newbies can expect is E rank quests. They joined a higher level party to complete a higher rank quest, and they may not even get the reward if the level difference is too big. Even the hardest of E rank quests are a maximum of frying French fries for 12 copper coins, and even then, they won't sell anything unless there are some guarantees. That's why Ryuto suggested quests like this. It was a collection quest. One of them suited them. Rainbow-colored fruit is a precious fruit, called by many as a sweet natural treasure. They can only grow in the wild, and were previously thought to be impossible to cultivate. Even with his skills, he could not handle it. The reward was very high. For a quest of this level, for one piece they give a whole silver coin. If we admit it, it is possible that the level of the tasks is based on their difficulty and danger. Although the trees of this fruit are not rare, the fruit itself is of great importance. But a level 342 peasant like Ryuto has the necessary skill that can be used for such cases. The next morning, they were in the foothills of the city of Teref. Lilith was very tired from climbing the mountains. They reached their destination, and then Ryuto suggested that they take a rest and eat. Then Lilith took out some moldy black bread from her bag. It was a cheap and nutritious food, with a rough texture and an unappealing taste. Ryuto asked why she wasn't eating it, and she replied that it was no longer edible. As long as she could chew it, it was all right, he said, and besides, They needed to save money, although he himself had bought a lot of soap and a large bucket. But as expected from a max-level spatial pocket, storing that much soapy water is incredibly convenient. Since soapy water is the key to leveling up, Lilith asked if they weren't going to look for the rainbow-colored fruit. But she was wrong. Of course, they still had to find that fruit. But before that, they also had to find one more thing. So he activated the cultivation of crops, simple surface overview. Now he used physical abilities, heightened senses, hawk's eye, and present sense. And he found what he needed. As expected, the rainbow-colored fruit is quite easy to spot in the forest, which means there must have been a lot of animals around it, which is why everyone is so eager to pick them, even though they are just starting to ripen. From afar, it was clear that Ryuto was running through different corners of the forest. It took a whole 2 hours, because this fruit is really rare. He was glad that he was able to find a whole large bucket. By the way, this is enough for a whole gold coin. But unfortunately, Ryuto couldn't find the second thing, but suggested ending it here. Suddenly, they heard something from the forest. They saw orcs and goblins running out of the thick forest. They probably came here for the smell of fruits, because it is quite unusual to see monsters here. So he offered Lilith to defeat this monster. Lilith understood everything and began to cast a spell. After some time, they finished off the last orc, and by this point, Lilith had already spent all her mana. It was obvious that she was in pain without mana, so he lent her some of his own. And he asked her if she didn't realize what her mistake was. Using large-scale magic recklessly, without any ulterior motive, she began to use any spells that could destroy monsters. Facing an unknown number of enemies, continuing to use this approach, she quickly used up all her mana, not to mention that she would be left alone. When fighting, one should consider how much mana she had. And on top of that, her level is still low, but he was confident that she would be able to learn a whole bunch of high-level magic once she raised her level, so he told her to do everything she could because he was counting on her, calling her a little magician. Suddenly, Ryuto felt something. It was a real jackpot. There were small insects on the water. The mutant insect is a mad water strider, the very second thing that Ryuto wanted to collect. She's using her skill now, blending into the lake using good camouflage, and he doesn't think her other skills will allow her to use anything against her. Ryuto set out a bait, namely a stone made with Lilith's help, that was infused with his power. Thanks to her, they found them. She asked if these insects could be useful, but Ryuto told her not to let them deceive her. After all, they are quite strong. If you do things thoughtlessly, something bad will happen. Then he showed his scar on his stomach. 6 months ago, he had already encountered similar individuals. Their defense is so strong that no physical attack can hurt them badly enough. However, this does not mean that magic or anything like that will work in this case, because they always cast a magical barrier on themselves from such attacks. They just rarely appear from under the water, so everyone usually considers them harmless. But he heard that if you defeat them, you can get a whole sea of experience, and then an idea came to him, a way to defeat them all in one fell swoop. He jumped out of the bushes and ran to the side. And when Lilith gave the command, she opened the box completely and splashed out the soapy water. When the soapy water hit the insects, they began to fall into the water. Then it was time to kill them, and Lilith zapped them with electricity. If you think about it, it was pretty simple. Oil and water don't mix. These guys had a special layer on their feet that allowed them to stay on the surface of the water, but with the soapy water they poured out, they simply lost that footing. And surprisingly, their magical barrier didn't work either. After all, it wasn't for nothing that he spent all his time watching something like this on TV in the original world, and she said that in any case, his plan with magical attacks turned out to be quite simple and reliable. There were no other S-rank monsters here that they could defeat so easily, but in any case, what they had just done was technically defeating a horde of monsters of that rank, so Lilith's level would jump up unimaginably, and it was true, her level had jumped from 38 to 68. 1 gold coin, 5 silver coins, and 20 copper coins, that's what they were able to get for the 7 rainbow fruits and the french fries. However, they worked hard enough for such a reward in 1 day. But now they don't have a quest to collect fruits. Ryuto told her not to worry about it. What they were aiming for was recognition through collecting rare items. Then Lilith asked him why she could see his aura. For a long time, it was for one thing. They were finally found by that same bald man who wanted revenge. They brought him to some building, and the man found him, because he knows every aura in the city, although Ryuto literally allowed himself to be found. He asked if he thought he could escape easily after breaking his friend's arm and nose, but Ryuto remembered that he had been healed with magic. Lilith grabbed his hand and trembled next to him, but he hugged her to calm her down. The bald man asked him, Ryuto doesn't want to look bad in front of the guild, so they have a specially trained opponent for him. It was the master bodyguard that he decided to leave to him. That is, they themselves were not going to fight with him. The bodyguard decided to tell them his name as a souvenir. It was Marissa, a B-rank gladiator. He hoped that they were ready to meet the end of their adventures in his person, when suddenly he saw who he would be fighting against. He immediately fell to his knees and apologized for his insolence and rudeness. Marissa was truly grateful for Ryuto's leniency, and he was completely satisfied and would never forget his generosity. It would forever remain in his heart. The guys started asking the gladiator why he wasn't fighting, since they had promised him a lot of money, but he threw them away. Not wanting to sell his life for dirty money, he again apologized for these two and promised to punish them severely. It must be karma. From the moment they meet someone, karma will appear, be it good or bad. If you hold a grudge against someone, karma will follow you. Nothing will end. Even if they kill the hated person, from the moment they kill someone, new karma will be born. It is not so easy to free yourself from it. Talking about all this, you always have to be ready to answer for your actions. If that's the case, then their destinies are intertwined. It's not so easy to separate them, Lilith thought. The next day, a witch approached them, who sensed Ryuto's aura, which literally says that he can be approached and talked to. There was a jackpot today too. He asked what she wanted from them. The witch asked them to collect mandrake, and the reward could vary, but to start with, she decided to offer them as much as 10 gold. Lilith told Ryuto that mandrake was considered a B-rank material, so it would be impossible for F-rank adventurers like them to do it, not to mention that 100 grams of mandrake cost a large silver coin in the store, which was very suspicious. The quest was for one person, so she thought it would be just fine for the two of them, the witch said, and the price of mandrake is going up now, and she needs it as soon as possible. Moreover, speed is important to them, she said. This jackpot was even bigger than Ryuto thought, but he asked what made her think that way. She heard it from the breeze, a peasant who had completed 7 rainbow fruit harvesting quests, defeated a B-rank gladiator twice, and who was looking for money to free his friend from slavery. The lady sitting here in front of them is actually a senior professor at the Magic Academy and the best alchemist, and her quest is actually from the university. And she will also tell him how the peasant can buy the slave if he agrees. Ryuto said that he had never heard of a high demand for mandrake before. He knew that mandrake was one of the vital ingredients for making the strength recovery substance, and thus its supply had never been low. Even if it was rare, it had been cultivated as much as possible. And it was a common herb, not one that he would die from if he pulled it out. It's still a secret, but for some reason, due to an unknown disease, they lost all the mandrake they had, the witch said. Perhaps it was a foreshadowing of some great disaster. Some of them were recycled and put on the market, but they were too bad. Ryuto understood everything, and she probably wants to say that there are still mandrakes left near this city. Everything was correct, although this location itself is really dangerous. The mandrakes are on the way to the Arrakis volcano, before which they will find a forest with basilisks. And of course, they join the group. It was a group of A-rank adventurers, the Hakuno clan. The leader told them not to linger. The party of adventurers encounters many basilisks. They deal with them easily, not considering them a problem. Ryuto assesses the situation, noting that the monsters are too numerous and large. The hero senses a more powerful monster. Lilith, looking at the guy, notices the anxiety and decides to ask. He tells about the monster and runs away first to investigate. Suddenly, a paw falls to the ground. A manticore appears in front of the group. At the same time, the protagonist fights another monster. The man tries to calm his comrades by mentioning the presence of a magician. The magician has already fled at this point. An elderly man decides to use a young girl as bait and throws her to the ground. The man is outraged by this action, to which the old man says that he did not vote for his leadership. The monster attacks Lilith, but she has no way to fight back. She thinks that her attacks will not scratch it. At this moment, a large man from the squad protects her with his shield and shouts for her to save herself. The girl decides to stay, claiming that she is capable of fighting. The leader notes her determination, and the heroes are ready to enter the battle. The manticore wounds him with its claws, and the man falls. At this time, thoughts about her own weakness are spinning in the young girl's head. It seems that there is no salvation, but at this moment the main character returns, and attacking the manticore, kills the monster with his sword. The guy hugs Lilith, happy that she is okay. At the same time, he tugs her cheek because she did not do what he asked. The man, holding her hand, wonders who this guy is. At the end, the leader of the party speaks enthusiastically to the heroes. He says that he is an adventurer, and their secret is safe. If they suddenly need help, they can call him. The next morning, Ryuto holds the monster's neck tightly in place and asks the girl with his most powerful force. If she does not hurry, she risks losing experience. Lilith hits the basilisk with her spell, hitting the guy. He asks her to continue because the monster is still alive. After a few hits, she finally manages to do it. The heroine continues to attack the guy with a spell, feeling angry. After the mana runs out and the series of attacks stop, the girl lies on the ground with an unknown feeling to her. The group continued killing basilisks in various ways until nightfall. Lilith was able to level up. After that, they come to the area where the mandrake should grow, but it is not found. The man touches the ground, noting that it is dry. Mandrake could not survive in such conditions. The hero assures him otherwise, and asks him to return with Lilith to the sorceress to deliver a message. 2 weeks later, Ryuto brings her the grown mandrake. The woman says that she heard about the condition of the soil. The young man tells her that there is still some left. She checks the contents of the bag and claims that the academy will not be able to buy it. Afterwards, it turns out that they can't afford the cost. The hero is confused. Can the result be that bad? The sorceress embraces him and replies that he has brought the rarest variety of this plant, which will make a huge leap in medicine. At the same time, a man from the squad arrives. He has been looking for Ryuto for a long time and says that he will not take up much of his time. The leader brings the guy a bag of gold. He is ashamed of the merits and glory that were taken away, so he gives the brunette a little more. Ryuto approaches the man and grabs him by the shoulders. The young man asks him directly if he is interested in the opportunity to earn some extra money. Meanwhile, in the city of Wismel, a battle takes place in the arena between the spear hero Ørsted and the swordswoman Eslin. During the battle, the girl is restrained, but this does not prevent her from attacking. The wounded Ørsted raises his hands as a gesture of defeat. The girl says that his raised hands look like a plea to finish him off. She is about to attack, but is stopped in time. Marin asks the girl not to kill the guy. Afterwards, the conversation turns to the peasant, who is heading to the Tower of the Rising Sun. The sacred land holds trials for the hero. Cordelia sits in a cave by candlelight, meditating. The girl can't concentrate. Questions about the amount of time and how long she has been sitting here start to pop into her head. Lost in thought, the heroine gives 2 reasons why she is here. The first reason is to understand who she is and who she should be. The second reason is that her thoughts lead her to a lack of determination. The girl heard rumors about another hero who became an S rank at only 15 years old. While she is still a B rank, the old man standing next to her tells the girl in detail about the test and the berserker's mana. As Cordelia dives into her consciousness, she sees every part of herself that she must accept. Each one disgusts her. She enters into battle with them and declares that she will not lose to all of them. After defeating each part of herself, the girl successfully passes the test. An old man is waiting for her on his knees, holding the heroine's things in his hands. Having put on her equipment, the girl heads to the Tower of the Rising Sun. While moving along a hill, Lilith is attacked from the air by a monster. The protagonist kills the wyvern, mentioning that they have dinner. The girl is concerned about her progress through the levels. The guy looks at the card and thinks that this is the ceiling of experience on the human continent. Then he reminds her of the 3 main goals they must accomplish in this city. After dinner, the heroes move calmly along the street. At the same time, Ryuto senses a presence behind him and rushes to the roof, telling Lilith to go back to the hotel. Left alone, a young girl comes to a large market where stolen and counterfeit goods are sold. She examines the book she pulled out, then puts it back. She is disappointed that they are fake. 2 men approach her, but the girl successfully fights them off. She thinks that she has spent too much time and will not show her skills. Suddenly, she feels something wrong on her body. Lilith is subjected to all types of weakening spells, but the girl freely fights off enemies. Suddenly, a man grabs her and asks if she remembers him. The girl hits him and breaks free, threatening to use him as fertilizer. Ryuto arrives in time and saves the girl from the enemies. Left alone, the guy apologizes to her and says that he will leave her in the village if she does not become stronger. She begins to worry and says that she will become stronger. Without answering, The heroes hear that Cordelia has arrived in the city. Lilith comes to watch the fight and makes herself comfortable, along with food. The previous night, the hero describes in detail what the Tower of the Rising Sun is. The guy asks Lilith to look into the room with her gaze skill. The girl sees Cordelia in the window, talking to herself in front of a mirror. Ryuto says that she is undergoing a test from the devil and trying to maintain her sanity. The heroine sees her fallen comrades in front of her and begins to blame herself. At this time, Lilith stops looking through the telescope. The girl asks Ryuto what Cordelia means to him. No definite answer follows. Lilith watches the battle between Cordelia and Arson. The Holy Sword dominates the battle, but the girl does not retreat and wins. The girl cries because she thinks she will never become that strong. The protagonist knocks on her door and asks if she's awake. Lilith says she should return to the Dragon Village, to which Ryuto decides to postpone this conversation until tomorrow. The guy's words about Cordelia come out and that she is very dear to him. He sits on the stairs and thinks that he should have formulated his words better. The man buys tickets to the tower, and the heroes enter. After yesterday's conversation, Ryuto decides to take Lilith with him. The boy thanks the old man. Continuing on, they reach the door to the dungeon, and the man opens it. Suddenly, arrows fly out. They successfully stop the arrows flying at them. They were covered with an erasure spell. Afterwards, the hero's gaze is drawn to the floor, and he throws an arrow. It turns out to be false and has spikes inside. Lilith notes that the guy is angry. Ryuto activates the ability to view the surface and asks the man to hand him the dungeon map. The guy pours it onto his hand and activates a skill that deactivates all traps. The heroes move on and reach a room with a test that blocks the way. They are attacked by a golem that must be defeated to open the door. Having defeated the golem, they continue their journey and enter another room. Eslin is waiting for them here. The girl asks how the hero managed to pass the test so quickly. The heroes continue their negotiations, during which the guy explains all the features of the tower. At this time, Ryuto and the others are unable to move. The girl goes into the dark door, leaving them in this state. The guy frees himself from the spell and, looking at his comrades, continues on his way without them. There is a sword in the room with Eslin, and she states that there are two contenders. At that moment, Lilith enters the room and the tall girl disappears from sight. She engages the hero in battle, during which she wounds him in the back. Afterwards, she introduces herself to the heroes, saying that she will take their lives. Lilith worries about the guy, but he reassures her that he expected this. After listening, the protagonist repels Eslin's attack. Continuing the fight, Ryuto makes his move, showing his determination. He gets into a one-arm stance and fights off the girl. They collide and fly apart. She checks the wound on her neck and says that she was deceived by such a cheap trick. At this time, the guy uses his abilities to grow weeds for a better view. The girl attacks and wounds him, saying that she will not hold back. The battle continues, Ryuto losing his clothes in the process. The boy's body is covered in leaves. Eslin attacks aggressively, not giving his opponent a chance to rest. The tall girl notices Lilith's staff and wonders if she is going to attack. As she continues her thoughts, she tries to find their true target. Eslin throws the blades back and hits the sensor, emitting paralyzing gas. This was all part of the boy's plan, and he is about to attack back, but is interrupted. The girl says that the hero is naive and attacks the guy with a barrage of endless blades. Spirits burst out of the hero, which are difficult to deal with. Meanwhile, Lilith approaches the sword and is about to touch it. The guy asks not to touch, because it's too early. But the girl refuses to risk the hero's life. In a flashback, Ryuto tells Lilith about the secret hidden in the Tower of Dawn. He says that in order for the wish to come true, one must give up half of one's life. Having touched, the girl acquires a new skill for herself, and, uniting with the hero, she uses it on Eslin. Grabbing Lilith's staff together, the heroes deal the final blow to the girl. The girl asks if she was useful, to which Ryuto answers positively. The guy strokes her head, and at this time she asks who she really is to him. Ryuto replies that she is his Lilith, and he is grateful to her. The heroes hug, causing a smile to appear on the girl's face. Suddenly, a flying man appears and congratulates them. The young girl cannot understand what is wrong with him. The young man asks if he is the secret that the sword hides within himself. He asks to return half of Lilith's life. An unknown person notices rudeness in the words and wounds the main character in the head. Ryuto falls to the floor. Lilith is left confused, looking at his body. The girl lowers herself to the guy and asks him to stand up. The man says that this behavior is not quite his style. Then, turning to Eslin, he asks how she managed to defeat her so easily. Suddenly rising, the hero attacks the flying man, demanding that he restore the girl's lifespan. He realizes that Death's embrace is ineffective on Ryuto. The creature asks to be called Lucifer and claims that his true form is sealed in a place known as Hell. Ryuto says that it was all a lie about the compensation he was offering. Lucifer wants the boy to live a full life and die a great death. The guy says that as long as he agrees to return half of Lilith's life, he will show an interesting journey that lasts a lifetime. Ryuto asks him to wait a little, to which Lucifer throws him against the wall. Ryuto activates the skill and hits Lucifer in the face, sending him flying towards the wall and breaking it with himself. He appreciates the blow as a magnificent performance. Lucifer enjoyed the view of the full moon and returns half of the girl's life for nothing. The heroes are informed that their souls have been linked together for longer than they thought. Ryuto receives a new skill from Lucifer that allows the host to absorb a target and gain their skills. The being asks them to remember the promise. Cordelia arrives at the tower, but finds only the remains of the first room. Walking further, she reaches the place with the sword. The man greets her with congratulations, to which the girl swears loudly. A year later, Cordelia becomes a hero and Moses a sage. The girl notices Ryuto in the crowd and rushes towards him. The guy remains in place, expressing contempt for the hero. A few weeks before the entrance exam, Ryuto and Lilith are about to leave. They are met by their uncle, along with the Dragon King. The uncle says that it is impolite to just leave without saying anything. The man, addressing Lilith, speaks of her weakness. However, he adds that she has become an excellent warrior, just like Ryuto. After this, the heroes set off on their journey. The men see them off, shouting after them. The king asks the man if he told them about the gate. The uncle answers yes, but then a piece of stone flies in and stops him. He says that the heroes broke through the gate. The man says he became curious about how strong a peasant could become. Upon arrival, Ryuto is denied the test, arguing that everyday magic will not be able to hit the target. The nephew of the kingdom's ruler, Facilius, appears and says that he will allow Lilith to pass the exam if she becomes his woman. He passes the first test by hitting the target. At the same time, Ryuto casts a spell and cuts the target in half. The heroes successfully pass 3 tests. Cordelia meets Ryuto. Seeing her boyfriend says that she has become beautiful. The girl swings at him. Lilith stops the girl's hand, and they begin to bicker. Lilith engages in combat against Cordelia, and the two fight so hard that people try to remind her that it's just sparring. The girl attacks Cordelia with a spell that blasts her away. She fights it off with difficulty, deciding to run away from the pikes flying after her. The heroine closes the distance between her and Lilith to attack, but she dodges. The girl does not give up and attacks again, but they fall together. Lilith sits on Cordelia, declaring her victory. She looks at Ryuto and surrenders. The girl acknowledges her rival's strength, saying that she is a worthy opponent. She extends her hand, offering to become friends again. Lilith extends her hand, and Cordelia notices the mark on her neck. The young girl says that Ryuto is her dear master. The heroine quickly runs away, leaving the heroes behind. A week after the exams, the girl walks down the corridor with Moses. The heroes talk. Then they separate, and everything goes to memories. The boy extends his hand to Ryuto to introduce himself, but he passes by. Moses mentions that now there is more reason to grind Ryuto into dust. Meanwhile, Ryuto and Cordelia meet. The guy gives the girl flowers, to which she smiles and is happy that he remembers the past. The girl asks him to tell him about Lilith. The heroine learns the whole truth, and that the mark is destroyed. Suddenly her stomach rumbles. The guy just laughs at this, and they decide to go eat. The heroes, taking their equipment with them, head to the forest for a test. Meanwhile, the Wimmer Forest is considered a rather dangerous place. The worst class is divided into 9 groups of 5 people to work together. Ryuto meets a peasant like himself, a guy named Arthur, who introduces another young man named Brian to the hero. The main character gives a detailed introduction to the generally accepted 3 types of peasants. Drawing attention to herself, a little girl, Koharu, meets the guy. The group goes over the daily schedule in detail. Ryuto notes that it is tightly planned. The next morning, they gather at the old training ground. Lilith does not show up, citing poor health. Ryuto says he heard about this place as the last line of defense. The main character dedicates in detail to the topic regarding monsters and heroes are the only ones who can resist them. Ryuto does not care about humanity, he only wants to protect his loved ones. He is pulled out of his thoughts by Koharu, who says she is not sure if she has enough stamina. While jogging, she can't take it anymore, and the guy carries her on his back. The heroes eat in the dining room. Silence reigns between them. Koharu offers his portion to Arthur, but he refuses. At this point, Ryuto joins them with his food. At the mere mention of the spell, the boys leave. The rest stay to eat. The guy hands the girl a bowl of food, and she tries it, noting that the dish has a warming taste. During a special extra lesson, the teacher says that if at least one of them reaches the end of the rope, he will let them go. Arthur asks if failure will affect their punishment, and they answer no. The guy approaches the rope first, and his attempt fails. He falls. The man asks who is next in line. Brian analyzes in his head that Arthur was the strongest among them, and there is no chance at all. Ryuto asks to try and climbs the rope. The guy successfully climbs, but does not reach the end yet. The protagonist breaks down and, almost falling, grabs the rope back. Koharu screams in concern for the young man, but Lilith shuts her up. The young man activates a skill that reduces external negative influence, and, having risen, reaches the end. The boy falls, and the instructor catches him with his open hands. Ryuto thanks him, and the man is about to speak to him, but is cut off. Arthur looks at the guy with an angry expression. Meanwhile, Lilith hugs Ryuto. Moses was watching all this, looking at the group through the ball, and says that he is an interesting specimen. The next day, Arthur begins to avoid the protagonist, and during combat training constantly challenges him to fight, without holding back. He wonders if he is to blame for what is happening. Brian explains to Ryuto that Arthur's father served as a captain in a knightly order. He was the only nobleman who supported the idea of peasants participating in fencing matches. But he was ultimately forced out of the army when he lost to one of them. After this, the boy began to hate his father, whom he had previously respected the most. On the third day, the heroes will have to equip themselves with backpacks and run 100 kilometers around the Lost Forest. The task is strictly individual. Ryuto doesn't understand why everyone wants to get rid of the foreign student so much and whether this is a form of bullying. A boy is anonymously chosen to help Koharu with her leg. The girl apologizes to him, saying that she was always a mistake. Ryuto tells her the beginning of the poem and says that since her name is Koharu, she should be stronger and brighter. The guy asks what a person who deserves to be in Class A is doing in the worst class. After that, he adds that the girl is capable of more as the eldest daughter of an ancient clan. The main character also says that he is able to remove the curse that was placed on her. The girl asks how he knows all this, but the guy denies it. He says he can't know everything, and asks what such an important person for the East is doing in the West. Koharu tells of the unfortunate events that happened to the village. It was attacked by a group of Oni. Ryuto asks if the curse was the reason the girl ran away from the fight with the king monster. The heroine says that the seal prevents her from using divine possession. That is why she was unable to fight. Having fled her village, which was destroyed, the girl found herself in the care of the hero of the East. Ryuto looks at the seal and concludes that only an Eastern hero could have put it there. He tries to figure it out, but tries not to think about it. The guy asks Koharu to relax so he can remove the curse from her. Using the skill, the young man freely removes the curse from the girl. The hand devours the curse, and the mark on the heroine's stomach is no longer present. The girl tearfully thanks Ryuto, but the heroes don't have time to relax before the monster attacks them. The Eastern one attacks them, but they manage to dodge the blow in time. Ryuto tries to use the skill again, but his hand won't budge. The boy, holding the girl in his arms, decides to run away with her. At that very moment, they are surrounded and the monsters attack the young man. The guy throws the girl so that the clubs don't hit her. Suddenly, the monster grabs Ryuto by the leg and holds him upside down, slamming him into the ground. They throw the guy and he lands near a tree. Koharu rushes to him but freezes in fear. The young man has no other choice, so he uses his powers to the fullest. An unknown man sits on the creature's hand and says that they have been waiting for this trip for so long. Ryuto deals with all the monsters. At this time, the girl asks if he is okay. The hero asks the same thing to Koharu and equips a backpack, setting off on a journey. In his memories, Uncle says that only an idiot would have thought of combining the God Eater with Beelzebub. Ryuto says that the gluttony tried to eat him, so he ate it back. The man thinks that it is clearly not easy to combine two abilities. The boy claims that he feels like his peasant rage is constantly activated. He asks his uncle to tell him more about how this world works. After hearing this, Ryuto sits in complete horror. The man asks if he understood everything. Everything is not as simple as the protagonist thought. The boy asks his uncle if he means that this is impossible for the current Ryuto. Then he thanks him for taking all the arrogance out of him. Uncle explains that the reincarnated sage Moses may be more problematic. He probably knows how this world works too. The protagonist smiles and says that the peasant will manipulate the sage. The instructor says that Ryuto and Koharu have screwed up and will be expelled from the academy. Lilith is outraged by this and claims that Ryuto will become a hero who will be revered. The man just sends her off to play, saying it's a wonderful fairy tale. The girl gets even angrier about this. Their conversation is interrupted by a man shouting and pointing his hand to the side. The culprits of the dispute appear on the horizon, and Ryuto, holding the girl in his arms, says that they have completed the task. Brian asks why the guy isn't wearing magical shackles. The protagonist, in turn, says he has something to report. Ryuto's magical shackles were broken during the Oni's attack. The heroes were lucky that the battlefield evidence served as evidence, but no one found the corpses at the scene. That same day, the students were given a special assignment. They left the old school building and moved to the new building. The protagonist reflects on the current situation. In his opinion, the decision to retreat is quite reasonable. He is pulled out of his thoughts by Lilith, who asks what the boy is going to do. Ryuto only smiles at the question. The young man introduces the situation by saying that he wants to take everyone to Cordelia and her comrades. The girl asks how he plans to change direction in their direction, and the hero talks about the performance. The boy pretends to hurt his leg and asks Arthur for help. Lying in the cart, he telepathically tells Lilith that the preparations are complete. She stops everyone and says that she will need to take a look at the new school building from here. The girl flies up into the air and looks around. After that, she comes down and reports that things are bad. Lilith reports to the group about the situation with the new school. The new building is surrounded by ogres. She also says that a large horde is heading their way. She doesn't understand whether they are heading to the school or to them, so she asks them to change their route. The instructor is hesitant, but then mentions the carts that they could lose in the middle of the forest. The girl asks to leave it to her. Lilith raises her staff and casts a spell to clear a path for the group. Arthur says that the girl didn't just open the way, she literally made it. Brian points out that if they're running from ogres, then why leave such a huge trail behind them? Koharu suddenly wakes up and then gets up. Seeing Ryuto, she asks if he did anything strange. The guy says he used the hermit's art to distract the ogres and thus protect everyone. To do this, he used a rare species of mandragora. The group is currently protected by 50 B-rank adventurers. Lilith tells Ryuto that they will arrive quickly and that she will take care of them in the meantime. The young man asks Koharu to rest for now. Meanwhile, in the western fortress, Cordelia defeats the ogre general and her squad engages the remaining ones in battle. This is already the 50th skirmish for the fortress, and over these 2 days the enemies attacked it in small groups. Cordelia enters the room, shouting that the fortress is at its limit, and they must make an immediate sortie. The man refuses the sortie, citing the lack of fighting power if the girl leaves, and he cannot allow this. The heroine continues to stand her ground and tries to prove that it is better to release the force behind enemy lines. One of the soldiers runs into the room with an urgent message and asks the people inside to look outside. Looking outside, people see a whole horde of ogres moving towards the fortress. Cordelia doesn't understand why the ogres decided to attack in such a large group. Then the girl notices that they, on the contrary, are running away. All this time, the ogres were running away from Lilith, who was attacking them. The girl destroys the monsters with her magic. Cordelia shouts to the squad to prepare for reinforcements and gives the order to begin the attack. The squad runs out of ammunition, and the girl jumps off the wall. She leads the cavalry into battle. The group, led by Cordelia, enters the battle. The commander gradually gives orders from the fortress. The girl wants to cut a path to the enemy camp and notifies the soldiers about it. The heroine runs towards the enemies and cuts her way through. Lilith is visible behind her and follows her. The girls stop abruptly and see many enemies in front of them. Cordelia and Lilith see the Ogre King and conclude that there are two of them. The heroine asks the young girl if they will kill them together. The girl does not share this view. Lilith waves her hand, dividing the field in half and taking the enemies on the left, while Cordelia takes the enemies on the right. The girls fight the ogres, killing them in huge numbers. Ryuto appears on the battlefield to help the girls with the monsters. That same day, a council is held at the Lord's estate. The man clarifies about the fall of the fortresses, except for the western one. Each side reports on the situation in their units. One of the men says that thanks to Cordelia, they were able to repel the attack. Cordelia, in turn, says that she did not do it alone. The council notes that they may forget the merits of special students. Another man claims that it was Koharu who brought these monsters with her. Cordelia says there is no point in paranoia, and they do not know the enemy's true goals. The lieutenant reports on the current state of affairs. The enemy is slowing down the pace of the invasion, and he assumes that they will attack again in 2 days without changes. The girl wants to open all the city gates to give battle as soon as possible. The man on the council takes the information harshly, saying that she was crazy to suggest such a thing. Cordelia details to the others the tactics she plans to use. One person from the table agrees with the girl, and they are left to decide who will stand at each gate. The lieutenant asks the man if it is really okay to allow the peasant to be present. He replies that the plan Cordelia told them about is not typical of her. She was probably told about it. Ryuto says that this time it is not a disaster. He explains in detail the difference between a real disaster and the current situation. In other words, the monsters were summoned artificially, as the boy claims. Koharu clarifies whether this disaster was man-made. The young man says that they were indeed attacked by a horde of powerful monsters, and there is no time to find out if this is really the case. The boy asks Koharu to take care of the western gate. He is confident that she can handle the A-class monsters with her strength. Ryuto asks the girls to go full force and they won't have a chance to retreat because their enemies are not endless. 2 days later, Cordelia stands at the northern gate and looks at the enemies through her sixth sense. She does not understand why they do not attack. Derek addresses the girl, saying that she looks completely different today. The heroine, in his opinion, looks calm, to which Cordelia responds by saying that she has a strong ally next to her. The enemies begin to advance, and the warrior tells the girl to fight as she is accustomed to. She thanks him for his support. The girl rushes forward and strikes down the first enemy in front of her. The hero of the north enters the battle. Meanwhile, at the southern gate, Lilith comes out to meet the enemies. The girl successfully repels the attack with her dragon genocide spell. A man approaches Ryuto and asks if he knows a man named Bernant. The boy replies that he is his teacher. He asks the young man what he thinks about this situation. The protagonist compares it to a refreshing breeze. The man is surprised, but the enemies begin their attack at this time, so Ryuto decides to end the conversation. Meanwhile, the heroes are being attacked by Emperor-class enemies. The warrior moves forward, wanting to take on the enemy and take away Bernan's legacy. Ryuto tells the man that his teacher is still alive and lives near the village where the hero himself lives. The protagonist rushes forward, intending to attack the emperor. The enemy at the same time intends to repel the attack, and the guy notes that the monster sees him. The hero uses the skill on the enemy and opens a hole with the sword. The hole does not leave behind most of the monsters. The soldiers are perplexed as to how the emperor himself and most of the army could have simply disappeared. The commander-in-chief calls upon his soldiers to attack the remaining enemies on the battlefield. The guy sees that his help is no longer needed here and leaves the squad to fight with the rest. Rushing to Cordelia's aid, Ryuto sees an explosion happening inside the walls. A few minutes ago, soldiers were fighting off an attack by small goblins. One of the soldiers noticed a new target, but the next moment, the view of it became blurry. The structure the soldiers were standing on collapses right under them. Larger enemies start to emerge from it. The hero notices that monsters are coming out of the sewers, and he does not understand how his ability to see the surface did not notice these monsters. The guy rushes to help people and pulls out an elderly man. Afterwards, he shouts for people to run away and is left alone with the enemies. Ryuto thinks about the girls, and the thought flashes through his head that he is the only one who needs help. Meanwhile, the teacher, who is defending the townspeople from attack, asks them to retreat immediately. The monster stretches out its clawed paw towards him. The main character comes to the teacher's aid and repels the enemy's attack on him. The boy asks to rely on him leaving the other monsters to himself. Ryuto says that it is the peasant's job to get rid of pests. The man thinks he is having a nightmare, and that he was saved by a peasant he looked down on. The teacher confesses to his student that he was the one who intervened. Ryuto simply asks him with a smile on his face if he passed the test. The teacher answers him positively and, in response to the boy's request, flies away from him. The protagonist uses the skill of observing all surfaces, and, without noticing a single soul, plants a plant in the ground. Afterwards, he activates agriculture with the legacy of the dragon god, and the consequences of the spell begin to burst out of the ground. A huge plant resembling a dragon grows in this place. With the help of the summoned roots, Ryuto uses an advanced surface assessment skill. The boy notices that there was not only one emperor here, he senses another one moving towards the boy. The emperor engages in battle with the magically created creature Ryuto. The monster is caught in the roots and turned upside down. The next moment, they tear it apart, leaving its blood on the buildings. Meanwhile, at the western gate, people are running away from moving enemies. Koharu doesn't believe it. Strong enemies attacked the western gate. One of the monsters throws a stone at the girl, but she freezes in place and covers herself with her hands. Suddenly, Arthur arrives and protects the heroine from him. She doesn't understand why he saved her, and the guy says that it's okay to save the weak. Brian comes to the heroes, protecting them from the advancing enemies. Together they cover the girl behind them and ask her to run away. Suddenly the enemies in front of them die. At that moment, Cordelia and Lilith come to the guys. They ask them to leave everything to them. The heroine of the North turns to the black-haired girl and asks her to help them. Lilith doesn't think this idea of the girl helping is good. Then she adds that she failed in her task. At this time, the enemy attacks them, and Cordelia asks Lilith to buy her time. While the young girl is distracting the monster's attention, Cordelia and Koharu start a conversation about why the heroine doesn't run away. The girl says that she has the power to protect the world, and the people dear to her. She was born a hero, and has allies by her side who will support her. Cordelia doesn't want to be indebted to the young mage, and leaves the girl alone where she is. Koharu continues to stand, clenching her hands into fists. The girl clutches her head and says that each of them look down on her. Cordelia is thrown back by the explosion, while the enemies who were standing behind her die. Koharu, using all of her abilities, says that she will send all of her enemies straight to hell. The girl flies up to the monsters and attacks them with her magic. The monsters are burned to a skeleton, then completely crumble. Cordelia and Lilith follow her, the young mage carrying the heroine in flight. The girls talk to each other, discussing where Koharu's strength came from. The magician says that the black-haired girl tried to control the flow of the river with her body, and it will not be able to withstand such a load. Lilith assures about the possibility of victory, and she needs the heroine's help for this. The girl throws it, and Cordelia, in the process of flying, accepts her offer. The heroines enter the battle without hesitation, which causes Koharu to noticeably resent her. Lilith holds her back and tells her that she is a fool. She asks her not to rush forward headlong. Cordelia can't cope alone, and the girl notices that the monster regenerates quite quickly. The young mage attacks the enemy with his dragon spell, but even it is unable to cope. Koharu delivers the final blow and kills the monster by making holes inside it. The girl rejoices at her victory and raises her hand up, shouting, declaring it. Suddenly, there is a bang, which makes the girls tense up. An unknown man appears in the sky. He notes the work they have done well. Then he says that they are worthy of an invitation to his family. The girl asks, another Oni. The enemy looks around. The hero is told to concentrate. The monster was like Ryuto, which shouldn't be the case. One of them attacked the Oni god. They will be able to damage him if they manage to attack before he activates his defense. Attack with spirits, says the uninjured god. Now he understands how they were able to defeat the Oni emperor. He suddenly started crying. The monster screamed, smiling that his brothers had died. They had killed them all, but he forgives them, because they are all family now. If their numbers are diminishing, they will simply replenish them once more. He is glad that they have turned out to be healthy women. Whether they are mothers or sisters, he will ask them to help them increase their family. One of them attacks the god, thus distracting him. They will not be able to withstand such a thing, so they decide to buy some time and run away from the enemy. The monster catches up with both of them, and the heroine takes the blow herself to protect the girl. The girl lost consciousness from the blow. God was told to do everything possible to keep the redhead safe, but he wasn't going to follow their orders. The second girl hit him in the face, and he pushed her away hard. God says that if you look closely, she looks like their countrywoman, and asks what she is doing in the West. The girl replied that she was a survivor of the Segusa clan, which they had wiped off the face of the earth. The monster recalls something like that, and offers condolences. The monster asks, since they left her alive, why doesn't she go away and tell the whole West how terrible they are? He calls the girl weak and says that they don't need people like her, even if she is strong in communicating with spirits. At the end, he said that, however, she was almost dead. The girl coughed up blood and was covered in blood. The monster took the other two and was about to leave. The girl remembers the past, where she lies under corpses and promises herself to endure everything. Ryuto asks her if the people close to her really want her to do this. He is sure that there are no people who regret anything in their lives. In the past, he was so weak that he couldn't protect anyone, even though he really wanted to. But he got another chance. He trained desperately to get it right this time so he wouldn't have to go through something like this again, and tells her not to give up. He also said not to overdo it and to rely on her comrades. She did not take anything on herself. Rather, it was she who was supported. The monster was surprised. The girl stood up without a scratch and was ready to fight. He praised her zeal, and he will not dodge or defend himself, and asks her to release all her power. If she remains alive after such an attack, he will accept her as a nanny. The girl attacks him with a spear, saying, "Shut up." Her spear left no scratch on him, and the god asks if that is all. The girl screamed that there were many spears. She asks if he wants to see her full power, and shoots it all at him. The monster stands still and says that it takes a long time, and asks if she can do more. She can only throw 10 at a time. The girl fell to her knees. She really struck him and said that even if she put her life on the line, the only thing she could do was distract attention. Suddenly he noticed that the two girls were missing. She sighed and said that it was their victory. The main character came in a different guise. God struck hard. Ryuto thanked the monster. His body felt lighter. He replied, "You're welcome." Spears emerged from the form and struck the monster. The hero praised Koharu and asked her to take care of Lilith and Cordelia. The enemy was still intact, and said it was a skillful attack. Because of this sealing magic, a normal monster would remain there forever until he died, but for a god, it would only act as a temporary delay. The god hoped that he would not have to fight the hero. Ryuto hit the monster, and the monster hit him, causing him to fly back. The guy didn't give up and was going to strike again. Their fists met, but the guy was kicked and fell to the ground. God pinned the guy to the ground, and he kicked God away and dealt him several blows. Koharu can't keep up with them. The hero fights on equal terms with a god. Moreover, he has mastered healing magic at the highest level. The girl and God are pleasantly surprised by the guy's strength. The monster asks the hero's profession. People's strength depends on their profession. Ryuto answers that he is a peasant. The enemy is surprised and wonders if he is the weakest of them. God cried out that he was starting to like the guy. The willpower to train yourself no matter what. That's what they had always been looking for. Now he wanted to fight him even more. The enemy says that the boy cannot be defeated. The body of any Oni is capable of healing damage. Therefore, he has an offer as a tribute to his power. If he accepts it, the Oni will immediately leave this land. He says that they need Ryuto. They want to become related to him and offers to become part of their family. He is sure that his brothers will be happy too. As long as God is alive, he wants to be sure that the next generations will continue to multiply it. They were attracted to these lands by the people themselves. They simply decided to join the fight. After all, in reality, this is a fight between people. The monster says, "Remember how people reacted to a peasant like him being so strong." He can easily imagine they are just insignificant people, judging others only by their profession. He tells him to leave them. There is no good in protecting people. The enemy cries out that his true place is among the Oni horde. As he continued speaking, his right hand disappeared. The monster screamed where his hand was. God does not understand why the hand does not regenerate. There is no pain, and the blood does not spurt. This has never happened before. It was as if the hand was torn off. He felt cold. Ryuto says that it turns out that it's too hard for him to believe this. God is already dead. The enemy says that this can't be true. Their fight has only just begun. Transforms into a stronger version of himself. with 6 arms. But suddenly, his arm disappeared again. After all his hands disappeared, the enemy screamed in fear. His legs were gone. He didn't understand when the hero managed to attack him. He began to split up. The enemy was in a black hole and screamed that he didn't want to die. Ryuto won. After this, the Oni who had infested Sachmimas were exterminated by the knights. As for the Oni from the neighboring lands, it seems that they lost all desire to fight after their god was defeated. The next day, the C-rank adventurers and the large expedition battalion joined the battle. Since only the royal rank Oni remained, the hero does not think it will take long. A week after the battle, the heroes were called to the king. The most significant participant in the recent events, the sage Moses, is announced. He is praised for his defense and rewarded with applause. The people began to discuss among themselves the strength of Moses, praising him. They also applauded the special students who fought in their assigned positions. After all, this event is just a loophole to increase their popularity. Even so, Ryuto is still glad that Cordelia and Lilith have at least received some of the recognition they deserve. Lastly, as a reward for saving human lives, McLean's apprentice will be promoted to the rank of ministerial. People started to discuss that they were only doing this because the Academy's name would otherwise be tarnished. By having a peasant in their ranks, they thought he was a hero. Ryuto was glad. At the end of the day, he can stand next to the hero, next to Cordelia. This is the beginning of his ascent to the stars. Moses thinks the peasant is standing next to them now, so enjoy your moment of glory. To be able to accomplish such a feat, being only a peasant, as expected, he must be reborn, he thinks. Moses has managed to understand his power and wants to use it. Moses thought she was on his heels all this time, but she was too weak even to meet God. If this continued, his plan would be in jeopardy. He was going to try an alternative plan. The hero's little sister, in her school uniform, apologized for being late and asked him to show her around the city. That day, he volunteered to show Tokyo to her. They started shopping, the girl was very happy. Suddenly, the Shibuya Street massacre case, the perpetrator's motive was, anything goes. The girl is scared. The guy's path was blocked by people running away in fear, and the criminal managed to grab the girl by the hair and stab her with a knife. The guy was devastated. He was too far away, but he wanted to save her. But he didn't. He was desperate. He was very sorry. He apologized for being so weak. The guy cried, lying down, hugging a photo of his sister. At first, he lay there and suffered from the loss. But after a few months, he got away and continued to live. A considerable amount of time passed, and somehow the hero was able to pull himself together. On his first day of work, he has to return on the last train, which makes him feel alive. But suddenly, while crossing the road, he is hit by a truck. The guy found himself in a different place. In front of him was written, profession, peasant, memories will be saved, and a choice between 2 skills. Reincarnation does exist. He will be reborn as a peasant. He was allowed to choose 2 skills. Social and craft skills, they were recommended to him. He will also be able to keep all his memories, but since he will be starting a completely new life, he thinks it would be better to erase them. He remembers his little sister and wants to be strong. The hero asks the lady who is standing there about skills and profession, so that when he meets someone who will be dear to him, this time he will be able to protect them. The guy chose skills. After he received the title of ministerial and was awarded a higher status, he moved to a new dormitory. Ryuto never expected to receive it, but it was a lucky coincidence. This status is equivalent to qualifying for graduation from the academy, and it gives the hero more freedom than before. Lilith, sitting on the guy's bed, says that Ryuto's merits were stolen by this sage and asks why they can't kill Moses. The guy answered because he can't defeat him, for 3 reasons. First, there's a chance that Moses has some very powerful skills due to his status as a sage. He may have been the one who enhanced Sachmimas' Oni. Moses is the only one who could orchestrate the fake Oni disaster. This means that he has the ability to control and strengthen monsters. However, the hero has no way to prove it. That's why he doesn't tell the girl about it. Secondly, he has the ability to manipulate memory. The people around him have very vague memories of the past battle. When Ryuto asked her about it, Koharu couldn't remember anything, and the hero still doesn't understand why his actions didn't affect their memories. But if he managed to change the memories of those around him, then they are in constant danger. However, it is entirely possible that someone else was involved in the memory manipulation. Otherwise, it could all be interpreted as a confession, says Ryuto Lily too. The girl asked, "Third-party intervention?" "Perhaps he simply used a self-activating skill," the hero says his guess is. He still assumes that there was a third party involved and that this is the third reason. Just as he and the Dragon King helped the hero, so does he. There are people in hoods sitting on the round table. One of them says that the next thing on their agenda is the Battle of Sakmimas and asks who the peasant Cordelia spoke of was, the hero of the North. They tell him that he is indeed a simple peasant, not a reincarnated one. However, it is obvious that he has undergone some kind of hellish training. One of them heard that he was an apprentice of a famous orc slayer when he was still very young. Then he asked what about the tree that suddenly appeared on the battlefield. They compared it to what happened 4 years ago in a village, but that was a completely different case. They have only one thing in common: the appearance of a dragon. He believes that dragons also played a role in this battle. The incident was caused by a fight between the Oni and the dragons for their territory. They decided to leave it at that. They were about to leave, and one of them asked if Cordelia had finally gone mad. He goes on to say that Cordelia's fighting skills are similar to other heroes, but her tendency to misinform is simply unbearable and such. This man thinks it's time to strip her of her hero title. The girl takes off her mask and asks, "That's why you can say that Cordelia will be sent under the wing of her holy knights, right?" One of them told her, "Reincarnated Zero, I leave Cordelia's training to you. Zero just needs to make sure their baby gains a few levels no matter what," which makes her knights a good choice. She says that as he already knows, the number of followers of the evil god has increased dramatically recently. In their time, reincarnated people are found all over the world. They can already conclude that heroes are no longer the strongest. In the words of monsters, they have a real human catastrophe. One of them says that this is their best chance to cleanse the entire world of monsters. Their forces must be ready for this moment. So they finished and went their separate ways. One of them was Moses, and as he was leaving, Zero asked him if Cordelia was really that strong. He replied that contact between reincarnated people was considered a terrible sin. The girl calls him prim, but they're just chatting in the hallway. She just can't believe that Cordelia was able to defeat the Oni Emperor on her own. There is only one explanation. She was not lying when she said that the Oni god was defeated by a peasant. In their world, there are no reincarnated that they do not know about. All reincarnated were born with the strongest professions, with the exception of heroes. In this world, everyone has a status window. As they grow older, the church takes those with outstanding professions under its wing. Those with the strongest skills are eventually labeled as reincarnated. The girl says that since he is a peasant, there is no point in testing him for special skills. She asks if he didn't think that the rumors about the hero could be true and didn't even try to figure it out. She heard that they were doing something very funny behind her back. Moses turned and said that Cordelia would be released into her care. He broke his mask and said terribly that the church would not have time to prepare her in time according to its program. If this continues, she may die, which he would not want very much, and asks to take care of her. Zero asked if he was in love with Cordelia. The guy said that he would soon pay a visit to the Holy Knights to see her condition and left. The girl smiled evilly. Zero has successfully taken the bait. Ryuto's next opponent will be the reincarnated one. The enemy has prepared the best dish. Moses says, now prove to him that a simple peasant can replace a hero. He stands before the monster, spilling his blood. The captain says that a transfer order has arrived. Lady Cordelia has been ordered to be transferred to the Kanzai Union of Holy Knights. Holy Knights may sound proud, but their land is actually called the Land of Exile. All they do is senselessly rob and kill people in remote areas. They call it enslaving the followers of the evil god. Lilith asked, smiling, if Cordelia had been demoted. Ryuto hit her on the head and apologized to the girl along with Koharu. Cordelia hit the hero and the girl on the head and said that her decisions during the fight were to blame, so she would take full responsibility. The girl will train hard. Ryuto gives her a jade necklace. He says that if she gets into trouble, she just needs to say, "Help me." The hero will immediately come to her aid. Cordelia promises and leaves. Everyone disperses. Lilith says that if the girl learns the true purpose of this pendant, she might even hate him. He says he doesn't care. As long as she's safe, let him despise it. Cordelia was transferred to the Holy Knights completely unexpectedly. The hero knows that Moses is behind it. Moses used presence concealment to cause Sakmimas to fall, and Cordelia's reputation to be tarnished, leaving her alone. This became both an opportunity for the hero to strengthen her mentally and a warning to himself that he could no longer protect her alone. Their goals are somewhat similar, but the hero wants her mind to be strong. Moses wants Cordelia to have excellent fighting power. Ultimately, the hero wants to free her from the curse of being a hero. At first, he thought that this would happen after Cordelia defeats the demon lord and god. Ryuto didn't know anything about them at all. All he knows now is that for them, a hero is a special being. By training Cordelia, Moses intends to use her to arrange a meeting with them, which coincides with the boy's goal. The hero is surprised by why reincarnated people cannot be heroes, even with greater power, and he feels that there is something important that he does not yet know about the heroes themselves. However, Moses knows that his plan has one fatal flaw: how weak Cordelia is at the moment. He has no choice but to use the hero as a replacement. In addition, he must be able to relieve her of unnecessary attention, and convince Moses to use him as the key that can replace the hero. The hero must find the reason why they are so obsessed with heroes. There is actually another way to meet them, but he can't afford to do that. Ryuto will need an accomplice to help him. His goal has not changed to free the hero. To do this, he will need to beat everything out of them. The elf girl says they don't accept any students. In society, ranks determine status, and to advance with Cordelia, the hero must at least reach rank A, as his success is officially recognized by the guilds after qualification. Despite the ridicule, he presents his medal and C-rank card, knowing that in this world, everything depends on position, and there is no time to hesitate any longer, or the guards will intervene. The girl says that the head of their guild is a rank A traveler, and they have the highest rank in the area, and tells them to leave. Someone came in and asked what the noise was. He was surprised when he saw Ryuto. The girl calls the man a guildmaster, and the hero an old man. Negotiation room. He and the girl apologize to the hero. Protect Cordelia from them. Ryuto wanted to ask others to help him with this, but he never thought of asking demi-humans to do it. The hero asked why an elf was working here. Some elves can be found in human society, but they usually either become wanderers or create guilds just for elves. This is the first time the hero sees an elf working for a human of his own free will. About 7 years ago, the country tightened its policy towards elves, imposing restrictions on wandering elves, and forcibly returning those who were without permission to the villages. At the time, the hero was 9 years old and immersed in training, so he does not remember all the details. Vistana was the first country to introduce such rules, and because of this, other countries also began to discriminate against elves. The hero's village is also located in this country. The elves resisted somehow, but they were quickly suppressed. There were not so many of them. The old man asked the hero, what about their elf caught his attention? Ryuto wants to know about the situation of the elves and asked him to ask her about it. The hero has 2 goals. First, he wants to reach A rank as quickly as possible without attracting anyone's attention. He will need the old man's help with this. He will give the details later. Second, he wants to raise Lilith's level and asks the old man to give them a quest to conquer people. The old man understood. He has a good quest for the hero situation. 2 bounty hunters attacked the people, and the swordswoman was very strong. It was Lilith. A year ago. Dragon Village. A girl asks Lilith if she wants to learn fencing. After being fired from her position as a tower guard, she had not planned to stay in Wismel for long, but was grateful for the place the village had found for her. She now teaches the basics of light fencing, explaining that there are 3 types: light, heavy, and mounted. First of all, they need to destroy the enemy's will to fight. Their methods of attack will be hitting, chopping, and crushing. As a result, their attacks will weaken the enemy. Lilith will need to learn to swing her sword like a lever. No force is even required. The main thing is the correct position. The stances are also part of her strategy. Defensive stance, counterattack stance, each of them has its pros and cons. Constantly changing stance, she can disrupt the pace of her opponent. After all, if she perfects her stances, she won't need to attack. She can launch an attack while changing stances. Since she has more knowledge of stances than her enemies, as long as her body keeps up, she will surely win. This is all basic. Lilith fights the enemy. He thinks she is just an amateur. The girl defeats him. The swordsman mage can surpass common sense. Lilith needed fencing to protect the place where she belonged. Her weakness is that she is unable to deliver a decisive blow. She is able to use dragon magic to fry her enemies, but in her current state, she is unable to use it. She believes that mastering fencing will help her find the hero's weakness, and so far Lilith has shown herself to be better than he expected, giving her all. In society, he is considered a peasant, living off a strong swordswoman mage, and without recognition from the people, they cannot do without. Ryuto recalls how his master Bernard lived his life. His life path was happy. Meeting a nobleman allowed him to achieve the position of knight captain. As for B rank, he can reach it. Once he reaches level 100 and has some achievements, he can take the B rank test. His master had achieved the title of Orc Slayer, but had never been able to fully utilize it. However, his lack of career ambitions and desire to remain an enemy killer eventually gave him a place where he could belong. If he reaches A rank, his very existence will be of importance to the government. This is a status he cannot achieve with just combat ability. However, if he can achieve it, he will be recognized by society, and in order to be able to fight alongside the hero, Ryuto wants to obtain this rank. Ryuto says that they have solved the problem of the bandits and asked to count and take care of them. The elf girl says she is stunned by how strong they are. Thanks to them, they were able to save many kidnapped people. But most of all, the girl is surprised by the hero's calmness after killing so many enemies. She became strong for the sake of revenge. At first, she had fun getting stronger. And since she had juniors and students, she found a new reason to protect them. But that day, everything changed. The enemy shouts to the survivors that he will accept the challenge at any time, become stronger, and come for revenge. The girl could not understand this. How could he do something like this? Ironically, she only realized how this world works after she killed the enemy. Lilith and Ryuto have advanced to E rank. They decide to eat before they return. What a strange sight. Old shacks are next to large and new buildings. This was caused by the drastic changes in the economy in recent years. In this world, and at this time, ordinary people are equally poor. The hero does not understand what this anxiety is. It is because something unexpected happened. He does not understand why he realized this only now. Ryuto was stuck in place with Lilith at the alley. They went there. There was someone there. Someone had used magic to make their presence invisible. That was what had made the hero uneasy. Ryuto asks Lilith for help, activating the dragonification skill, unleashing magic, and on top of that, removing the spell. A beaten elf girl appeared in front of the hero. At that time, he still did not realize the full context of this story. The fact that his meeting with this elf was planned in advance. Cordelia was thanked for visiting these lands. The girl took off her hood and said, "Welcome to the desert." Their paths cross. They took the mysterious girl under their wing. Ryuto asks if she understands their language and introduces herself. They found her weakened on the road, so they decided to help. Lilith changed her into clean clothes and wiped her body. Afterwards, they used magic and herbs to patch her up. The girl's name is Liz. Lilith picks the girl up and is going to help her wash herself. Half a day ago in the alley, Lilith suggests to the hero to just pretend they didn't see her. He did the same for Lilith, but now she saves him. Liz calls Lilith Mom, asking not to be angry. Lilith liked the name she was given. Liz calls the hero daddy, and Lilith happily decides to save her. She was the one who found her, and she was going to save her from the beginning. The hero thinks she has learned to sympathize with others. A man came in and said that he checked the security of the surrounding area. No one would get past him, but he still posted 3 guards. The hero apologized for having to occupy their house, and in response he said that he was glad that he could help with something. The man was going to report. The northern country, Bastana, despises elves, 8 years. They catch all elves they see and send them to the Forsrium, which is in the mountains in the north. To the north of Bastana are the land of the elves, Foresrium, and the land of the beastmen, Makenly. The last 2 were at war for quite some time. The war ended a few years ago with the defeat of the elves. In addition to this, the elves have their own factions. They have an unwritten rule not to interfere in the affairs of other tribes. That's why the girl from the reception knew nothing about the country of the elves. But there are rumors that, in the north, elves are considered slaves of the beastmen. Suddenly Lilith screams that Liz has turned into a dog. The man closes his eyes and face so as not to see Lilith's appearance. The dog mistook him for a monster and was about to attack him. But Ryuto used force. The hero stopped Lilith and told the old man to run away from here. The dog suddenly fell down and turned back into human form. He asks Lilith not to be angry with her. However, there was a lot of magical power in that attack. It was aimed at the old man, so suddenly. But behind that attack was fear, not hostility. This is a great opportunity to establish a relationship with a half-human. Liz's personality, she was born from the relationship of a beast man and an elf, or she was artificially created. These peoples live not so far from each other, but their views on the world differ. The hero heard that their overall strength is approximately equal. These two races are too different to have good relations with each other. Lilith asks Ryuto what he is thinking. How did Liz end up in such a place, the hero asks. Strong invisibility magic and a curse that can only be removed by a mage of A rank or higher. If they had found her a little later, she would have been dead. Judging by her clothes and appearance, she comes from a wealthy family. The guy says if the goal was to kill her, it's strange that no one was watching. They used invisibility magic so no one could find her, and even if it was intentional, they would have prepared a plan B in case she was accidentally discovered. Besides, she was wearing a gem of concealment. She could have taken it off herself and asked for help. The most likely option is that she hid until someone came and found her. Or that someone is still watching her right now. They're going to ask her for details. Meanwhile, in the desert at the Kansai Union of Holy Knights base, the girl says, "Whores, gamblers, and beggars. Here it is a normal sight. For Cordelia, it may be too much, if she is too correct." Zero introduces herself to the hero, but she has refused her name. First, the girl has to pass an entrance exam. The local vice captain greeted the hero and introduced himself. In front of him sat a man with his mouth and eyes closed. Zero kicks the guy. He is Daz. The girl calls him a talisman and a toy for their union. Daz stopped growing and remained B rank for many years, but suddenly he reached A rank in only 3 years and asks the hero the reason. Zero untied the boy and gave him a sword. He immediately ran away. This is her entrance exam. Zero ordered to kill the fugitive. If she doesn't hurry, they'll have many casualties. The hero immediately ran after him. On the way, the girl found many bloody bodies and found him. He was standing and stepping on a dead child. Daz says there are a lot of experience points here. Thanks to this, he leveled up. The hero immediately cut him into pieces. The guy didn't even have time to understand. She looked at the beheaded child and felt sad. Suddenly, people appeared behind her, some shouting with joy because they had won the bet thanks to the hero. The girl was surprised, not understanding what was wrong with these people. They were laughing despite the fact that their friends were dead. They even bet on her fight. Someone said, "Great job." Zero was glad that she had no hesitation before killing the man. She says that usually people get almost no experience for killing another person. After all, for killing a monster, the hero will get 10 times more experience. The girl continues to say that, but the experience she gets for killing people after level 100 is different. Usually the maximum level of a person is somewhere around 150, because when you reach level 140, the speed of leveling drops sharply. But there are ways to unlock the maximum level. One of them is training in the demon world, and the other is killing your family to get easy experience. This is an unwritten rule for adventurers of B rank and above. After you reach level 120, getting experience from killing other people becomes easier. The hero thinks that she has already completed a quest to kill bandits, and then she felt it, and even now. Some B ranks even became serial killers. Killing such people and protecting the citizens is their job. Zero asks if she wants to say the same. Now the hero understands the reason for their organization's existence. She says that doesn't justify what Zero just did. Cordelia denies Zero's methods. Cordelia wants to fight Zero, but Zero just starts laughing with the others. She says, "Let's play a bonus game." Zero will fight the hero and tells the rest to place their bets. The girl is quite serious and likes to do things for her own amusement. Zero bets that she will defeat the hero in 3 minutes and 5 seconds. The hero has never seen such a position in combat. Perhaps this is southern fencing. Fine sharpening, the blade is relatively short, but the handle is quite long. In her left hand is her robe. They began their battle. The two swordswomen engage in a fast-paced and intense battle, exchanging powerful blows at great speed. The enemy distracts the heroine with his cloak and is about to launch a direct attack with his sword. The girl was able to defend herself from the blow. The protagonist attacks with determination, while her opponent calmly repels every attack. The enemy's swordsmanship style is unconventional. She seems to have knowledge of various techniques, but she mixed them and created her own style. In that case, the hero is going to use something. She strikes a pose. The hero attacks the enemy strongly and quickly, while she defends herself with a sword. Even if the opponent uses unexpected techniques, the hero forces him to play by his rules. Cordelia has been developing this attack technique for many years, which is why she cannot lose. With this technique, she can cut through any enemy, but the enemy dodged and used the Karamite technique to pull out the hidden weapon. The hero left herself and struck the enemy without a weapon, but the hidden weapon, the knife, fell right into the hero's hands and victory was hers. Zero kicks the hero away. The enemy stood right behind the hero with his sword and said, "Checkmate." She asked the crowd for the time. One of them answered, 3 minutes and 5 seconds. The hero was surprised by this. The enemy sympathizes and says not to be upset. She will treat her to lunch tomorrow. Cordelia didn't understand how it was that at that moment the enemy's legs were completely motionless. Is Zero really so trained that she can move her legs freely even when immobilized, which sounds impossible? Zero answered the hero that this was her special skill and its name was Sure Victory. She says that if the hero wants to know more, then she must continue to become stronger. After all, Cordelia is a hero and will one day surpass the enemy in strength. A week of their life together with Liz had already passed, and in order to lift her spirits a little, the hero decided to take her with him to the market. Liz asks if she can try eating whatever she wants. Ryuto allows it. The hero activates the stealth skill and says that it seems to be quiet here. Lilith asks why he spends his rare items. The guy is glad that they were useful to him. He still has them in reserve. We are talking about the ring that Liz wears, called Cat's Eye. The owner of this item is perceived as an ordinary person in the eyes of third parties. The effect lasts about 12 hours. Elves are very much oppressed, so it is dangerous for her to walk around in her form. The hero wonders where her baby clothes came from. Lilith answers that she still has clothes in stock for boys and girls aged 1 to 10. Lilith asks him how many children he wants. Ryuto says Liz doesn't go far from them. The hero notices that someone is watching them. But they continue to have a fun time together. Liz asks him why he doesn't ask anything about her situation. He asks if she wants to talk about it. She remains silent, embarrassed. If she doesn't want to, that's fine, he says. The guy says that he is worried about her, that is why he cares, so he asks her to stay with him for now. The girl smiled. Even though Ryuto said so, it doesn't change the fact that humans are aggressively opposed to elves. There is a chance that the person who has asked for help will already start to sharpen their teeth on this. However, despite this discrimination, Liz treats people well, but she is still afraid of them. The hero wonders if Liz is from Forestream. If so, then she must be related to McKinley. Forestream is currently under McKinley's control. In that case, it turns out that humans are driving the elves straight into McKinley's mouth. If this issue is made public, it will cause strife between the human and demi-human races. Trouble will also await Cordelia and the other heroes. Lilith uses the stealth skill and says that if he is going to hide Liz, then she has one condition. She will become a mother, and Ryuto will be her daddy. The guy hit the girl on the head, and she asked if he didn't want them to become a family. Ryuto replied, "Let's put it this way. Liz is the younger sister, Lilith is the older one, and he is the brother." Liz called Ryuto brother. The hero was touched by this. Lilith says that she loves her little brother very much. He didn't react and said that hearing this from a peer made him feel a little uneasy and he doesn't need such a sister. Liz smiled and thanked her sister for today. It worked on Lilith too. They were getting ready to go home, but the hero noticed someone watching them again. The night after returning from the market. The guild hideout. Ryuto asks if they managed to figure out who was following them all this time. There were 2 groups conducting surveillance, but they were unable to find out their location. But they have an idea of the location of the first group. They managed to contact his old acquaintance from the Nuralug trading clan. He is the 2nd most powerful merchant in Bastana. There are even rumors that the head of Bastana commissioned the Neuralis clan to transport elves. The interlocutor asks if they might try to find out something else about Neuralis. The hero answers that it is not worth it and to stop watching the spies. He will see how the situation goes. Ryuto asks for security at the guild's hideout. The hero thought about it. There are at least 4 groups following them. He thinks it's someone from the bazaar's entourage. Apparently they're not even looking for their hideout. Maybe there's another group following them that they just don't know about. If they are aggressive, then Ryuto's not going to hold back, but what he is most concerned about right now is whether Cordelia is okay. Meanwhile, Zero and the others are about to attack and have found the heretic scouts. The church denies indigenous beliefs. 200 years ago, the Holy Church won the religious battles. They are preparing to attack the caravan that will pass through this road tomorrow. There are many heretics trying to overthrow the power of the church. The great villains who tormented the holy people have been defeated, Zero says, and asks if Cordelia understands. Zero screamed, "Forward, break them, destroy them." They have launched an attack and are going to kill every single one of them. The team won. Cordelia was surprised by their strength. They were razed to the ground in 15 minutes. All Zero warriors are above A rank. Someone asked if they were reincarnated. He stood on the giant's shoulder and asked if he had guessed correctly. It was a god, reincarnated, who had killed his brother. Blood poured from his eye, and he will not forgive them. The enemy is going to gut them all, and he will bring their entrails to his brother's grave. The enemy had hidden their location, and they had been waiting in ambush the entire time. Cordelia didn't understand what reincarnated person they were talking about. God asks where the other rat has hidden. Someone attacks the enemy from behind. The attacks are invisible but weak. God fell down to the ground, but had already managed to recover. The enemy immediately fell to the ground and crumbled into pieces. He wasn't recovering. His consciousness was fading. Zero asked if he understood now. The girl says that anyone who goes against them will lose and introduces herself. The giants were also defeated by the others, and she said that they were all strong here. Zero asked Cordelia if she understood. The heroine thought that she didn't understand. Ryuto couldn't defeat her. Ryuto is going to pay him for transporting Liz. He is obliged to protect and accompany her. As agreed, the three of them go together. 2 days earlier, they are going to ambush smugglers, but only those who have a small treasure chest with them. Small treasure is a magic item or ability, also known as portable treasure. Skill, the ability to carry items and store them inside the treasure. The treasure also has no limitation. You can carry an item of any size and weight. The treasury is a very rare and expensive item, but its capacity is small. The skill that allows you to use the treasury is quite rare. Therefore, the higher the owner's level, the more items can be placed in it. If everything goes smoothly, smugglers will be able to use it to transport cargo. Over the past year, several smugglers with the storage skill have been killed under mysterious circumstances, although only 3 cases have been officially confirmed. Since all the contents of the treasure vault appear next to the body upon their death, adventurers have begun setting up ambushes for profit, and now smugglers are forced to hire B-rank security. The hero wonders what kind of team could ambush the smugglers. Probably a C-rank team, they answer him. Each of the 4 team members is next to a D-rank adventurer, but they are not very strong. Therefore, they need to hire strong ones. In addition to suspicious deaths, there have been cases of very powerful adventurers disappearing. Adventurers with good reputations are also involved. In each case, the smuggler was reported dead due to a tragic accident, and then disappeared. The only thing left of one of the adventurers was a broken sword in a nearby stream. For some reason, the guild headquarters refused to investigate, so he conducted his own. He found a mention of the Noralize company and immediately reported it to Mr. Ryuto, as a contract with them was made about a year ago. Since trading companies often cooperate with adventurers, there is a risk that Noralize may put pressure on headquarters to prevent an investigation. He decided to take on the mission because it could help him get promoted, even if the smuggler hunt investigation failed. Their cover would be the role of a smuggler, and their real mission would be to escort a C-rank group and carry B-rank materials, ready to fight back if attacked. One of them was against it, but the other said that their ability was real, so let them stay, but asked him to do his part of the job, and they left. Today, the group stopped for the night. The girls set up a tent, the old man helps, and the rest patrol the area for safety. They encountered lizardmen, intelligent creatures, not related to dragons, whose skin and claws are valuable, and it became clear that they need the smuggler for hunting, because such creatures require coordinated work. As they expected, they attacked the hero from behind. With such skills, the guys were able to defeat a B-rank enemy. It seemed like they wanted to take Ryuto alive. The guy wonders if they aren't smuggler hunters. Lilith was next to the guy. Ryuto didn't understand and asked why she was there and where Liz was. The girl left her there. The guy ordered them to be tied up and immediately flew to save Liz. He underestimated Lilith's personality. He thought that she was very attached to Liz. When he arrived, Liz was in the form of a dog, and next to her was a man without flesh. The hero always understood this. It was his ego. But the guy doesn't want to see a child take someone's life. Liz lost control of her powers and attacked Ryuto. The hero approached her step by step. The guy hit the dog on the head and said he would turn back. The girl didn't fully transform and cried from the hit on the head. Ryuto gives her his cloak and tells her that it wasn't her fault, it was his mistake, and apologizes for putting her through this. Liz hugged the hero, and Lilith felt something was wrong behind her with the enemies. The enemy activated a magic item. Ryuto asked what he was going to do. The enemy wished for their death. The beast was approaching the team very quickly. It was a big dog with a tail where the snake's head was. The enemy shouted, "Kill them and eat them whole." Ryuto is not the only one the beast has bared its fangs at. He has eaten his enemies. Liz was surprised. The monster, having finished eating, growled loudly. Their evidence was killed? Ryuto and Lilith noticed the guy in the tree. The hero wanted to stop him, but the monster attacked from behind. The hero dodged each attack. The beast's movements were monotonous. Ryuto is about to beat the evidence out of the monster and hits it right in the stomach. The monster vomited. The hero was about to attack again, when suddenly he was stopped. It was Liz, and she asked to stop, covering the monster with her back. The guy asked Lilith to hand over the shackles of the god of death. When equipping this item, his characteristics will be lowered to the level he had at the very beginning. The effect will last until the destruction of the item or the death of the wearer. If the effect does not work, the artifact is destroyed. The monster is given this collar and it turns into a small dog. They're going to take Oruto with them, as the hero calls him, since he is their only clue. Liz shyly asks if the hero could listen to her story. They listened to her. The team went home. The girls slept with the new pet. Meanwhile, the hero talked to someone about someone hunting for Liz. McKinley and Forsreem had long been at odds. The current Beast King put an end to the long war, Liz said. 10 years ago, Forsreem was overrun and reduced to ruins by the Beastmen. The Elven King and all the men in the kingdom were executed, while the women became slaves. As for the Elven Princess, she was sold into slavery to the second prince of the Beastmen and pretended to marry. At first, their love was just fake, but gradually their feelings became real. 2 years later, Liz was born. At the same time, a plan for reconciliation with the elves was being developed. Liz's father was one of the leaders, and so hopes for a change in relations between them arose. The Beast King, being a politician, watched for 8 years, but suddenly became enraged. Liz was considered an abomination and was to be executed. She managed to escape only thanks to the joint efforts. The plan was for her to be protected by an organization to save the elves in the human kingdom, but she was unable to contact a person from the organization and met them. She started crying because she didn't know what to do next. Ryuto wiped away her tears and thanked her for telling them. She did her best. The hero said not to worry. Her brother and sister are with her. They will protect her. The boy asked for more information about the situation between the elves and the beastmen. A letter came to Ryuto. Humans oppressed the elves and forced them back to their homeland. But Liz doesn't know this. She grew up in a castle and doesn't know much about the outside world. Her story is valid, but it's full of contradictions. The hero's first question is why the king left her alone for 8 years. The second question is the careless disposal of Liz. It's been 2 weeks since they found Liz, and they still haven't tracked them down. Is the Beast King interested in her death? The third question is it a coincidence that in the year of developing the plan for reconciliation with the elves, people began to forcibly drive them back? The fourth question is, what kind of resistance group is this that has settled in a human state? It is incredibly difficult to create and maintain an underground rebel organization. Its leaders are Aunt Liz, Felice McEwen, and the legendary elf mage Abe McMillan. Sage Abe is a legend among humans, as he was one of the greatest warriors 500 years ago. The sage is rumored to have died 200 years ago, but if he is alive, the hero would like to meet him. The sage may be alive. Ryuto still has questions, but it's more important to understand the situation correctly. Liz answered his question about relationships. Beastmen are related to animals and mythical beasts. But beastmen can't communicate with magical beasts. The beastmen look upon humans as fools who reproduce too quickly and think of themselves as kings of all animals, the girl replied. Despite this, they favor humans more than elves. They treat humans like animals and elves like plants. Liz saw a man in the beastmen kingdom. They were the king's guests. She was looking from afar, so she didn't see them. They lack information. They retrieved some parts of the magical device from Orito's excrement, but they were broken and their effects were lost. Their detection skills failed to notice them. The hero saw them for only a moment. They most likely also canceled the spell that gave the three of them control over Orito, which is why he attacked them. An item that could summon an untrained magical beast. The hero had never heard of such a thing. Taming a magical beast, a powerful disguise spell. Moses has all these abilities. 10 years ago, when Ryuto was 6, Moses rarely showed up in the village. Because of his parents' work, he was almost always in Bestan. After his activities were exposed, he began to travel around the world. Ryuto didn't connect everything to him with the little information he had. He was going to think of each case as a separate matter. The time to fight the reincarnated is near. Ryuto thinks there is a spell that prevents enemies from being detected, which is strange. Ryuto is about to surpass himself. Someone is knocking at the door. It was an old man. He apologized for disturbing him and said that someone from the academy wanted to see him immediately. Someone was sitting in a hood and waiting. The guy apologized for waiting at Cordelia's and asked what happened. Cordelia said that this was their last meeting. She would never see him again and would never return to the village. The girl looked for him to tell him this. She said goodbye and left. The hero turned away and asked if she was the one asking for salvation. The girl opened the door with shaking hands. She locked it and started crying as she left. 4 days ago, the team attacks the villagers, and someone among them throws a bag at Zero. It was an angry Cordelia. In the bag was the head of one of the pagan leaders, equal to C rank. The hero asked why Zero attacked the village. She has nothing to do with the pagans. Zero, not understanding, asked if it wasn't natural to attack a village. They leave the peasants dead because they have a role to play. They have low social status, no fighting skills, and serve as a source of experience. The role of the peasants is to feed the strong and lure the monsters, Zero replied. This is because they allow them to, quote, graze. By keeping the villagers, monsters can use them to train new warriors, and high-level warriors can use them to break the level cap, like replenishing a bank account. As the number of villagers increases, so does the strength of the monsters that mid-level warriors hunt. Peasants are also used as cannon to defend the country. No one cares how many of them die. They are not even accused of killing a peasant. Heroes, knights, and adventurers defend the country, gaining glory for it. And kings and the church gain wealth and control, taking responsibility for their actions. The hardest part is regulating the number of peasants, because in these mutually beneficial relationships, it is important to maintain a balance. Cordelia screamed that they were not maintaining public order, and asked how they were any different from murderers. Zero asked what's wrong with that and said, the strong devour the weak. Cordelia attacks the enemy, and she says that words will not reach a fool and asked why she is trying to die. Zero, dodging the blow, says that the person dear to her will die. The hero was surprised to hear this. The church order dislikes the Magic Academy and has even filed a request to destroy it, raising questions about the inclusion of the village of Bestany, located in the north, on the list of targets for regulation. Cordelia began to cry and beg for him to stop. The girl fell to her knees and bowed, and Zero kicked her head. Zero says he'll let her say goodbye. She has a week to cut ties. The girl leaves, thinking that she should become much stronger. Ryuto said that if it was her, she would be able to become stronger. The hero is going to settle one more matter. Building. The hero is looking for a place but comes across a dead end, where he should be here. Moses sat in front of him with a book in his arms. Moses asks him to relax. No one will hear their conversation here. Then he asks if he wants anything, to sit down, some tea. A seat appeared. The hero said that this was enough. Moses suggests moving on to the main question. Moses smiled and said that he was reincarnated and wished for Cordelia's happiness and peace in the world. Ryuto replied that he also wished for her happiness, so he asked for the details of becoming a hero from the letter. The boy asked if a peasant could become a hero, and if he could get the right to meet them. The interlocutor answered that in his case, there would be no problem with this. This is thanks to the special skill God Eater. Moses says that he watched the hero try hard and asked if he got the legendary skill. He had been studying the artificial transformation of peasants into heroes for over 10 years through a skill that is key to mass production of heroes. If the number of heroes were increased, Cordelia's burden would be reduced, but the current result was a failure. you can't become fit for hero work just by raising your status. Also, some events can only be handled by a hero, and wonders what the limitations of what they call the settings of this world are. Divine attribute is a hidden parameter that they don't know anything about yet. Divine attribute can't be properly displayed in the status. All symbols are distorted. Cordelia has had a white plate since she was 4, which she received along with the status window, which is unusual because humans do not have a divine attribute. However, even in the hero status, there are distorted symbols that are studied by the Holy Church and will be deciphered by the Oracle in the future as Job Hero. He chose peasant skills such as fortitude and agriculture to remain unnoticed and safe. But due to his corrupted skills, the Church probably already recognized him as a reincarnated one. Initially, Moses understood the quote, 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 quote of this world as the Varna system, or the old order from their past world. But the hero is very different from the rest. Theory. People who can't understand the divine attribute conventionally call angels who descend from heaven heroes, Moses says. The divine attribute is not visible in a person's status and can only be recognized by another bearer. Such people are believed to be born for the role of a hero and radiate special abilities. Moses wonders if this is why a person born with a divine attribute is destined to have the aptitude for the job hero. However, Moses is tormented by doubts about whether the Holy Church is simply trying to monopolize the right to define job hero. For 500 years, the existence of heroes is too profitable for the Holy Church. About once every 60 years, each of the 4 countries under the strong influence of the Church has its own hero, which does not harm the current government. Moses began to tell more information about it. Ryuto asks if he can tell about the way for a peasant to become a hero. Moses was surprised that the hero knew about them, and he planned to obtain the divine attribute by using the God-Eater. But something went wrong. They absorbed gods, but they were just replicas of the real one, so the divine attribute was not passed on to them. No matter how many monsters with this attribute they absorbed, it was still impossible to obtain it. This is the real part of the true God, the source of life, possessing a divine attribute. By absorbing it with the God-Eater, one can gain this attribute, become a hero, and take any form. Ryuto asked if Moses had met them. He replied that he had paid for it with the blood of a sage. He had only met their pet, but he himself was comparable to a god. Part of God, God-Eater, with their help, the guy will probably be able to get a divine attribute. Ryuto asked about compensation. Moses said it was unnecessary and asked to protect Cordelia. He says that even though he is just trying to keep the peace, he has a lot of work to do. Moses, as a sage, has his duties. Moses and Ryuto shake hands for Cordelia. Afterwards, they chatted like reborn brothers and said goodbye. Moses smiled menacingly as soon as Ryuto left, squeezing his hand. Moses wouldn't just touch Ryuto. Perhaps it was some kind of special contact skill. The hero had set up a defensive perimeter, but he wasn't sure if this sage would get into it. In any case, he managed to glean some useful information. He probably lied to the hero 9 times out of 10, but even so, it was something for Ryuto to ponder. Lilith stood sadly next to the tree waiting for Ryuto. Afterwards, they walked back to the house together. If the hero drinks this, Moses might be able to manipulate him. But Ryuto will still drink it. He can become strong, he can become a hero, even if the probability is low. It is his duty to guide Cordelia. After all, they must allow Cordelia to grow stronger so that she can protect herself. Ryuto asks Lilith if she has erected a barrier around the room. The girl has laid down a protective magic and presence concealment, increased by 4 times. As for Liz, she used sleep magic on her and a little healing, so she sleeps soundly, just like on Oruto. Ryuto says that he is with her, he is safe, and asks that if anything happens, she take care of him. He poured it on his hand and said it was disgusting. Suddenly, Ryuto began to transform into a monster. A strange phenomenon attacks Ryuto's body. Lilith screams and tries to help. 3 years ago, Ryuto, 13 years old. He was fighting. The opponent turned out to be stronger than the guy. Some time passed, the opponent, catching his breath, said that he was giving up. And Ryuto, lying down, said that these were his words. He gave Ryuto a ring as a gift for the winner. The Dragon King's ring, useful in many ways. The guy said to rely on Lilith and take care of her. In case Ryuto loses his self-control, she will be able to help him out. Someone shouts Ryuto's name. Half a year ago, Ryuto, 15 years old. He fought Beelzebub. The hero attacks the monster, but the monster attacks from behind. Ryuto's right arm is bitten off. Lilith screams his name. The guy screamed that it hurt, but he was attacked from behind again. This time, the monster ate him completely. Lilith gasped in surprise, very worried. Ryuto freed himself from that mouth by force. He gained power and a new arm with this monster. Suddenly, a hand, laughing ominously, began to attack the guy. Ryuto was drowning without an arm, but Lilith swam after him and made him a new arm. The building is destroyed, the hero is lying, and Lilith is unconscious on him. Ryuto thought she is saving him again and stroked her. Ryuto's status is still that of a peasant. Meanwhile, Cordelia challenges Zero to a duel. She wants to crush her and become the captain of the Holy Knights. Flashback. Father tells girl to leave tennis club. Girl says she has a favor to ask him. Her father said that everything depended on her grades and she studied hard. She got an A. Father says she will leave this club and not waste her precious time. She stood with empty eyes. He tells her that she must try harder. The girl, with tears in her eyes, said, "Yes, father." Another day, she was standing with her friends when the Yakuza rode past on motorcycles. She is sitting on a trolleybus and watching a video on her phone when suddenly her trolleybus gets into an accident. A truck crashed into him. Zero, these were her memories. She sits and watches the city burn. Cordelia fights her enemies and thinks it's all the same, that nothing has changed. Zero asks if their hero has become more obedient. Moses stood behind Cordelia. Zero asks Moses what he did to that villager. He says it's a small experiment, and whatever Ryuto does won't hurt their victory. Says there's nothing that can compete with her special skill. Moses is going to turn Ryuto, an ordinary peasant, into some other being. Moses says that everything he does is for the benefit of this world and them, the reincarnated ones. The little boy calls Cordelia a murderer and takes a sword in his hands. He is about to attack her. Cordelia did not resist and took the blow. The boy began to cry from what he had done. The others came, and one of them killed the boy. Zero says, "Know your place," Express Cordelia asked what Zero was so afraid of. All this time, the girl was watching her frivolous behavior. The real Zero disappeared. Always orders his subordinates to kill, without staining his own hands with blood. The mole is under her eye. The girl noticed it because it is like her mother's. Cordelia asked if Zero was forced to do this. Zero smiled and replied that she was just wondering what the girl would decide to do. She was wrong. Zero said if she had something against their methods, she knew how to solve their problem. Cordelia challenges Zero to a duel. She plans to become captain and stop her. Zero says that it is not she who officially leads the Kanzai Alliance, but her lieutenant. Zero has no power here at all. The guy says he will perform instead of the Grand Master. Zero at this time collects bets on the hero and the lieutenant. Cordelia tells the lieutenant to back off, as he too hates committing terrible crimes. The girl is going to take responsibility. The lieutenant tells her that she seems to have misunderstood something. He says that only scoundrels have gathered under the banner of this order. The guy asks what's wrong with laughing at someone else's death, why it's weird to enjoy someone else's misfortune. He says that such thoughts, they are very bad at containing them. They haunted them only for this. There is no forgiveness for them. He shouts that looking down on people just because they were lucky enough to be born into prosperous families really irritates him. The enemy uses invisibility and is about to attack, but the girl is waiting for this moment. She managed to disarm him and wound his hand. She defeated the lieutenant without killing him, thanks to the only correct tactics and intuition that led her to the same conclusions as others with cheating skills. Such rapid progress in a few weeks confirmed her true ability as a hero. She was now their commander. Cordelia forbids them from killing innocent people. Those found guilty of robbery and violence will be punished. They will kill anyone who dares to disobey these orders. Zero asks how about transferring to another holy order. The heroine learned with horror that the Holy Church was not the only one exterminating heretics in villages. It was their direct order, and disobedience makes even the hero an enemy of the entire church. If she decides to go against them, her family will suffer, and she herself will be forced to live on the run. If a full-scale war with the church breaks out, the lieutenant and his men are ready to join the mistress. She is offered to take her family and the villagers and escape with them to her promised country. Cordelia began to cry and ask for help. He appeared from the necklace that Ryuto gave him. Samuel's pendant. Knowledge and thoughts can be transferred between people wearing the pendant. Can be used once. The pendant's wearer can teleport to the vicinity of another wearer. After using teleportation, both pendants will be destroyed. An explosion occurred and Ryuto headed towards Zero, killing everyone who stood in his way. At that moment, Zero and the two warriors in front were bait. The real danger was the invisible ones on the flanks. Ryuto managed to cope with the pincer grip. Only the two knights in the front were ready to fight, when Zero suddenly kicked them aside. She said not to interfere and asked why the two noble dons did not fight one-on-one. A fight to the death between them begins. Zero says that the heroine will never be able to return to normal life. She already has thousands of corpses behind her. Ryuto, defending Cordelia, says that he also took countless lives. He says that if he is weak, they will take advantage of it and understands her. Zero is thrown against the building, breaking it, but the girl is unharmed and says she is not afraid. She says that he will regret not killing her with one blow, and that he won't be able to hit her with such sweeping blows. Her special skill is Critical Strike. This attack deals fatal damage and slows healing. It also causes most enemies to fall down. After the incident at Kaguru Tower, he became famous among the reincarnated, especially after coming into contact with the wielder of the demon sword. Now his freedom depends on them. He is advised to stop communicating with Moses, join the Kanzai Alliance, where he will be taken care of, along with Cordelia. Ryuto asked with a creepy smile if he could betray their mutual friend. He asked why he wanted to become a dog for an organization with no future. Zero replied that if the negotiations reached a dead end, the hero would accept his own. The guy interrupted her and said that she was underestimating Cordelia too much. Zero damaged her sword while fighting Cordelia. Ryuto says that Cordelia's strength is not just about leveling up. She was constantly watching Zero, trying to strategize. Now her minions are fighting Cordelia. Ryuto does not intend to lose. Zero has a holy robe that cancels any attack once a day, and the simulation ability, which allows him to calculate and choose the best outcome of a fight. His critical hits are just the effect of this well-thought-out strategy. Her skill calculates tens of thousands of combat variations, including randomness, and selects the only one where victory is possible, even with a 1 in a million chance. If necessary, she activates a critical strike to exploit the worst-case scenario for the enemy. This is her first time fighting an opponent so strong that her calculations don't reach 100%. However, after copying the calculations into her brain and optimizing the magic circle, her chance of winning reaches 99.99%. Ryuto was about to attack her from behind, but she dodged it. It was a wood chip. She cut off the guy's left hand and said, "Goodbye, regeneration." She says that he can give up and leave here, that she won't be offended, but will miss him. The hero stood his ground. Suddenly, her chances of winning became lower. Chance of winning, 48.03%. The girl doesn't understand why her chances have changed. He asks, "The radius is about 1 kilometer, yes." His future vision skill is limited to a radius of about 1 kilometer and a visible zone, so it is disrupted when an external determining factor appears. The hero understands that the enemy is fighting too flawlessly, and hints that he has encountered similar abilities before. He says that he is telling her all this to not give Zero a chance to recover. Her collapse is coming. Lilith came. Lilith licks Ryuto's left hand to restore him. His hand generated. Lilith says that Zero has lost. The girl did not understand how it happened. Ryuto and Lilith are half-dragons, and by mixing their blood, he can become fully dragonized for a while. Ryuto, who has absorbed a part of a god, will inevitably become an evil dragon, a being with immortality against whom even a critical hit is powerless. Even his allies cannot imagine how powerful he will be. Activate skill. Origin of demonic gate. Someone asks if Cordelia's fate of being killed by the evil dragon has not changed. Does Ryuto understand this? Ryuto turned into a big black monster. Zero was scared. She didn't understand what it was. The girl's legs and arms were immediately torn off. But suddenly, her arms and legs were in place. An illusion. Suddenly, the girl was wounded, leaving a hole in her. It was an illusion again. Ryuto hits her in the face. She flies back hard and ends up without a face. Again an illusion. The girl is very scared no matter how much she simulates, when suddenly the monster attacks her. Chance of winning 0.00%. Zero activates the skill Holy Robe. She can completely block any attack once she will retreat, once she blocks his attack. This is not even an attack. Zero, even if she blocked the first bite, would be chewed up and swallowed by the next one. She gave up and was ready to accept her defeat. Suddenly, the lieutenant saved her. He says that the commander is their holy virgin. All her subordinates were ready to fight for her. Ryuto turned back into himself. Lilith asks why he let them go. He replied that he abandoned them. The fate of the Holy Order is sealed. Cordelia sat holding the dead boy in her arms. Ryuto came with a shovel and said he would help. They buried them. Later, the girl wants to bury them properly. She wants, at the very least, to face her sins. She also wants to find out the true nature of the Holy Church and asked who the reborn are. The Kansai Union was destroyed, everyone was killed. Cordelia looks at this with horror. That's not all, anonymous people discuss. They have lost contact with all the holy orders. Cordelia has returned to the castle of Sakmimas. The Lord is glad to see her, but instructs her to return to her studies. The girl is told that the decision on her transfer has not yet been made. While the officials from the Holy Church are busy shifting responsibility to each other, she is asked to live a normal life. The Lord states that the kingdom will most likely cease to exist, and therefore calls for peace to be maintained for the time being. The boys celebrate the return of their school friend. Arthur thanks Brian and Ryuto for helping him prepare the food. The schoolmates enjoy a meal. Arthur offers to help Ryuto with his studies. Flashbacks to 2 months ago. Arthur and Brian spot a dragon flying towards the western gate. Brian wants to stop Arthur from his idea to explore the situation. As a result, both guys head to the gate, but the guys are stopped by a sudden explosion. The comrades take cover behind the wall, and Arthur begins to realize Ryuto's essence. Arthur shares with Brian what his father told him, about a peasant who would grow in strength. Only now did the boy understand what his father meant. None of Arthur's schoolmates believed him, because all their memories were clouded. The guys figured out that Ryuto himself erased everyone's memory, and Brian suggests doing nothing about it. Arthur and Brian are the only ones who remember everything. The son of the family, Malcolm, wants to invite Ryuto to his home as an honored guest in the future. Ryuto tries the food, but wants more soy sauce. Koharu tells him that they do have sauce. Surprised, Ryuto asks if they have miso, mirin, and wakame. Koharu replies that they do have all of those too. An excited Ryuto thinks about what he can cook in the future. Cordelia realizes that she knows very little about Ryuto. Cordelia notices a strange girl. The boy approaches Cordelia with concern. Trying to change the subject, the girl points to the strange little girl. Using her recognition skill, she tries to determine the stranger's race. Lilith tells Cordelia that this is her and Ryuto's child. The girls start arguing and want to start a fight. Liz admits that she never had friends, and Ryuto reassures her that she does now. While everyone went to bed, Liz went to the river. An unfamiliar voice praised her for making friends with everyone. The mysterious voice belonged to Moses. He highly appreciated Liz's report. Thanks to her, he was able to coordinate attacks on all the orders of the Holy Knights. It turns out that Zero managed to escape. Moses was able to defeat Zero, but he underestimated Ryuto's strength. The guy is fully prepared to destroy the world. Moses asks Liz to continue to follow Ryuto. It turns out that Liz is one of the reincarnated. Cordelia ponders Ryuto's words. The girl does not fully understand who the reincarnated are. Cordelia and Lilith sit together at the table. The heroine shares with the girl her worries about her feelings for Ryuto. Lilith assures Cordelia that Ryuto is indifferent to obscenity. Lilith tells Cordelia what Ryuto has been doing while she was away, but that's not what Cordelia wanted to know. The former slave shares information about Ryuto's strange habit of buying flowers and jewelry once a month. Cordelia suspects the boy of enjoying dressing up as a girl. The girls suspect that Ryuto may have another woman. Lilith confesses to Cordelia that Ryuto's attitude towards her upsets her. The heroine reasons that it was in vain that Lilith was jealous of the guy. The girls make a pact to find out the truth together. The next day, they set up surveillance on Ryuto. Cordelia is indignant about Lilith's outfit because it is too conspicuous and revealing. Lilith eventually changes her clothes, confident that her outfit is not visible to others. Cordelia assures her otherwise. Ryuto immediately recognizes the girls and exposes them. The spies attempt to pretend to be foreigners. Eventually, the three of them go together to a place far from the city. Kneeling down, Ryuto sets the bouquet on fire, making an offering. The guy asks Lilith to bring chairs and begins to explain to Cordelia about the reincarnated and his past world. The heroine asks Ryuto why he didn't tell her everything earlier. The guy says that he was ashamed for playing with her feelings. Ryuto admits that he knew about Cordelia's feelings and states that he treats her like a sister. The girl suddenly stands up and wants to hit the guy. Crying, Cordelia asks if his feelings for her are only because she reminds him of his sister, to which Ryuto replies in the affirmative. The heroine hits Ryuto with all her might. The boy was slammed into a mountain by Cordelia's blow. Ryuto asks Lilith to take the girl to the academy. 2 days later, Cordelia meets Ryuto and hits him again. The girl apologizes twice. Cordelia mocks the guy and assures him not to underestimate her. Inspired, Cordelia leaves the guy. The action moves back a few days. Moses discusses the peculiarity of Ryuto's power. He reports to the council about the boy's demonization. Moses is criticized by his superiors for failing to deal with Zero, and is warned to be more careful and calculating. The sage is reprimanded for not being the performers he originally wanted. Moses is reminded that his ultimate goal is reincarnation. Moses gives a verbal report on the research into the reverse reincarnation. He assures the council that everything is going according to plan and that he will soon be able to return them to their world. It turns out that Moses was doing research in a previous life. The council has no doubt about the guy's genius. As Moses leaves the assembly hall, he complains about the incompetence of the elders of the council. A black cat approaches him and reminds him that he has become a nuisance to his superiors. The familiar continues to speculate about what the future may hold for them. The cat lists Moses' responsibilities and duties and expresses her concerns about him. Moses explains that having more responsibilities makes him enjoy life more. The guy shares what awaits the reincarnated eventually. The black cat assures Moses that she will stay with him no matter what. Ryuto is sitting in class at Altina Academy. The teacher is explaining the difference between magic and sorcery. The boy is thinking about Moses and his plans. The events after the battle with Zero are recalled. Ryuto receives an item box from the Kansai Alliance commander. Ryuto accepts the artifact from Zero. Inside the item box is something that will help defeat Moses. The boy examined the first conversation record from the item box. Judging from the contents, Moses supported the Kansai Alliance and made the soldiers stronger. Ryuto speculated that Moses was focusing on skill transfer, which would explain the use of rare skills in the Alliance. The hero understood Moses' plan. The sage needed to achieve reciprocity from Cordelia. Next, Ryuto tries to predict Moses' next steps. The hero quickly gives up because he does not know the enemy's true skills. In his thoughts, Ryuto compares himself and Moses in characteristics. After class, the boy enters his room. Liz and Lilith are sitting on his bed. Ryuto asks the girls to go to the girls' dorm. Cordelia enters Ryuto's room and asks him to follow her. As the couple walks down the hallway, the girl hands Ryuto a letter and asks him to read it. The letter contains a correspondence between Cordelia and her mother. Ryuto's mother suddenly appears, and the woman immediately hugs her son. Cordelia apologizes to her for the trouble her family has caused her. The three of them enter the reception room. Cordelia tells Ryuto about the affairs of the village. The girl's father is now the head of the settlement. Because of debts, all the villagers have become forced peasants. The girl shares her feelings about feeling guilty about her father and his influence on the village. Ryuto supports the girl and offers to help her. Ryuto asks his mother to take the money and return to the village. The boy and the girl went to meet Cordelia's father the next day. Cordelia's father scolds Ryuto for not growing up and still hanging around his daughter. The girl sharply answers her father and tries to reason with him. The man refuses to listen to her, saying that she is just a child and does not understand. As the couple left the bank's reception area, the girl loudly complained about her father. Ryuto reluctantly agrees with the actions of the current village chief. Cordelia is indignant. The guy interrupts the girl and tells her that he can save everyone if she wants it. 3 days pass. Ryuto, Cordelia, and Lilith are in the forest near the academy. The guy transports them to the Vellum wasteland. The hero tells about the incident with the forest and, showing the contract, says that he bought this area in his name and the name of Cordelia. The purchase of this land was a step towards establishing relations with King Arbert, the former owner of this land. Ryuto explains that this place is perfect for hiding, as only he and Lilith can move here. This place will become a refuge for the villagers. Caring for his father, he wants to change this place as soon as possible. Using his crop skill, Ryuto grows a huge plant. Cordelia and Lilith see a huge tree with a clock face. Ryuto has grown a replica of the world tree that can also change mana. A few days later, Jonas and Charlie McClane are preparing to move in. Ryuto's father has followed his son's advice and paid off the debt. The boy's family moved in with the house, but the garden had to be grown from scratch. The land in this area is very rich in mana, so everything grew very quickly. Jonas is excited about his new place of residence and is trying his best to set up a vegetable garden. Ryuto's father saw an apple tree that had grown in one day and began to harvest the fruit. Ryuto visits his father and asks about the seedlings. Jonas replies that they are growing too fast. Ryuto also placed golems as assistants. Now Liz and Oruto are also located on the McClane farm. The boy asks his father about two things he asked him to clarify earlier. Ryuto's mother prepares the spices according to the recipe, and the root vegetables the boy tried to grow taste terrible. While the boy listens to Jonas, his head is spinning. It is difficult for him to maintain magic over a long distance. The hero convinces himself that he needs to try harder. Through an old man with whom Ryuto established trade relations, he received information about the disappearance of the Holy Knight's orders. The boy wonders if Zero is alive, and whether she was able to escape Moses. The boy reproaches himself for not trying hard enough. Ryuto talks about Moses' skills. Ryuto is called to the courtroom. The young man appears before the judge. On the benches are witnesses, among them Cordelia and Lilith. Ryuto is accused of doing the same things as many other students. He doesn't understand why the trial was held and doesn't agree with the charges. Victoria Venison suggests expelling Ryuto from the academy due to his heritage. Victoria's family has a very high title, as they control the largest trading company. Ryuto decides that he needs to get closer to her. The day before the trial, the boy warned Lilith and Cordelia not to go against the student council. Ryuto refuses to use force, because his goal is to change consciousness, not destruction. The boy came up with a cunning plan to solve all the problems at once. Ryuto wants to take advantage of the Venison family's influence. The trial between Ryuto and Victoria Venison begins. The hero learned that Cordelia's father cooperates with the Venison Bank. Ryuto also learned about Victoria's unusual hobby. The daughter of the Venison family falls in love with daring men and kills them in duels. This passion has been with her since childhood. Victoria fell in love with a boy who was able to resist her. After a while, he was ready to reciprocate her feelings, but the girl killed him. After that, Victoria started killing people. Her victims were from the poor class, so no one paid attention. When she entered the academy, where judicial duels are allowed, she killed 3. Ryuto blocks Victoria's blow and cuts off her hair with his rapier. The girl immediately falls in love with him and wants to kill him. The guy is ready for this strange and risky plan. Ryuto gathered a group of his friends to hold a tasting. A guy decided to make mayonnaise in this world. The inhabitants of this world disliked its taste. Ryuto tried selling it in a store, but the weekly sales were terrible. The heroes all have different opinions about the main ingredient for mayonnaise. Ryuto suggests adding a new dish for this world to the guild menu. The guy suggests adding pepper to mayonnaise. The comrades are surprised that Ryuto is so easily throwing away an ingredient that is very valuable to this world. The guy says that 3 years ago, things were different between the chambers of commerce. The problem is between the Holy Empire and the Venison Chamber of Commerce. The story of the Venison Chamber of Commerce is told. After several years of failure, the current head was able to restore its former glory. Hens, the head's son-in-law, became the head of the Venison House. The hero notices a strange pattern. Too many events happened 10 years ago. He needs to know more. Ryuto's thoughts are interrupted by a sudden noise. Koharu falls to the floor and breaks the empty dishes. The boy's mother is touched by the girl. Hearing Charlie say that she likes clumsy girls, Lilith is about to break a plate. Lilith pretends to be clumsy. Ryuto's mother is touched by her. All the girls try to get Charlie's attention. Jonas asks her son if he is already in love with someone or not. Lilith shows the ring the boy gave her. Ryuto kicks out the parents and asks those present to focus on the task at hand. The hero announces that the battle is getting more intense from today onwards and is going to share new information about the reincarnated. Those who didn't know this information before were shocked. Then Ryuto gives them a historical summary. 1,000 years ago, a tribe of horsemen created an empire, but later heroes and monsters led to its decline. After the disaster, the empire became holy, uniting all nations under a single religion. With the recent disappearance of the Holy Knight, the churchmen have lost power. A new object of worship has emerged: capitalism. Ryuto explains that the concept of capitalism is the opposite of feudalism. The hero has a few ideas about what the Venison House should do next. Garrett Venison, who is the current head of the Venison family, decides that it is time to establish new rules. Victoria learns from her father about Ryuto McLean, remembering how she challenged him to a second duel. In the girl's memories, Ryuto publicly humiliated her, which she was completely delighted about. Victoria swears that she will take revenge on the boy as she runs out of her father's room. Gareth notices the McLean brand mayonnaise. The action moves to the guild. Sir Belzac visits the new guildmaster. The old soldier wants to try mayonnaise. The old and new guildmasters are discussing the state of affairs. At this time, he is served the dish he ordered, for which he came. Sir Belzac is delighted with the taste. The popularity of mayonnaise is growing. This sauce is now popular, even in other kingdoms. Gareth Venison listens to a report on a new product and wonders if they can make something similar for less. The workers of the Venison Chamber of Commerce cannot copy the recipe because the factory is located in the Verum forest. Angered by his chairman's incompetence, Gareth dismisses him from his post. It turns out that Moses was in the office of the head of the Venison family. Gareth guessed that this was the work of Ryuto. Moses' words about the missing holy knights enraged Gareth. He orders the sage to be surrounded. Moses frees himself with ease. The boy explains that Ryuto is just a pawn of the Dragon King. The sage reassures the guards surrounding him that an experiment will soon be conducted to return people like Ryuto home. Moses says Ryuto's starting skill was growing crops. The boy also provides them with proof that another sorcerer is in league with the dragon. Moses assures them that the settlers know when to draw the line in such relationships. A few days later, at the Magic Academy, Ryuto learns of the fine. Everything is going according to his plan. Ryuto plans to disrupt the local market with cheap mayonnaise to escalate the conflict between the migrants and the locals, provoking a clash. He expects that they will try to eliminate him as a threat. Ryuto mocks the cowardice of the kingdom, which only finds illegal trade, without daring to do more. He is glad that his Chamber of Commerce controls the law and religion, and the authorities are afraid of retaliation. If inaction continues, enemies will start to squabble among themselves. He will take advantage of this, setting them against each other. Ryuto pays the Chamber of Commerce to host the tent, and asks the guildmaster to act as a witness. He then moves on to the third stage of the plan, planting discord. Ryuto and the guild leader discuss the plan after the cafe. They are outraged by the huge amount of money they had to pay. Ryuto does not intend to pay the debt. Their main goal is the cafe after all. A conflict occurs in the same establishment. A visitor refuses to pay an increased debt. The collector cold-bloodedly suggests that the debtor sell his daughter or wife, since the collateral for the store is not enough. He mockingly adds that he can have another child, because it is easy. Ryuto pays the man's debt. The collector wants to take a few more gold from the hero for the scare. The guy gives the money back without any problems, even with interest. Ryuto wants to talk to the debtor. Ryuto buys a debtor's shop. The debt collector is against it, but the guildmaster assures him that everything is fair. The collector mocks Ryuto and predicts the imminent death of the kingdom. The debt collector scoffs, doubting that the king of their weak country can support them forever. Ryuto, the debtor, and the guildmaster leave. The guy is extremely pleased with the deal and offers the debtor cooperation. A week later, Ryuto opens a new store where he sells sugar. The product is approved by the Chamber of Commerce. Ryuto is engaged in sugar production himself. Thanks to the cooperation of the residents, they managed to create it. The residents thank Ryuto and praise him. Zero is sitting in a cave, hiding from the rain. Suddenly, lightning strikes her. The girl was attacked with daggers and electricity. The attacker was Ryuto's assistant. The guy asks to take care of Zero and leave her in the dragon village for a while. Lilith is jealous of Ryuto towards Eslan. The guy tells the girl that all the preparations are complete and he has properly rewarded the residents. Ryuto assures that human labor is priceless. Cordelia's father is at a loss because all the peasants have paid their debts and left the village. The bank has paid off the man's loans and is disappointed in him. The village chief claims they were set up. The people who set them up had their sights set on the village from the start. The village elder asks the village chief if he has any more people. Cordelia says she will take care of the debt. Cordelia's older brother also offers to help. The girl's mother consoles her father. Now the fate of the Alston family is in the hands of the children. Ryuto and Cordelia discuss what to do with Vesta. It turns out that all of father's ideas were provoked by their relative, Uncle Joseph. Cordelia thinks about how to track down her uncle. The girl suggests that the man may be the venison's lackey. Ryuto is stunned by how much Cordelia has matured, and she offers to marry him as an apology. The boy explains to her that he doesn't see her as a girl. Cordelia confesses her love to him. Ryuto reminds her that he is much older than her. The heroine tells him that he will still run after her and leaves the room. Cordelia regrets confessing to him. Blushing, she runs away. Ryuto reflects on how the girl has changed a lot and has surpassed her previous self. In the office of the head of the Venison Chamber of Commerce, the employees discuss the order that prohibits interfering in the affairs of the peasant Ryuto. Victoria is also in the office, ordering the assassination of King Albert. The girl herself wants to participate in the plan. A few days later, Victoria locks herself in a room with Ryuto. The guy immediately asks the girl what she wants from him. Victoria tears her shirt and brings the dagger to her chest. Victoria asks Ryuto to draw a mark on her chest with a dagger. Students burst into the room. Victoria claims that Ryuto attacked her. The girl chases away her rescuers. Miss Venison is thinking out loud about how she can beat the guy. She can't do it on her own, so she wanted to set him up and weaken Cordelia's authority. Victoria finally confesses why she came to Ryuto. The girl has a request for him. A girl asks for help in freeing a maid who was kidnapped by bandits. The Venison family assembles a special team of liberators and asks Ryuto to join as an apology. 3 days later, the team was assembled. The special liberation team consists of 3 people. The group is located in the territory of the Raccoon Kingdom. Ryuto doubts that Victoria might care about the maid. The guild also received a request to exterminate bandits the day before. The bandits are illegally growing mandrake, and the kingdom is covering for them. The request to exterminate the bandits may be intimidation. Ryuto realizes that this is most likely a trick, but decides to play along. The red dragon in human form warns Ryuto of 2 important things. The first is that there are cyclops in the forest. However, the man thinks that these are most likely rumors. The second is that there are more bandits. Lilith asks to stop and arrange a place to stay for the night. Ryuto, not listening to her, moves forward. The hero notices traces of blood and follows them. The guy enters someone's home. Ryuto found a girl washing herself. The guy introduces himself as Bernard. The girl turns out to be the maid Maria. The girl asks Ryuto to bring her a prosthetic and clothes. The guy asks who owns this shelter. A red dragon and Lilith approach a pair of young people. Ryuto's comrades report that they were being pursued by 2 cyclops. It turns out that all the mountain bandits were eaten by cyclops. The place where all the heroes are now is a food storage. 2 people from a special squad come to the rescue. They beat off the cyclops with a sound wave. The knight orders Ryuto and Maria to retreat. The man easily defeats the first cyclops with a blow to the eye. A girl from the squad helps the knight with magic. The mage suddenly uses a gravity spell, and with it they strike the second cyclops. The second time the girl does not have time to use magic, the monster hits another cyclops instead of the knight. Ryuto used substitution magic and saved the knight. There are now 2 more cyclopes. There are still 5 left. The knights of the Raccoon Kingdom came to the rescue. The royal knights easily defeat the cyclops. One of the knights introduces himself and assures the heroes that they are saved. It turns out to be King Albert. Heroes from the special squad ask King's pardon for actions without orders. Albert praises the squad, saying that everything went well thanks to them. Ryuto gets the king's attention, stating that the cyclopes are not finished yet. The guy says that those cyclops were not real. A real cyclops body appears before the heroes. The huge monster creates a powerful shockwave with its trident. Ryuto protects himself, Lilith, and Maria with a protective dome. The hero wonders if this is the venison's trump card. The king survived the blow and is ready to show the results of his training. Memories of King Albert. A stranger tells him about the difference between readiness and resilience, and the only way for a peasant to become stronger. The king's company is so loyal to him that they are willing to follow him into hell. Arthur calls Sizine-sen. The stranger speaks of the ceremony of the supreme god king of the killer. In the kingdom of Raikon, it has become a tradition to kill a cyclops to gain the throne. The stranger agrees to train the squad and the king. The royal knights try to attack the cyclops. Albert, riding his horse, tries to evade him. The man understands that he will not be able to run from him for so long. Ryuto throws the sword to the king to attack. After intercepting it, the weapon is immediately filled with energy. Albert raises his blade to strike. With one movement of the sword, the monster was defeated. Ryuto is amazed that the king can use the end-of-the-world effect. Albert asks the hero's name, but he again introduces himself with a false name. The king recognizes Ryuto as the hermit's disciple and offers to talk more later. The special squad sits by the fire at night. Ryuto does not understand the intentions of the merchant guild. The guy suspects Maria of spying. The maid admits that she killed people in the fort, but it was self-defense. Maria works as a brothel owner. 9 years ago, the owner framed her maid, which resulted in her leg being cut off. The girl told how she fell into the clutches of bandits. Ryuto apologizes for doubting her. Maria shares her knowledge about the king. The girl reported that Albert knew about the trap, but still returned to perform the rite of succession to the throne. The kingdom is now a controlled monarchy under the government of 3 dukes. The Merchant Guild has prepared Cyclops against King Albert. Ryuto reports that the knights were deceived by the Merchant Guild. The guy says that the painting was originally intended for the king of the whole world. A boy from the Special Forces admires Ryuto. The inspired boy falls asleep on the hero's lap. The knight asks if Ryuto will protect Maria. The maid leaves the party and goes on her own journey. The girl wishes for the heroes to destroy the trade guild. Ryuto whispers that he is also going to be destroyed. He needs to take care of something important. Victoria is shocked by Ryuto's appearance at the academy. The guy thanks the girl for the opportunity to meet King Albert. In gratitude, Ryuto forgives Victoria. The boy cut ties with the Merchant Guild. The hero made sure that Maria was watched. If the girl betrayed them, she would be ready for it. In the forest, Ryuto meets King Albert. Using the abilities of a professional king, the man was able to get here. The king is grateful to Ryuto for bringing life to the abandoned land. Albert came here to talk to the boy. After digging into his past, the king learned that Ryuto had done a lot of things under his name. Albert offers the peasant to serve him. Ryuto immediately refuses. The guy talks about the real purpose of the visit, which is negotiations. The young people talk for about 10 minutes, during which time Liz overhears their conversations. Through the amulet, the girl shares information with Moses. The sage reminds Liz of their agreement. Victoria panics and asks her father to help save the company from destruction by the peasants. A company employee admits to himself that he made a calculation error. Morris stops him in the hallway. A stranger stands next to them. The guy introduces himself as Joseph Alston. Morris suggests that the 3 of them talk for a while. Morris suggests threatening Ryuto. The old man reassures the employee that the peasant was not the one who killed the Cyclops. Morris also offers his assistance in using the Sagu squad, which is engaged in the killing of Northerners. Ryuto returns to the Alliance's hideout. The comrades sit in a circle and greet the guest. In front of them sits the current head of the Union, to whom Albert conveyed the essence of what was happening. Everyone present comes to the conclusion that the world began to go crazy about 10 years ago. The Vanisons and former authorities are hostile. In financial terms, the church, the nobility, and the company are out of the question. The Venisons Company has been around for a long time and is protected by the church due to constant donations. 10 years ago, the reincarnates speculated. Incredibly strong monsters began to appear. The Venisons were always involved in these events of 10 years ago. By creating sugar and moines in this world, Ryuto wanted to contact the reincarnators, but it didn't work out. The guy explains why they have to fight them. The reincarnates are preparing a larger experiment. Ryuto knows full well that they will not trust them. The hero and the current head of the Union are going to have a fist fight. At this time, the king's supporters in the hidden village are also training in combat. The knight of the special squad asks the boy what he is doing in this kingdom. He tells him that the king's supporters saved his village, and he has deep confidence in the king's goodness. The man praises the boy. Suddenly, someone from the squad attacks the mage from behind. This is one of the members of the Sagu squad. The girl dies. She does not have time to warn her squad comrades. The mage looks at the squad members for the last time. The next day, Ryuto receives a gift. Using a simplified scan, the guy senses that the box contains something related to a special squad. The hero opens the box, blood dripping down the sides of the packaging. The guy puts the box in his inventory and leaves only the letter in his hands. Ryuto asks Lilith to contact Cordelia and set out immediately for a battle of revenge. King Albert has arrived to see Mr. Garrett. The head of the company asks to show the guest into the hall. The arrival of the king was announced at the headquarters of the Venison Company. Gareth greets the guest and asks him how he can help. Albert wants to know why the bandits took over the villa in his absence. The head of the company says that he can return the villa right now, but the king refuses. Albert accuses Garrett's company of growing mandrake. The head of the Venison family does not try to shirk responsibility and offers to talk about it in more detail. Garrett takes King Albert underground. Under the headquarters are cells with prisoners. One of the prisoners is a girl who is serving her sentence here. She is disfigured and has tubes attached to her body. Garrett explains that trusting everyone in a row led the girl to this result. This explains the signing of contracts and negotiations. The head of the family admits that he is the organizer of the incident with the cultivation of mandrake. Albert doubts that Garrett is capable of betraying the Duke's family, but the man convinces him otherwise. The head of the Venison family says that in negotiations everyone is equal. Ryuto arrives at the Merchant Guild. The guy is met by a collector and a worker, who intimidate and tease him with reprisals. The boy asks who sent the gift. The man, frightened, gives himself away by calling the Saga Squad. Not receiving a clear answer, the peasant irritably asks again who was responsible for the murder of the sorceress girl. The king leaves the headquarters. At this point, Albert can do nothing, because someone already knows everything. Having achieved the original purpose of the visit, the king is about to create a map of the castle and the enemy's location. Albert receives a call from Ryuto, who has captured important people and sent them to the king. The peasant asks Albert to interrogate them. The king gives the boy evidence of the Venison's crimes. Ryuto wants to speed up the implementation plan. Without waiting for the king's response, he is about to begin. The hero breaks into the headquarters and knocks down the main gate. The king calls for an offensive. The seasoned knight volunteers to take over the east with Cordelia. The headquarters workers try to fight off Ryuto, but they fail. New workers appear who want to stop the peasant. The hero easily defeats them and tells them about their crime against the country. Garrett's past. As a child, the father of the current head of the family tried to instill in his son the ideas of altruism. The man respected his father because he was an honest and good merchant. Garrett's father was driven to suicide by debt. The child was sold into slavery. Little Garrett was sold, robbed, and lost. Even from this situation, the boy found a way out. Following the strong people, he was able to survive. Garrett did everything to satisfy them. Having wealth and ways to earn even more, a man still does not feel satisfied. His daughter was the only thing that kept Garrett going. The head of the family is notified of the invaders. Pulling himself together, the man proceeds to plan M7. Ryuto continues his advance, crushing all enemies in his path. One of the company's workers tries to save him. He talks about how he doesn't want to die when he first joined the Venisons. Cordelia pities the poor guy, believing that all workers are just victims of circumstances. The rest of the workers also try to act loyal to the company. Cordelia's uncle watches the takeover through a magic ball. The Nolaris trading company considers itself the winners, and they are happy to watch the Venisons collapse. Another side of the HQ is breached. Garrett calls for the work to be saved in inventory. The chairman disappeared and abandoned his workers. The one who called for preserving the developments was just a wedge. Lilith has defeated the wrong Garrett. Ryuto and the girl go to the headquarters dungeon. The real Garrett is under the building. The girl who is imprisoned turns out to be the chairman's mother. Ryuto finds Garrett. The hero transforms into the form of a dragon. Ryuto asks for all borrowers' loans to be repaid. Garrett asks the farmer to talk calmly. The chairman asks the hero if he really thinks the man is capable of cruelty. Garrett threatens retribution. The door the chairman disappeared behind was made of adamantine steel. Ryuto's strength was not enough to break it. The hero is attacked from the shadows. His body is covered in needles. Segu's squad bombards Ryuto with tubes. The joints of the guy's armor are now immobilized. One of Segu's squad aims at the gap in the armor. Segu's squad has placed numerous inventories around the room for quick summoning and instant movement. The needles and daggers in Ryuto's scales hinder his movements. Garrett decides to delay Ryuto as long as possible. He is ready to kill him by any means necessary. Several warriors from the squad attack the immobilized Ryuto at once. A sudden blow to the wall stops the fighters. The shockwave throws away the inventory of Segu's squad. Lilith created an explosion with her magic. Ryuto sheds his scales. The chairman's legs are burnt. The hero asks the man why he went against him if he is not capable of winning. Ryuto can't understand why Garrett didn't kill his daughter, who is the company's weakness. Garrett recalls his childhood and his daughter's childhood, and replies that the guy wouldn't understand it. Ryuto grabs the chairman by the neck and punches him in the face. In his thoughts, Garrett asks his daughter for forgiveness. The chairman's body lands in front of King Albert. After Garrett Venison's death, the inventory opens and all the money falls to the ground. The king says he will take care of the money and thanks Garrett. Albert remembers about the chairman's daughter. Ryuto has already found her and is ready to take care of her himself. Maria took Victoria hostage. Maria tells Victoria that even for the Venison's daughter, the slave trade is expensive. The maid cooperates with Segu's squad. The girl lets Ryuto inside. Sitting down next to the tied-up Victoria, the guy tells her that he killed her parents. The girl tries to scream, but her mouth is gagged. Maria follows Ryuto out. The former maid offers the guy to buy Victoria. The peasant learned that Maria is a member of the trading company Nolyaris. Ryuto warns that their plans include the destruction of the Nolaris. The girl wonders what will happen after the collapse of the two companies. Maria addresses Segu's squad and informs them that it would be better for them to return south. Ryurisho comes to the brother of a boy from a special squad. The boy hands the boy's father a glove that was left by his son. The boy's brother and father mourn him. The king sits on the knight's makeshift grave. Albert promises that in the future he will be prepared for everything and will not lose a single knight. Ryuto assures that they will win together. The king informs them of their initial tasks. First of all, they must defeat the successors of the Merchant Association. The successors have already made their move. The management of the Duke's family will depend on their further actions. Right now, the country is ruled by a self-proclaimed royal family, who are the Duke's puppets. To achieve results, you first need a damage mitigation plan. Ryuto asks about how they can deal with the Reincarnator's intervention. Ryuto takes on the task of the Reincarnators and asks for a worthy reward. The king gives the scroll to Ryuto as a reward. As a reward, the boy received property rights and complete autonomy for the village. Ryuto makes a condition to the king to make the country as powerful as the kingdom of Facilia. Albert agrees. The king tells what they could learn about the organization of Reincarnators. All they could learn was about the Ark and the Cradle. In conclusion, Ryuto reminds them that they must keep an eye on the Nolariz company's actions. He is confident that they will not miss the opportunity to become stronger. The guy knows that Nolariz has connections with the Beastmen and Northern Elves. Recalling that the king's friends were involved in secret operations, Ryuto asks if it is easier to act truly for the sake of revenge, and Albert agrees. The comrades part ways as Ryuto needs to talk to one more person. Moses is sitting at the table and writing a letter. A peasant enters the sage's office. Ryuto accuses Moses of what he did. The guy punches the scientist in the face. Moses is lying on the floor, unable to get up. Ryuto realizes that it is just a doll and provides evidence of the crimes. The cause of the disaster and economic chaos was Moses. Being a man from the same village as the sage, Ryuto will judge him. Moses thanks him for the warning, but he is confident that his plan is sound.